This conference will now be recorded.
No, on the laptop. Well, the mic is muted.
What about now?
But is it?
Well,
Good morning.
oh, I think we're good.
Okay, Harold, can you hear us? Yeah.
I'm hearing feedback over there. Is it you, Maria?
I have super big feedback on my end.
I guess most people will turn the volume down on theirs. We'll see as well. Should be the only one we pay here on that. We won't have the feedback.
Carol, you hear us?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
yes,
So
I can hear.
let's turn that on.
I think we're still getting a fair amount of feedback though, or at least I am.
Okay, we're working on it. She's gonna turn that up a little bit so we can hear you better, and then we'll work on the feedback.
Carol, say something, please.
Can you say something,
Something.
Carol, for us?
Something.
Anything. That's better.
By the way, I have my own technological handicap today. My internet blew up during the night, so I'm using my phone as a hotspot. So ordinarily, I don't have latency.
And
Okay. Of course it did. Okay.
Ken.
Oh,
Lost roaming.
No, we're gonna.
Oh,
no.
It just it's okay. We're good. You can go.
it fell asleep.
We lost
The-
the
no.
doctor.
The projector fell asleep. But Ronald is there. He's coming back.
Got blocked.
Okay. Well, wait a minute.
Your caps lock was on there. Oh, yeah.
There we go. We've got him back.
There we go. It's usually that.
Yeah. I mean, we can ask for the, probably for it to be recorded.
Show up when I do it though.
You can also work on.
Okay.
Everyone's in there.
Every now and then we'll go there.
Okay, welcome. We're going to start off just a couple of points of housekeeping. Anybody who's called in, please put your name in your text box along with your license number so we can get that recorded for Akayate and your possible CE credits. Also, if you would like, please go ahead and put your pronouns in your text box so we can identify you appropriately. If you're interested. We recorded. Okay. Welcome to our Friday, July 21st, two-day business meeting. Call the meeting to order at 9:16 a.m. And I'd like to welcome everyone who is here in Hood River and apologize to everyone who is not here. We are doing our best with the technology, and the hotel is 127 years old and the Wi-Fi feels like it too. So it's trying to match the vibe. So we're doing our best. So welcome to everyone. This is my first meeting as chair, so I will hopefully be relying on Krista to help me remember anything I forget. So with no further ado, I want to go ahead and do a roll call. And we're going to start with board members that are here, and then board members coming in remotely. We'll go to staff, and then finally members of the public. So please identify yourself with your name, where you're from, license number. So I will start. I'm Beckett Rowan. I am the board chair. I'm an LMT out of Cresswell, working out of Eugene, and I use they, them pronouns.
Hello, everyone. I'm Krista Rodriguez. I am an LMT member down in Southern Oregon, Medford area, and I use she, her.
Maria Odell from Lebanon, Oregon, public service member. Maria?
You're in.
Rami or Carol?
I am Dr. Rami Layos. I'm a public service member from Oregon, Portland, Oregon.
I'm Carol Gray. I'm the vice chair. I'm from Portland.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Bob Ruark. I'm the executive director for the board.
Good morning, I'm Jeff Van Lannen. I'm the compliance and licensure manager for the board.
Good morning, I'm Mitch Breedlove, board staff.
Good morning. My name is Ekaito Dasaneta Haruna. I'm the policy analyst for the board.
Good morning, my name is Lori Lindley. I'm an assistant attorney general assigned to the board.
And we don't have any staff coming in remotely.
No.
Okay, and so public calling in. And please introduce yourself.
Hi, good morning.
Go ahead.
Good morning. Oh, yeah, good morning. My name is Heidi Franich Lutz, and I was unable to load the rest of my name, but my license number is 22663. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good
Good morning.
morning,
My
Tori
name is
McCullough,
Rosanna
member of
Colabella.
the
My license is 18741, and I'm in Portland, Oregon.
Go ahead, Tori.
Okay, Tori.
Okay, one more time. Tori, member of the public. Nice to see you all this morning.
Thank you. Is that everybody? I'm not sure who caller 3 is. Anybody there?
They probably played it from a phone.
We have Rosanna.
Do we have anybody calling in? Last call, you're on your phone. Okay.
It's probably the Donald Shep they usually calls in, but I'll wait for him to. I'm speculating that that is Donald Shep.
Okay. Last call, anybody called in with their phone that needs to say hello? Okay, moving on. First order of business is approving the agenda.
So I would actually like to consider making an amendment to the agenda, and I promise it'll be a quick little discussion. I would like to actually talk about the all schools meeting, because I didn't see that on there, and I was hoping that we could talk about putting a date together for next month. So I was looking at doing that right after the legislative update. Unless people decide otherwise. That's my recommendation.
Okay. Any thoughts, conversation?
Sounds good to me.
Absolutely.
All right, well then, I would like to make a motion to add the topic of all schools meeting immediately after the legislative update.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Sorry.
All opposed? Did you get everybody's, Kaite, did you get everybody? Motion carries. So we'll do all schools right after legislative.
Thank you.
And I have a question about that too. We were going to schedule next year's board meetings, I believe. Should that be on here?
No, September.
Thank you. Okay. Then next order of business. Thank you.
I move
Can I get a
to,
motion to approve the agenda?
I move to approve the agenda for today
Second.
as amended, yes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. Next order of business, we need to approve the minutes from our May 22nd meeting. Do we have any discussion on this? Has everybody looked at your meeting, your minutes?
I move to approve the minutes for May 22nd, 2023.
Thank you.
Second. I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Okay, then, as far as I can tell, we're moving on to board business, which, that goes over to Bob, right?
Absolutely,
Okay.
yes. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Start with my director's report. It's been a busy couple of months for board staff. There have been lots of changes and challenges, including working with the new governor and her staff on many issues affecting Oregon government and the citizens of Oregon. Several key meetings were held to focus efforts on helping Oregon's houseless population, ensuring continuity of operations for government, as well as diversity, equity, and inclusion. We also had a very historic, for lack of a better word, legislative session, which brought us many challenges in state government. As you'll see later in this meeting, with the assistance of the governor's office and staff, OBMT has developed an updated continuity of operations plan to ensure OBMT continues to provide service to our licensees should any event arise, such as storms, fires, staffing issues, and emergencies of any kind. Also later, as we work on the board's action plan, you will find that in partnership with our facilitator and with the guidance of the Governor's Office of Cultural Change, we have added some language to ensure the board incorporates diversity, equity, and inclusion throughout this action plan. I'll move on just down the line if you'd like. The budget report. So we just completed, as of June 30, we have completed our 21-23 biennial budget cycle. So we're on a new budget as of July 1st. I've been working on closing out the biennium. It takes a while to do that because state government will send you bills, for June and July and August. And so it'll be a little bit before I'm able to actually close out the budget, but I know how much income we've had and I can estimate our expenses. So as we begin the new budget cycle, I'm hopeful that our recovery will continue. We'll be back to normal in no time. And actually, there's an upscale in our income, and our spending is kind of normalized. I'm happy to say that at the end of the 21-23 budget cycle, we have approximately 3 months of working capital in our reserve. And fortunately, we have maintained 3 to 6 months of working capital throughout this budget cycle. It's been really a tough 3 years in state government for everybody. But if we're talking budget and we're talking money, having a mandate to move your entire staff to their homes working, and then saying, oh, you can't log on without multi-factor authentication and all these other things, costs money to do that. And unfortunately for us, we don't get money from the general fund. So when we overspend by $30,000, we just overspend by $30,000. They don't give us that money back. We can't go back and say, can we have it, since we're semi-independent. So we currently we have a reserve balance of just over 300,000 in the bank, and our income continues to recover monthly. Attached to this is our most current, not currently, profit loss and budget versus actual statement, showing both of our expenditures and income for the budget cycle, the last budget cycle. Of note, we had approximately $125,000 funding shortfall, and we had approximately $33,000 in over expenditures. I'm going to go through that a little bit and kind of tell you why that happened. The funding or revenue shortfalls were mostly in the categories of initial licensure fees, application fees, and late fees. All three of these were directly impacted by COVID restrictions. Schools graduated less students, and those that did graduate, all of them applied for Oregon licensure. Some moved out of state, others waited until the whole pandemic was over, because I think they were thinking, why would I go get my license and then sit at home or have to practice under restrictions? I'll just continue with the job I have or whatever and wait. Also, to assist our licensees in this trying time, the board waived late fees in the first half of this biennium, and then the second half of the other biennium. So half of our revenue for late fees, which covers about half of our funding shortfall, about $75,000. So our expenses were impacted mainly because of the need to move our staff to remote work initially. Also, the purchasing of equipment to ensure remote access to board meetings throughout the pandemic, and all the upkeep and maintenance. The thing about it is you can buy all the equipment to do everything that you need to do, but what you don't think about is all this equipment needs to be updated, especially when everybody's working from home. So updates and new software and all that type of stuff. So that's why we overspent by about $33,000. And that's as of right now. There's some other bills that are coming in, but I can anticipate that that's going to be about where it's going to be at as of right now. So you never know what can be sprung on you between now and then, but I think we're about $152,000 under with those two combined. Like $158,000 with those two combined. Less revenue and over expenditures, but we had plenty in our reserves to be able to cover that, and that's what the reserves are for. And like I said, we have about 3 months of reserves right now, so I think we're pretty good there. Any questions about budgets?
I don't have any about budgets. Just to clarify though, that your finance report will go to Carol as the vice chair before meetings or every other meeting.
No, it doesn't. You mean the expenditure report?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it goes every 3 monmonths, so quarterly.
Okay, so quarterly.
So yeah, Carol will get a quarterly, like as you did when you were vice chair.
Just want to make sure Carol knows.
Yeah, okay, yeah. It's just a Excel file that shows everything we've spent for that quarter. And per our bylaws, the vice chair has to review expenditures. It's another stopgap. So, we have all these things that we have to ensure that nobody has absolute power over everything that gets done for the board. It's kind of shared. So yeah.
Got that, Carol?
Great. I know now. So I'll get that prior to the next board meeting. Am I getting that right?
Yeah, yes, you will. It comes quarterly, so I usually wait until everything is spent for the quarter, because sometimes the quarter ends and I have to wait a month to get the bills, for it. So I try to send it every 3 months, but sometimes it still ends up being every 3 months, but it's the fourth month. It's kind of how it works. But quarterly is when I'm supposed to send it, and I do send it quarterly.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to note something that I just found interesting. We have it budgeted for the facilities permit,
Yes.
6,000, and we almost doubled that.
We did.
And that was a curiosity to me.
Yeah, we did have an influx of facilities. We're currently, board staff and are currently looking at our facility process. And we're going to change that process a little bit. Right now, anybody can apply for a facility permit when there's not a lot of restrictions on it. It's like you have to have an LLC, and there's just a few things you have to have, and bam, we're going to give you a facility permit. We've been working with the national, organizations that kind of work on the human trafficking angle and the illegal massage facilities. And we talked about soon, in the very near future, especially with these next changes you're going to see, reviewing our facility permit process and trying to make it, where we can identify the individuals better that we're applying for. So the reason we had an influx, and Tori did a wonderful job of, vetting them within the law, but I think we need to change some of the rules to be able to give the board more authority to vet these individuals, maybe even including a background check and things like that. Those are things that we don't have in that. So I think the influx is a combination of more people, getting facilities, and maybe some of the illegal massage facilities getting these permits, which are easier to get. And you don't have to be a licensee to get a permit. You can be an owner of a facility and get a permit, and then you have what looks like a legitimate massage facility. Right. So we're going to start cracking down on that a little bit.
Be a good one for the strategic action plan.
Yes. Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes. Any other questions at all about budget? You have anything to add to that, Jen?
I believe I spoke at the last board meeting about my work being on the panel for FSMTB's facility work group. And we hope to put out a model policy recommendation to all member states, along with kind of a a la carte version of other recommends that you could pick and choose from. So I think our intention would be to bring that package when it's finished, if it's as good as I hope it will be, present that to the board, and then discuss how we would like to design or redesign our facility permit program to incorporate some of those suggested best practice changes. I don't know how long that takes. It's the 7 of us in the group, but we are meeting monthly and we are making progress.
Thank you.
So as I'm looking at the numbers, at budget compared to what we actually spent, I mean, most of it is pretty easy to see the impacts of COVID in-state travel, and
yes,
like those huge swings.
Yep.
I'm wondering, are you expecting at this point that most of that stuff's going to come back in line to pre-COVID, or are you feeling like there are things that are going to be substantially adjusted because how we're doing business is better?
Yeah, I think, looking at the trends right now, kind of when you put a graph to it, looking at the trends are moving upward back to where they need to be, but slowly. The initial licensure fees, was a surprise to me. I knew it was going to happen. I didn't know it was going to be half of what we normally would have gotten. So the initial licensure fees and the application fees are slowly recovering. I'm not sure they're going to be back to what we thought they might be. Pre-COVID, we had a boom. I mean, if you look at pre-COVID, if you look at the numbers, we had a boom. We were getting people, our applications were going crazy, our license, initial licenses were going crazy, and we had this upward trend that was a spike. And then COVID hit and it just sunk. And now it's been just slowly ticking up every month. Not the big spike that we anticipated we might have. I don't know. I mean, I know that a lot of people moved out of state. Looking at our verifications was more than we had anticipated, so a lot of people moved out of state. So yeah, I think it will get back there. I'm not sure it will get back there before the end of this new biennium.
Do other states have similar issues?
Oh yeah.
Have you talked to other?
Actually, most of the in Oregon, most of the places in Oregon, or most of the agencies in Oregon have had the similar issue.
Okay.
But some of them much worse than us. We got out really easy as a semi-independent, but some of them just really took a hit. Oh, we're talking $1 million hits instead of $150,000. Stuff that, it's really hard to recover from without help.
Right.
And so we weathered it pretty well, I think.
Good job, Bob.
I'm curious, and maybe Beckett, maybe you might know the answer to this best, or perhaps Krista or Mitch even. how are the schools recovering? Because if the schools aren't recovering, we're not going to recover much quicker than they can. So I'm just curious if, I know that I've spoken to some school directors and that have told me that they're still reduced class sizes and stuff even after COVID. So anybody have any perspective on that for future planning?
I know, and that's why I'm curious, that's why I wanted to add the all schools meeting as another check-in, because last year it was also like, we're still trying to navigate a lot of these pieces. I know personally with the Ashland Institute Massage, we used to run 2 classes. Now we only run one, wow. Excuse me, I need more coffee. But that said, I will say our enrollment this year is really ticking up. I think we're starting to see a bit of a recovery now for the incoming year or 2, but it's slow.
Is that reduction in offering the 2 units, is that because of less applications or because of staffing and facilities?
It was initially due to COVID. We had to change a facility. It's smaller, and just recognizing that probably overtaxing everyone involved in the school.
But not necessarily a shortage of students.
No, if anything, again, I'm noticing our enrollment, I mean, the interest is there and the traction is there for our schools. I can't necessarily speak to like RCC or like LCC.
The last meeting I had about enrollment at Lane, the trend that I was made aware of was there are plenty of students who wanted to be there. Some of our issues were our instructors insisted on limiting the class size to such an incredibly small class size for their own comfort, that I don't know how you end up graduating the students with attrition. So that started becoming a problem. It wasn't necessarily a problem of interest in the community, and I feel like the interest in the community was pretty robust in returning. The availability of classes.
Okay.
So if the school is limiting to, well, we're only going to start 10 students, well, you're going to have some attrition. At best, you're going to graduate 6 students based on all the numbers. So I felt like that was an issue. I know they got a new director there that I haven't spoken to yet, but I was seeing good interest from the community. It seemed like that when the school's kind of ready to take the numbers, I think we could have bigger numbers coming through. So
that's definitely going to affect the board's ability to recover from it, at least from the initial license side.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of happy to reach out there if it would be helpful, but I feel like in the community in Lane County, I think there is interest and need for more. It feels like there's need for more slots available to incoming students.
CFCC was having issues with staff, having enough staff. They said the interest is there, but they just through normal attrition lost 4 or 5 of their staff members.
What school?
COCC. And
Really?
he says it's crippling. He's trying to find people as fast as he can, but it's just, normal life, normal attrition, but so that's going to hurt them as well the same way.
Well, and because we had this double-edged sword, I think, so many of your teachers are people toward the end of their career, and they just decided it was time to retire for their own health and safety. Makes perfect sense. No judgment on that, but you lost a lot of staff, and then we didn't have people coming in to replace it, so I think we got this kind of precarious place right now. I think it's a tough one to predict.
Just
there are a lot of variables.
For budget planning, I think we got to think of considering that initial licenses may
Still be
may plateau for a while.
Yeah,
I would expect that to be.
Absolutely, and that's what I put in our new budget. I showed moderate, or not even moderate, mild growth, and that's what it's showing. Because when you have a class start, I don't know how long the class takes to graduate somebody, but then it it could take anywhere from a couple of days to a couple of months for someone to get a license after they graduate. So if you're looking a year down the road, year and a half down the road. So I mean, whatever you do now, it's not going to impact us for another year, year and a half.
Exactly.
So yeah.
Yeah, I think that maybe, is that something that we could talk about in all schools to
I think
like
so.
kind of probe for some trends?
I think that'd be great.
Helpful? Okay, great. Thank you.
Any other questions about budget? Then I will move on to staffing. So the board's former compliance specialist, Tori McCullough, was offered and accepted a position with the Oregon Towing Board as the board administrator. So she's doing my job over for the newly formed Oregon Towing Board. Her last day of work for OBMT was on July 5th. Tori was a treasured employee and a friend of this board and staff, will be greatly missed. Please join me in congratulating Tori and wishing her success on her new adventure. She happens to be, or was, called into this meeting. So congratulations, Tori.
Congratulations, Tori.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
In consultation with the SHR, as her vacated position is crucial, I have moved Mitch Reba, who was formerly in our licensing department, into the compliance section. He's going to be working with Jeff while we open that position and begin the recruitment process. I will also be assigning one of our office
Can't
specialists.
hear. Pretty weird feedback.
Okay, I didn't do anything different. Is there still feedback?
It's better now. Thank you.
I'll face the
Turn your head.
I will also be assigning Christian, who's one of our office specialists, to Mitch's former duties, again temporarily, until we kind of everything gets sorted out and we're able to figure out where everybody's going to be and who's going to fill that position that was vacated by Tori. So. Any questions about that? I will talk about my next thing is board member recruitment. So I want to talk about public board members. One thing
Oh, I'm sorry, but did you want to do the evaluation update?
we took that off.
You want to take it off?
Yeah, we took that off. Is that?
Next meeting.
Yeah. Yeah.
To give staff time to.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I have the new updated agenda down here. We took it off just because we just sent out the evaluation packets now. I wanted to make sure you had plenty of time.
Sorry, I pre-printed before.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So board member recruitment. I want to talk a little bit about public member positions. We currently have, they're the hardest position to fill on any board. There's a ton of public members that are needing to be filled on multiple boards throughout the state. The reason it's so important is because this board cannot do discipline, cannot review discipline or issue disciplinary action of any kind without a public member present. So it's important that we fill those positions and keep them filled. We have one vacancy for a public board member position. That position was vacated by Ming Chin Income. The application deadline for that next round of executive appointments occurred on July 19th for the September appointments. A review of the applicants showed that only one applicant for this non-LMT public member position applied. What's that?
It's sad that there's some.
Public members are the most difficult ones. We have a ton of LMT people that want the board member positions, but the public member positions are very difficult. And traditionally stay vacant for long periods of time. Yeah, we have one applicant, so I quickly moved that individual forward to the governor's office. I signed on the 19th, so that was a couple of days ago, and saw that individual apply. Reached out to that individual to make sure that they knew exactly what they were getting into. Called the governor's office and moved that person forward.
Can I just ask something about the public member? The public member needs to not be an LMT, not be married to an LMT.
Correct.
Not work at a place, and they can't be otherwise a public health. They need to be.
You could have two public. You could have two public health.
So they could be in another public health field, but must not have a affiliation with the massage.
Exactly, exactly. And, traditionally, the position that was vacated by me has been an attorney on this board in the past. And I was looking at the history of that position. And so, but, we reached out to multiple attorneys that work, that we know that might be interested, especially within the API community. And none of them applied. So we have one individual that applied, so I moved them forward to the governor. So what happens at that point, at the governor's office, it goes to the executive appointments. The governor, the executive appointments person reviews that individual to determine if that individual is a good fit for this board. I've also reviewed that individual to see if that individual might be a good fit before I made the recommendation. And then the executive appointments will send that person to the governor. The governor makes the ultimate decision.
And then also, Becca, they can't have a child or a sibling.
Yeah.
It's very specific in the statute.
They are.
Yeah, I'm just trying to be real specific because there are a lot of disqualifications.
Yeah, that's what I remember.
Yeah.
When you try to recruit for that.
Right, it's very narrow.
It is. It is. Yeah, we had one attorney apply that was a former OMT. And the governor's office said no.
Really?
Yeah. So then the governor chooses, and the person's Senate confirmed. That'll happen in September 26th and 27th is the Senate confirmation dates that they've scheduled. So it'll be one of those 2 days. So we should have a full board at the next board meeting until February or March or whatever our next board meeting.
I have not experienced that yet.
The full board, yeah. Been a long time. Any questions about board member recruitment? So we always recruit, for the public out there, or even LMTs that wish to apply. The board is always recruiting for positions. We have positions come available pretty much every year. They're kind of staggered. And what you have to do, if you want that information, please reach out to me. Or you can look on our website. I think we have some information regarding how to apply for a board member position. And when that position comes available, myself and the executive appointments, the governor's healthcare policy advisor meet, and we go over all those individuals that applied, and we make a recommendation, sometimes a couple of recommendations to the governor, and of course the governor ultimately decides. But I encourage you to please apply, even if our next position is not going to be available until next year. You'll be in the queue, and we will look at your application. The governor's office will look at your application, and I can't guarantee that you'll be picked because we get a lot of applications at OMT board member positions, but you will be considered, and the governors will make the ultimate decision on that. So. Question you know about that? Okay. So in my opening there, I talked a little bit about our continuity of operations plan. So our new governor has been focused on many things, and one of them is diversity, equity, inclusion. One of them is helping with the houseless population, and another one is continuity of operations. The governor is after what Governor Brown went through with the pandemic and the wildfires and ice storms and everything like that. Governor Kotek said, we're going to make sure that the continuity of operations happen. Not that Governor Brown didn't, it's just became more of a focus with Governor Kotek. So we have to do these COOP plans, the board does. And the governor's office, before these COOP plans were internal, we would update them every single year. We would post them, and they would go out to staff, and we would say, okay, this is the plan to keep our operations going if there's an emergency of some sort. The governor's office has since migrated that to the Office of Emergency Management. So the Office of Emergency Management now will have a database that we're going to be required to download our COOP plan to this database. So if something, so the COOP plan is kind of designed that, if something were to happen, I can look at the COOP plan and the staff can look at the COOP plan and we can say, okay, this is what needs to be done. The reason it's moving to the Office of Emergency Management is because then now the Office of Emergency Management can look at it if a disaster happens that, heaven forbid, takes me out or, somebody else.
Big one.
Yeah, emergency management can say, hey, this is your COOP plan, this is what's going to happen. So the plan needs to be approved by the board yearly. And it's been updated with the current information that the governor's office requires of our board. It's in your packet. And if it meets your approval, you approve it, and I will distribute it as the plan requires.
I think we had some discussion about this.
Addresses and phone numbers, is that, yeah, I knew that. I knew you would have that. So this is not a public document. Okay. That information regarding our personal information is not public and will be released to the public. If it is, that stuff will be redacted. Your personal information like that's not releasable. According to the information that I asked, because I knew you'd ask this question at the last meeting that we had, they said that stuff would be redacted. And, but I said, I think my board's going to have a problem with having a plan that has their personal information in it. And they told me that it's not going to be shared. So.
Any other questions?
I have one. I was missing something here. By the way, Bob, it's pretty garbly on my end when you speak. I can hear Beckett a little bit better than I can hear you. And it seems to me that when you move back and forth, it makes a difference in how easy it is for me to hear you. Although
Thank
it's
you for
just,
that, Carol. I'll make sure and stare at the when I do it. I just a little animated when I speak, so I'll make sure and be less animated. Thank you for that.
I could hear you just now perfectly. So if you freeze in this position, it's going to be awesome and impossible. So when I read that document, I was sort of surprised that my husband's personal information was on it. I don't remember like supplying that information. So, I don't have a great expectation to privacy around that. But anyway, and I guess I don't understand the purpose of having spouses' information on that document. So if you could shed some light on it, I'm sure I'll understand it when you're done.
Absolutely, Carol. So if we're at a board meeting and you collapse and have a heart attack, I can pull up my COOP plan and say, oh, here's the spouse's number, here's the address. I can send the police over to notify your spouse. That's one of the scenarios that could come down to. If you got in a car accident on the way to the board meeting, or if you fell and injured yourself, a lot of scenarios like that. The COOP plan covers any kind of scenario that may arise. So it's basically an emergency contact information, and it's located in one place. So
I'm not convinced that everyone would choose their spouse necessarily as the emergency contact, and I'm wondering if there's a way to put other contacts in there, because I
yes,
wasn't provided an opportunity to fill out a form and say, who do you want your emergency contacts to be? And I think that would be appropriate for us to choose.
okay, and you did do that. It's in Workday when you filled out your application and that information. So I took that from what you filled out as an emergency contact previously. So that's why I did that. I figured that that's the emergency contact you wanted for emergency situations. But if it's different for the COOP plan, I'll certainly entertain changing it to somebody else.
So I could go to Workday and add names if I wanted.
As many as you want.
Okay, great. I'll do it there. Thanks for refreshing my memory on that.
Yeah.
So I know my spouse's info is not on there, so before we vote on this, do we need to make it changes to it, or can that just be a direction to staff to update the emergency contact?
Yeah, you could just do a direction to staff. So your emergency contact there was no emergency contact listed for you in Workday. So I made an assumption that, because some people don't want to have an emergency contact. I have run into that in my career. That's why I didn't reach out, because sometimes I get the response, if I wanted an emergency contact, I would have put them in there. So I just figured.
Mine was an HR snafu.
Oh, was it? Okay. So that's why I would look at you talking, but I want to make sure and I get so I'm trying to look at the owl. Yeah, if people want to update their contact information or their emergency contact information, you can approve the plan. How would you do that? Really approve the plan with direction to staff that?
Yeah, with amendments to staff for changes on personal contact information.
I assume that part of the document's going to change as board members change.
Yeah.
Yes.
I just want to make sure we say it right the first
That's what
go.
I was thinking.
Well, I think you can always go into Workday and update your personal information. So
Yes.
if you really want to do that, it would be consistent with what you're telling Bob, then it might be helpful at a later time as well. I don't know. But as we all know, Workday is accessible.
So that we can approve the plan as is with direction to staff to keep emergency contacts and
Up to date.
personal contact information updated.
Yes.
I imagine there's an annual review or something that happens anyway as well.
Yeah, I review that thing, especially now a lot, because we have meetings. I have meetings probably weekly about the COOP plan. It's one of the governor's 5 points that is important to her. So we have a lot of meetings about the COOP plan and about emergency operations. And of course, we're a small fish in a big ocean, you know, but I have to know what's going on, you know, so I have to attend these meetings. A lot of it doesn't apply to us, but I have to make sure that I'm there in case something does. So I update it probably monthly. I look into Workday and make sure everything's in there as it should be, so.
Thank you. Okay, so it looks like at this point, we just need to go ahead and approve our COOP plan.
Correct.
With that direction to staff. Do I have I would like to move that forward?
So moved.
Second.
Excellent. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carol, that was opposed?
No, I'm in favor.
Okay, then motion carries. Thank you.
Okay. So we'll talk, if you'd like, a little bit about Matilda. Get that part in my information here, so. So in your packet, so the last couple of board meetings, I think the board has talked a little bit about Matilda or joining with FSMTV's database. It's really, if we get down to it, it's kind of the first step that needs to be done. And if this board and our LMTs wish to join the Interstate Compact, it's really two separate things, but the Interstate Compact is going to use Matilda as their database for the Interstate Compact board when it's built. So the board received a presentation on Matilda, I think at the last meeting or the meeting before that. And I reached out to FSMTV and said, hey, could you send me the contracts and what is required of this board to be a member of part of Matilda. And let's go back a little bit. We were the first board in the United States to actually sign up for Matilda when it first came out. At that time, it was brand new. We sent our data to that database. at that time. That was several years ago. And then our involvement kind of went by the wayside. And we didn't renew our contracts with them and things like that to be able to send that. So this board has previously approved sending that information to Matilda and sharing our information as part of that database. So you see the contracts here, you see what's involved, and you've been briefed on what Matilda is. So before, I just signed the contracts, I wanted the board to be able to see what they are, see if that's still something you wanted to join after looking what the contracts entail, and and answer questions if you might have them for me, although it's not my specialty. I attended the same training that you did and know about as much as you do about it. But, and I also know that there were some concerns, Lori and I spoke of some concerns about, could we legally provide this information based on our privacy laws in Oregon? Because ours are a little bit different than not many, but other states with regards to releasing information. And I have reached out to FSMTB about that. I sent an email. And in my previous talks with them, our public information that we're legally allowed to release is really what needs to go into that database, not the investigative reports that show excruciating detail that we can't release. Those investigative reports can never be released because they're shielded by this statute of privacy, this law of privacy. But our public documents, which are our notices of proposed action and our final orders, and other documents like that are public, can be released. And it looks like that's really all we need to release into Matilda. We don't need to give them anything other than that. And that's already obtainable by the public anyway. So I think, from what I understand, legally we're good. Before, if the board approves that us joining Matilda, then before I actually sign the contracts and do that, I will reach out. Lori and I will speak again, and maybe with FSMTB, and confirm that with them and make sure that we meet all the legal requirements before we do it. If we don't, if they did something different with Matilda than we know, then we'll bring it back to you guys. So.
Do you do NPDB too, and Matilda? Do you report to NPDB?
Yes.
And so it's a
Correct.
dual reporting?
Yeah, we
reported
to NPDB. We're required to,
right,
per federal law. It's the National Practitioner Data Bank.
Right.
So anybody that gets disciplined in the state of Oregon from this board, it gets entered into a National Practitioner Data Bank. Also, strangely, if anybody has a Oregon license nationwide, NPDB notifies us whether they were disciplined. Also, if they were sued and some sort of litigation happened, NPDB will let us know that one of our practitioners was sued for, if it's practice related, not personally, but if it's practice related. So yes, it'll be in addition to that, and it's almost about the same information that we provide to Matilda already, so, or to NPDB.
Got it. Thank you, Robert.
So just to make sure we're all on the same page, this is the stuff that is already publicly available.
Yeah.
We think it looks good, and according to Section 8, the contract stands in perpetuity unless we initiate termination of the
Correct.
contract, and we could do that if we needed to.
Yes.
If something changed.
And like I said, if the licensees of this state wish to join the compact, if the board wishes, if it all works out and there's a bill that's sponsored, which is what needs to happen for that compact law to get passed. It didn't happen in this session. If that compact happens, that's the first step toward having that become a reality. Oregon would have to be part of that Matilda compact. That's the database that we use. So.
And if we don't join the compact, can we still use that information?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll have access to Matilda. We can still use it.
Okay.
So it doesn't hurt that part of it. We can still use Matilda.
Because our ability to join the compact, ultimately, we can't make that decision, right?
No, yeah. So to join an interstate compact, it has to be a legislative action. Okay. So the legislators have to approve joining a legislative, joining an interstate compact. It has to be a bill, and it has to go through the entire process and be signed by the governor, and it has to have all the public hearings along the way and all that type of stuff. So it's a lengthy process, and the first step is getting a legislator to sponsor a bill and have to have them write a bill. Of course, that's where a lot of our trade organizations, if they're interested in that, and if they're interested in pursuing that, and their LMTs are, that's where they would do some lobbying to get that put on the agenda for a legislator. So,
Would DOD approach the legislature? Is there one of the big supporters of this?
So DOD, yeah, they supported building this compact. They have a lot of support so if, let's say, a trade organization has decided, or an individual has decided that they want to approach a senator regarding, or a legislator regarding getting this bill set up, all they got to do is reach out to me, and I'll put them in touch with DOD, which has staff which will come in and testify. They'll come in and speak to these legislators about what the compact is, how it was built, what it's all about, and just give them all the information. So there's a lot of support. The compact was originally, it was kind of a FSMTB with DOD, and the focus was making sure that service members and their spouses who travel a lot had a way to be able to, if they were moved from state to state, because not all states have what we have with regards to a streamlined process for service members and their spouses. The idea behind the compact, that portion of the compact, the funding to get the compact set up, was for service members and their spouses through DOD. Of course, LMTs that want to do that too and help with the labor market. So if we have LMTs that, it's less, there's traveling nurses, there's not necessarily traveling LMTs. And we have, well, there are, but what I'm saying is that the LMTs that travel usually are with sports teams, and we already have
temporary.
We already have something for that.
Yes.
But there are traveling ones. I don't know that it's a huge bunch of people. So that was the idea behind the compact.
Is the council and state governments also involved?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
And we can talk later about who you're dealing with.
Yeah.
But it's the council, state governments, and DOD are kind of marching together.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Okay.
What is our timeline for getting a legislative concept together for 2025? I mean, that's what we're looking at, right?
Yes, and I don't know off the top of my head, but I can certainly get that information to you. We just got done with this session, so we're kind of reeling from all the bills and working with the governor. I think had 30 days to sign bills. And so that's today, I think, is the 30th day, maybe, or maybe a couple days from now. So we're still getting information from the governor's office. So this session has ended, and we're kind of waiting for this session to end before we gear up with the next one. What happens is I usually get a bunch of emails from the governor's office and the legislators, and they tell me what the dates are and start gearing up for the next session. So I don't really have those dates off the top of my head, Carol, but I'll get them for you and have them for you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, so at this point, do we just need to go ahead and take a vote to approve this contract?
Yeah, joining Matilda, and then if that's what the board wants to do, then I will have the contracts executed. I'll sign them and we'll get them going.
Okay.
I move to approve the contract.
Second.
Fantastic. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
You ready for me, Mr. Chair?
actually, right before that, I want to go ahead and catch the other members who've shown up. Would you please go ahead and introduce yourself? It's okay.
I English medium. I'm a Chinese.
What's your name?
My name G-U-N-G. Last name Z-H-O-T.
June. You got that, Kaisen?
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you for coming.
And it looks like we did have someone else join online. Cindy, could you go ahead and introduce yourself?
Oh my, sorry, Cindy Robert, American Massage Therapy Association of Oregon. Thanks, sorry I was late. I was having some user problems.
Hi Cindy, it's Jeff. I got your email. I'm glad you made it in.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see anybody else popped up. Okay, I think we're good. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. All right, the compliance and licensure report. Licensure's been stable and uneventful since our last meeting. We do have some discussion about CEs training regarding acceptance for things that have been traditionally and historically considered outside the scope of massage. I think we have some correspondence to the board to discuss that in more detail later. From my perspective and staff's perspective, it would be wonderful if we could get that conversation to a point that would help direct staff and myself in making these determinations at a on-the-spot kind of occurrence, rather than having some of these gray areas where we ask members of the board to maybe review it and give us their input before we make a final decision, which delays renewals and things like that. So we're looking for what we would hope would be a fine, bright line, but we know that that's probably not going to get too fine. But the best you can do for us and staff would help us with our efficiency and understanding from all of our licensees about what's expected in the future. I know it evolves and that it'll change over time, and that's perfectly acceptable. But as it evolves, we need to be up to date and on top of it. Moving on to compliance, I too want to thank Tori for her years of service and her contributions to the compliance division. Her absence is definitely going to be felt for several months as we transition to filling that position. There'll be a lot of training that needs to be done. It also gives us an opportunity to review our processes and our organization to make changes at this time. So we're going to talk to Director Ruark. We're going to review the entire section and take any advantage at this point to kind of make any adjustments that might be appropriate to increase efficiency and productivity, et cetera. Moving on, as part of the board's multifaceted approach to the disruption and elimination of the illicit massage businesses, we've designed a landlord engagement program to test. This is modeled after several successful programs from other states and communities, and this program aims to inform, educate, and encourage landlords to join the board in our disruption and prevention of IMBs in Oregon. Thus, I created a draft form landlord letter that's included in this package for your review. The letter is designed to formally inform landlords that are believed to be leasing to illicit facilities based on our investigations and compliance, and to make them aware of those issues. The hope is that we can have ethical landlords that will use this information combined with education materials that we'll provide and share with them to take action when appropriate, to require compliance with the board's rules and laws, or to legally evict these illicit and often illegal tenants from the properties. With the educational materials and resources provided, we're also hopeful that they will preemptively do some due diligence and background on prospective future lease opportunities to ensure that they are properly facility permitted and or licensed, et cetera, and can do a background check through the board to see whether or not there should be leased to, and avoid the eviction process by just avoiding the leasing to them at all. Along with that cover letter, I'm sorry, the letter is designed to be simple and staff can fill out by simply clicking a form, and it'll pull down some of the most common ORSs that we use about that go around unlicensed practice or facilitating unlicensed practice or prior owning of an unpermitted facility, et cetera. And then also some of the usual criminal codes and things that we run into as well. To make the landlords aware and hopefully start some conversations. I know that a couple sample letters I sent out, I got phone calls from landlords that were very curious about what was going on. So that's helpful. This is a little out of date because we've already accomplished this, but we, Akayate and myself, went through the process of renewing all our investigators' contracts for the next fiscal year, and we are fully staffed. Are there any questions regarding compliance and licensure, or?
I have a couple of comments on this letter. I don't know if you want me to work with you directly or if you want us to discuss them or what you're.
I had you review it once.
Yeah, I have additional stuff.
And I did your edits. But if you have additional edits, by all means, let's do it outside the meeting.
Okay.
And that goes for any board member as well. This is a draft. Anything after the meeting, if you have time to digest this a little bit and have suggestions or recommends or concerns or support, by all means, email me and we will incorporate it. And the final approval will be Director Ruark's and of course our DOJ attorney to make sure that we're not doing anything we shouldn't be.
Perfect, thank you. Any questions for Jeff? Switching back and forth. Anybody, Carol or Rami?
I will say, as far as the CE portion, that's also another thing I was going to suggest we add to our strategic action plan.
I think that's on a few lists here.
So,
wonderful.
Yeah, to discuss it further.
It's my red pen for that one. Excellent. Okay, thank you, Jeff. So we just need to go into legislative update now?
Yes, thank you. So this legislative session was interesting. I'm sure everybody has read about it. It's definitely it was a historical session. So the 82nd Oregon Legislative Assembly convened the 2023 legislative session on Tuesday, January 17th, with approximately 4,000 bills introduced. It looked like it was going to be a really robust session, that we were going to have a lot of change, a lot of things that we're going to pass and go through. A lot of them, not a lot of them, but some of them definitely impacted this board and our licensees. We had bills that dealt with regulatory and licensing issues, the recording and sharing of board meeting information. There was some that dealt with the establishment of committees or boards to study health licensing, and there were many more. Akaite and I, we worked on keeping track of those bills. You know, the first deadline, or the first chamber deadline, was April 4th. And there was about 3,000 bills left at that time, and only about 1,000 of them moved forward and to the next key deadline, which was May 19th. And then we had you know, a walkout, and it stalled a lot of bills from being passed or moved forward. And then the Oregon Constitution says that the legislature can meet until June 25th. So they adjourned on June 25th. Now there may be others. So I want to tell you a little bit about how legislative, they don't necessarily tell you if you're impacted. They will ask you for an impact statement on certain things, but sometimes if your name is not directly in the bill, they won't ask you for an impact statement, and we don't even know about a bill being there. So, and we don't do this full time. You know, we have all the other duties that we have to have when the session's in. Akaite and I are both looking at bills going, okay. Sometimes it's down to as much as going there and pulling up every single bill and searching for, any name that might show up. So it's a lot of work. The one bill I think, it did pass. Last I checked, it was signed by the president. It was at the governor's desk. Was Senate Bill 11, which requires certain executive departments, boards and commissions, that conduct public meetings through electronic means to record and promptly publish recording on a website or hosting service so that the public can listen to the meetings free of charge. The board was already interested in that. I think Carol brought that up a few board meetings ago. And so the board has been working on that already. Board staff has been working on that already. So I think I know we'll be ready to have that when it takes effect January 1 of 2024. I think we'll be ready to be able to implement that. So that's the only bill that I can see that directly impacts our board. But like I said, there may be others. And as soon as the governor is done signing bills, then we'll know. Or if they go through anyway. So.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I got one more thing. Our semi-independent board report, our SEBA report, is coming up. So and we can call this as part of my director's report. The biennial semi-independent board report is due next year to the governor and the legislators. The SEBA report is an extensive report that details all of our financial activities, our rulemaking activities, gives all of our statistics. It goes over so many topics about everything this board does. Before that, though, we have an audit, which is going to start. I have an audit, which is going to start in January, I think, the beginning of the year. And will last a couple of months. And then when that audit's done, then we'll start working on I'll start working on the SEBA report, myself and the Kaite. It's something that we do every 2 years. It's a very extensive report. It'll come to the board before it gets sent off. The audit will come to the board before. And then as this audit starts, you guys previously had Maria be the financial liaison for audits. So she'll be involved in that as a representative for the board. A minimal amount of involvement, more just looking at progress and then the final product and answer any questions before we present it to the board. So that's coming up at the beginning of the first 4 months of 2024 will be very difficult for for the upper management and the board. So I just want to make you aware that that's something we'll be working on. So labor intensive, not difficult, but labor intensive. So
you said you're expecting like January through about April 2024?
Yes, yeah. So the audit takes about 2 months, and then I get it to the board, and sometimes I can retroactively, if the audit doesn't get done, the SEBA report gets done, I gotta submit it to the governor's office. I'll retroactively sometimes have you guys approve it after the fact, because we can always amend it. But I try to get it done before the board meeting, before it's due, so you guys have it and can review it. So.
I can't believe it's been almost 2 years already.
I know, since the last time we did this, yes. I can't either.
Wow, okay.
And that's all I have.
Okay, we skipped past, we were gonna go back to the all schools meeting.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
To get that on?
Yeah, so I can talk about it. So historically, we do this once a year. The last few times we've been doing it virtually, and the feedback I have heard is that's been very positive versus traveling to a location. I think the last 2 times, it's been about mid-August. It's been on a Wednesday. So when I looked ahead, let me pull up my calendar. That would take us to Wednesday, August 16th. And it's usually up to 3 hours. So like 9 to 12, 9 a.m., 12 p.m.
If you wanted me involved, Bob.
Are you not available, Mitch?
Yeah, I'll be out of state.
Okay. Well,
No, that's fine.
Yeah, we could do that.
yeah. And then I
Chris
can
can
give her.
Yeah, sure, Chris can.
You're gonna be doing it in.
Be good for Christian to
Mhm.
hop in and see, talk to the schools too.
Yeah, that way he can meet everybody as well.
Yeah,
Well, last time you had all the staff attend anywhere who was available.
I did.
Maybe we'll do that again.
Yeah, I like that idea. I think, previously when it was just myself and Kate, there was invariably a lot of questions that were specific to the duties assigned to other people. And of course, we can answer those, but we don't have the kind of the intimate knowledge that the individual has that would be working at it all the time. So I think it's important that all board staff that can attend be able to, so.
yeah, and of course, board members are welcome to be there. We just have to be careful that we're not discussing any kind of board business. Be considered quorum if there's 4 or more of us present, but I also recommend if you can do it as a board member, it's also, it's really good as far as connecting with people, with all the different schools and just hearing their side of what's going on. It helps inform us as a board.
I think that sounds fantastic.
Do we want to vote on that?
Yes.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure I have that, you're suggesting August 16th?
Yep, Wednesday,
9 to noon.
yep, and it'll be virtual. It'll be a virtual meeting. That way we can send out invites.
Was that a motion?
So moved.
Second. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And Bob, you have nothing else?
I have nothing else.
Okay. The next thing we have on here is a break. I'd love a break. Anybody like to make that motion?
Be happy to do that. I just wanted to double check, when will Chris be here officially for the strategic plan?
1 hour from now, 11:30,
11:30? Okay.
correct, I think, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, it says
Yeah, I was a
It says
little confused on
10:30
the
in
timing.
the thing. So is she gonna be after lunch then?
She'll be after
Or she'll be here at lunch, basically? So
But she'll be here today.
yeah, we gotta fill between,
We have an hour.
we have an hour. We have to fill that.
I have a question then.
Yeah.
We need a break, but I'm wondering, will we be able to do a training between
I was
now and then?
wondering
Yeah,
that
let's
too.
get one of those trainings in.
Yeah.
Why not?
Do we have to amend the agenda to
Mhm.
Yes.
this? Okay.
So, let me, before we do that, just to verify, how long of a break do we need? Do we want a 10-minute, 15?
10-minute would be fine. for
Okay.
me. Anybody? Carol, Ronnie?
Yeah, 10's
10,
okay.
15?
That's fine.
So then, I'll do a motion to amend the agenda. So I would like to amend our agenda that we move our OBMT required training information security. That's what we're doing today. From the afternoon to right after our 10-minute break.
I'll second it, but I'm not gonna be here because I've already
That's
done it. Okay, second.
You can second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Go ahead and,
And then I'll make a motion to take a 10-minute break now. I'm showing a time of 10:31.
can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Let's take a break. Back at 10:41.
Perfect.
Okay.
Need that.
Can we mute the owl?
Is the owl muted?
Guys, can we mute the owl?
Upstairs.
Me too.
This conference will now be recorded.
Can you hear us, Carol?
This is ridiculous.
Okay, perfect.
We can't hear her, or she's not unmuted, okay.
She's not unmuted, but she
I'm
can hear
unmuted.
us.
I can hear you. Maybe you can hear me.
We can,
Hear
perfect.
you well.
Okay. Sorry that took so long. We're trying to get all the systems working.
Is Dr. Rami
Yeah, he's on.
present? Well, I see a screen, but.
He's not back.
Is he
Just
there?
wait for Rami to get back and then we can go.
I think that's a
It's a background.
background, yeah.
It's a very nice
Way too
background.
How's this?
It's very serene.
Fancy. I didn't know you could do backgrounds on GoToMeeting.
I didn't either, I knew Zoom.
I didn't know you could either. Can someone teach me that at some point?
Right?
Because I'm always in my kitchen because I don't want you to see my gross office. So that'd be a nice little tip.
Dr. Rami's back.
Okay.
Great.
Welcome back, everyone. And just for any members of the public here, we are going to change our agenda a little bit to do our training now. And then we'll have lunch and then go into our board action plan. Following that.
Just wondering.
Okay,
Are we good?
we're good.
All right, let's get it started.
We often believe cybercrime only happens to someone else. Maybe we feel we just aren't important enough to get targeted. Perhaps we think the defenses IT has in place fully protect us. These assumptions just aren't true. You are a target. Cybercriminals know the easiest way past an organization's network defenses is through humans. They want to trick you into harming your organization and
Guys,
damage yourself personally. The methods used by cybercriminals to hack your device and break into your organization's network are
we're hearing an echo. I think we're hearing it from our device and then from your device as well. So if you want to run the video, we can probably just mute the device on your end.
Let's mute the echo then.
So mute that.
You, Mr.
I'll
Howell.
mute
I don't know how to do it.
Mute the owl and then just go through the computer. Okay.
Oh wait, I gotta pause mine. I'm gonna get ahead.
Hopefully that works.
I'm not sure what's going on, but I can't hear anything right now.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you, but the video did not restart, or did not, you guys did not start the video again, right? Okay. All right, I'll wait for
Okay. Dr. Rami, can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent, perfect. All
right, let's continue.
Referred to as the threat landscape. Unfortunately, these attacks happen way more than you think, so you need to stay alert and skeptical. The content in this module will help you recognize types of attacks cybercriminals regularly use against you and your organization, and identify specific actions you can take to reduce the risks cybercrime poses. Throughout this module, you will watch some short videos and interact with a variety of activities, wrapping things up with a brief quiz. Let's begin.
Okay. Dr. Rami, can you see the screen very well?
Well, it's a bit, yes. I mean, it's a bit small on my end, but I can see it, yes.
Okay. Bob, actually come sit with me. Yeah, okay.
So we're gonna click on each one of these cards, right?
Yes. So below are 3 cybersecurity statistics. Review each and guess if the actual statistic is higher or lower than what is stated. Click on each card to flip and reveal the correct answer. All right. Here are, so there has been an 80% increase in cyber attacks worldwide. And the other card is an organization will fall victim to a ransomware attack every 11 hours. Cybersecurity costs, cybercrime cost organization 1 million per minute. So an organization fall victim every 11 seconds. The global cost of cybercrime is 11.4 million per minute. Must be closed caption on this thing. Cybercriminals use certain strategies in their attempts to trick you. Understanding what they are can help you avoid them. Select each icon to learn more. Strategy number 1.
Social engineering is the art of manipulating, influencing, or deceiving you into taking some action that isn't in your own best interest, or in the best interest of your organization. The goal of social engineers is to obtain your trust, then exploit that relationship to coax you into either divulging sensitive information about yourself or your organization, or giving them access to your network.
Strategy number 2.
Malware stands for malicious software, an umbrella term for all the software out there that is being used by cybercriminals to spy on you and steal your information. Once your computer becomes infected, some malicious apps can log all of your keystrokes, including your username and password. Some apps take over your computer and can even allow the hacker to turn on your webcam and spy on you or listen to your conversations. Malware attacks often result in data breaches, where a bad actor breaks into an organization's network without their knowledge or consent. They steal data or information, which is then typically sold to other bad actors for a profit.
And strategy number 3.
One type of malware that's in the news a lot is called ransomware. Ransomware scrambles the data in computer files, making them unreadable. These locked files are then held hostage by the cybercriminals until a ransom is paid. This type of malware can paralyze your organization by spreading to all of the devices and files across your organization's network. Hackers increase the pressure on an organization in a variety of ways. A few examples include threatening to increase the ransom amount if you do not pay quickly enough, threatening to sell the compromised data unless the ransom is paid. A ransomware attack can be devastating for an organization because of the loss of productivity, reputation, and large amounts of money needed to pay the ransom. Making sure you stop, look, and think before taking an action, like clicking on a link or opening an attachment, can potentially prevent this devastation from happening to your organization.
Okay. 3 common digital attacks are specifically focused on getting you to take an action that will harm your organization or yourself. Select each icon to learn more. Attack number 1, phishing.
Phishing is the most common digital attack. Cybercriminals send emails disguised to look like they are coming from contacts or organizations you trust. The goal is to trick you into giving out sensitive information or taking a potentially dangerous action, like clicking on a link or downloading an infected attachment. Sometimes they use a small, focused phishing attack on a particular person or organization, often using information easily found online. This is known as spear phishing. Clever phishing scams create a sense of urgency or familiarity to get you to react without considering the consequences. The most effective defense is to be suspicious of all emails you receive, especially unexpected messages containing links or attachments. Stop, look, and think before taking any action. Verify suspicious messages by contacting the sender directly using a known phone number. If it's not legitimate, follow your organization's policies and procedures for reporting it.
Number 2 attack. Smishing.
Smishing stands for Short Message Service SMS phishing, or phishing that occurs through text messaging. For example, they send a text message asking you to call a number or click on a link. The message could look like it's from your bank and may even contain most or all of your account number, data usually obtained illegally by hackers. Even if the message you are reading contains your password or your account number, it can still be fraudulent.
Next one.
Disinformation is false information intentionally created to deceive and mislead. Although this strategy is not a new one, it has become more common due to the reach of social media and the ease with which information can be spread via these networks. You and your organization can suffer financial or reputational damage as a result of a successful disinformation campaign. An example of this comes from the COVID-19 pandemic. Cell phone towers across the United States and Europe were targeted and destroyed after a disinformation campaign indicated that newer 5G cell phone towers were responsible for creating and spreading the virus. Government agencies around the world had to send out security alerts disproving this theory. One of the best ways to fight the spread of disinformation is to verify information's truthfulness. Stop and fact check before acting upon or sharing information.
That was good information. Over the next 3 pages, you will be presented with real-world attack examples. Review each example and then identify the type of attack the cyber criminal is using and select submit. Okay, so we have a text message and it says tech support. We noticed an issue with your Apple or Android device. Click here to fix the problem. Is this phishing, smishing, or disinformation?
Smishing.
Okay,
Phishing.
smishing it is. Incorrect.
What?
We did it. First one down.
Yay.
Review the example below. Identify the attack type being used by the cyber criminal and select submit. Recipient, subject, warning, critical email security alert. And in red, warning. So, I mean, just given that, would that be phishing or disinformation? Okay. All right, good job, good job. Okay, next one. Oh, Tesla.
Wow.
Dear investor, we are sorry to announce that our CEO, Mr. Elon, has passed away due to, it sounds like a Nigerian prince, but hey. So this would be what, disinformation? Because it's still alive. Okay.
Wow, that's a new one. That wasn't in our
This is a new training.
Not all cyber attacks start with an email. Consult your IT department or your organization's security policy for additional guidance on avoiding these kinds of attacks. Select each icon to learn more. So we have the web.
You receive a link to a website in an email. But how can you be sure that it is secure? Well, it all starts with understanding the individual parts of a Uniform Resource Locator, URL, commonly called a link. Let me show you. Let's use an actual KnowBe4 website as an example. https://blog.knowbe4.com/. HTTP stands for Hypertext Transfer Protocol. HTTP is a set of directions on how web page information is transferred across the internet. The S means there is a secure connection between your computer and the computer on the other end. Don't be fooled into thinking you are completely safe by going to a website that has HTTPS. If your connection is to a cybercriminal's computer, any information you send to it or software you install from it can compromise you and your organization. Blog dot is the subdomain in this example. A subdomain is like a function or a department within that organization's site. If the domain checks out, this will likely be safe too. KnowBe4.com is the domain and the organization's virtual address. It is important that the domain is spelled correctly without any special characters. Otherwise, it will take you to a completely different and potentially malicious website. Referencing the same link, notice it is separated by a period. Hackers will often use slight variations of trusted sites, such as replacing the period with a hyphen, to trick you into thinking you are safe to visit them. Now that we've gone over the components of a link, there are two things to note. Review the link carefully. Hackers may disguise, misspell, or add extra characters to the link so that it looks like a trusted website. When in doubt, don't click on the link. Search for the website's actual domain using a search engine like Google or Bing. If anything looks suspicious, check with your IT and/or security team to confirm that it is safe.
Wi-Fi?
More and more, employees are using wireless connections to reach the internet while working away from the office. Coffee shops, libraries, and even public parks seem to offer Wi-Fi connections that can be conveniently used to access the organization's network and get work done. Be cautious, as these Wi-Fi connections can be unsecure, and bad actors want to see what you are doing while online. Never connect to public Wi-Fi unless you are using an organization-approved VPN or virtual private network. This technology creates a safe internet connection that shields your online activity from criminals. One of the biggest threats from social media is the abundance of shared information that can be used by social engineers to trick you or your coworker. Travel plans are an obvious example of information that you should never share online. Announcing that you won't be home is never a good idea, but there are less obvious pieces of information that put you and your organization at risk. Any type of sensitive information is like gold to hackers. Think about it from the perspective of a social engineer. Will the information you are about to post be useful in conning you or your coworker? Make sure you understand your organization's policy regarding sharing information on social media. Another effective trick that criminals use is to create a profile with a bunch of real or fake connections that all look very convincing. For instance, the profile could appear to be a headhunter who wants to talk to you about a career move, a potential romantic interest, or someone in your industry who wants you to speak at an upcoming conference. But fake profiles are a growing trend throughout social media and are designed to trick you. So take a close look at any requests that you receive. Some common aspects of a fake profile include model quality or celebrity lookalike profile photos, an incomplete or generic profile, poor spelling and/or grammar, or a suspicious work history. Fake profiles will often lead you on for a while and then send you a link to click on in the message that seems to make sense in the context of the conversation. But this link leads to a site that is able to infect your device with malware. Now the hacker can begin to tunnel into your organization's network.
Review the email and then select the indicator that this is likely an internet-based attack. Amazon.com, urgent message from Amazon. And then this is okay. All right. So which of the following were indicators of a potential internet-based attack? Okay, it could be more than one answer.
Typos in the message.
Urgency. It looks like an all or nothing. Rest. Yes.
Discount.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We agree that it's all of them? Okay. Yes. Okay. Next. Cyber attacks can also be set into motion in person or with a simple phone call. Remain aware of your surroundings, especially when interacting with unknown people and things. Select each icon to learn more.
A classic in-person attack is tailgating. The cybercriminal scouts an area, like the outside section at your organization, and then casually joins your group, participating in the conversation. When your group returns to work, they follow you in, just like any other employee. Then they find an unlocked workstation to hack and infiltrate your organization's network. Always be alert to those you don't recognize attempting to gain access to areas or devices that they shouldn't be accessing. If you see this taking place, report it.
Attack number 2.
Flash drive attacks rely on human curiosity. Cybercriminals leave flash drives containing malware in places like lobbies, parking lots, and restrooms, just to name a few. It only takes one curious individual connecting it to their computer for the cybercriminal to gain full access to the organization's network. Be smart, control your curiosity, and turn in unknown flash drives to IT or security. Voice phishing, or vishing, uses voice instead of email to social engineer someone. For example, a hacker calls you with a pre-recorded message and asks you to call a fake customer support number, needing your username and password to fix a problem with your network access. Seems suspicious, right? Always be cautious when asked to provide any information or take any action that could compromise your organization's defenses.
Okay. Every organization knows they need to defend against external threats, ranging from social engineering to cyber attacks. But what about threats that come from within? The next section defines 3 types of insider threats: malicious, negligent, and accidental, and shows end users how they can become security assets rather than security liabilities.
What is an insider threat? Every member of our organization plays a role in protecting access and ensuring that the confidential information we handle remains private. While a major part of that role includes preventing external threats, such as social engineers and cybercriminals, from compromising our security objectives, it also includes insider threats. An insider threat is exactly what it sounds like, a threat that comes from within our organization. Insider threats are employees and contractors who wittingly or unwittingly expose sensitive data or otherwise undermine our efforts to improve and maintain security. What are the 3 types of insider threats? The malicious insider. Individuals that intentionally disrupt our goals by destroying the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of data, or by compromising physical elements of our organization. The negligent insider. Individuals who may not have malicious intentions, but create security incidents by failing to follow policies and inviting unnecessary risk to our data, networks, and systems. The accidental insider. Anyone who accidentally creates a security event. Whether it's sending confidential data to the wrong party, losing a work-issued device, or clicking on a phishing link. Mistakes by accidental insider threats add up.
Examples of insider threats: malicious,
The malicious insider. Malicious insiders are often disgruntled employees or those that seek to profit by stealing from their organizations. Take, for example, the Coca-Cola employees who attempted to sell secret recipes to a competitor. The recipes in question were of a new product scheduled to hit the marketplace. The malicious insiders met with who they believed to be representatives of a rival company and handed them top secret documents along with a sample of the product. Clearly, trade secrets carry a massive amount of value. Divulging those secrets to competitors could irreparably destroy an organization's competitive edge. But malicious insiders don't always seek profit. Sometimes they want to cause great harm by destroying or intentionally leaking confidential data. Why would anyone want to do this? Maybe they were overlooked for a promotion. Maybe they dislike their boss or coworkers. Maybe they're in financial distress or have other significant issues in their lives. Whatever the case, the threat of malicious insiders represents one of the toughest situations every organization in every industry must defend against. The negligent insider. Not long ago, an employee of Boeing, a large aerospace company, was working on a spreadsheet containing information of 36,000 Boeing employees. He ran into formatting issues that he was unable to resolve and decided to email the spreadsheet to his spouse for help. What he didn't know was that the spreadsheet contained confidential data, including national ID numbers and birth dates of all 36,000 individuals in a hidden column. Even though his spouse agreed to delete the document immediately, the damage had already been done. Boeing had no choice but to make the incident public, inform all parties of the leak, and provide 2 years of credit monitoring services. This example of negligence demonstrates how insider threats don't always have malicious intentions. It's no different than, say, downloading data to a personal hard drive so you can work from home, or leaving a work-issue device in an unsecured area where a thief could easily steal it. Even if you have no intention of causing a data breach, a lapse in awareness and blatant disregard for policy creates just as much risk as malicious insider threats. The accidental insider. We're all human. We all make mistakes. Unfortunately, sometimes those mistakes yield major consequences. Accidentally emailing sensitive information to the wrong party, misconfiguring server settings that leave a door open for cybercriminals, misplacing sensitive documents or hard drives that contain confidential data are just a few examples of how small mistakes could cause massive breaches. In fact, human error is one of the leading causes of data breaches. Equifax learned this the hard way when they suffered a breach that exposed sensitive information of hundreds of millions of their customers. Even though the breach was the result of cybercriminals scanning Equifax's networks for vulnerabilities and ultimately finding vulnerabilities, it was made possible when a human failed to run a security patch that would have prevented the attackers from gaining access. How to be an insider asset and not an insider threat. The unfortunate truth about confidential data is that if you have access to it, you are a threat to it. But that doesn't mean you can't also be a gatekeeper and a valuable asset in our efforts to maintain security, which is made possible by adhering to a few security awareness fundamentals. Always follow policy. Everything starts with following our organization's policies, which were designed to keep cybercriminals from gaining unauthorized access while also giving our employees specific guidelines for protecting information. Failure to follow policy, intentionally or unintentionally, undermines our entire organization and our dedication to preventing data breaches. Learn to identify social engineering attacks. Social engineers use psychological manipulation to convince their victims to click on a malicious link or divulge confidential information. Learn how to spot phishing emails and other attacks carried out by these scammers. If you are unsure of how to spot social engineering or want more information, please ask your manager. Use common sense. As simple as it may sound, common sense represents a fundamental process of security awareness. If you receive emails promising large sums of money, we trust that you know those are scams. We also assume that you will never post highly confidential information on social media. Simply put, use common sense and situational awareness at all times, both in your professional life and in your personal life. Report security incidents immediately. A phishing attack, a secure door left open, a highly disgruntled coworker, an unfamiliar person in our building. Anything and everything that seems suspicious must be reported immediately. The sooner you report it, the better our chances of mitigating damage and preventing future events. If you see something or hear something, please say something. Understand the risks. Think about data protection from a personal perspective. What would happen if your sensitive information, such as your home address, your credit card information, your national ID number, etc., ended up in the wrong hands? No one wants that to happen to them. Consider the ramifications of intentionally, accidentally, or carelessly mishandling data. Respect privileged access. Privileged access refers to both the physical and digital clearance that we provide to members of our organization. Respecting access refers to the process of ensuring your access is not obtained by unauthorized parties for any reason, meaning you should never share your login credentials, keys, or badges. You utilize strong, unique passwords for every account, and you always lock systems when not in use. If you suspect that you've been granted unnecessary access to systems or data, don't assume it was intentional. Instead, consult management and report the incident.
There's no getting around it. You are a target, and the threats we have reviewed happen much more frequently than you realize. This is why it is so important for you to remain cautious. If you receive a suspicious email, text, or phone call, never take an action or respond to it. Rather, contact the organization directly using a customer service phone number listed on their website. You play a central role in protecting your organization against the cyber threats it faces every day. Stay alert to your surroundings. And remember to stop, look, and think before taking an action. Next, take a short quiz before you conclude your training.
I'm ready.
Okay.
Thank you. I was behind like 10 seconds.
Okay, Rami, so you know, we got one shot to do this.
No
We
pressure.
got-
No pressure.
We have to get 8 out of 10 or we have to do this again.
Yeah,
So
Okay.
it's high stakes here.
so don't mess it up.
Okay, only 10 questions. You received an unexpected email that appears to be from a coworker, but you don't recognize the email address.
Hey, my quiz is different.
Oh, then let's do one. Well,
No, my questions are different, so I'm gonna
okay,
have to do it
sorry, then
myself.
we
That's
can
okay.
cheat with you.
That's okay.
Okay. Asking you to support their child's school by purchasing item from a catalog that is attached. Which of the following actions will help keep you and your organization secure? 1. Call your coworker and ask if they sent this message. 2. Open the attachment. It's from someone you trust. 3. Leave the message in your inbox. This is personal matter, so it must wait until your lunch break. And the last, open the attachment. You are a charitable person.
Only one.
Number 1, call your coworker. Okay.
Only the first one.
All right, and guess what? One down. What best describes an insider threat? Choose all that apply. Anyone who has access to confidential data systems in all secure areas. Anyone that unintentionally leaks data. Anyone that intentionally leaks data. Cyber criminals and scammers who send phishing links.
1, 2, and 3.
Mhm.
1, 2, 3.
Okay. And yes, 1, 2, 3. You find a flash drive on a chair in the lobby. Which of the following actions will help keep you and your organization secure? 1. Follow your organization's policy and take it to the appropriate place. Put it in the lost and found. Plug it into your computer to see if there is any identifying information. Leave it sitting there. The owner might come back. Follow your
One.
organization policy. Okay. Mhm. No pressure. You received an email from someone within your organization that you don't recognize. The message contains a link to a shared file. Which of the following actions will help keep you and your organization secure? Reply to the email and ask if they intended to send it to you before you open it. Copy the link and open it directly in the browser to avoid any hidden links. Click on the link. It's okay because the message comes from someone you work with. Review the link carefully before taking any other action and notify IT security if it seems suspicious.
Four.
Okay. Jasper is under immense pressure to reach a deadline set by a high-profile client. To stay ahead, he decides to forward several sensitive documents to his personal email address so that he can access them at home. What about Jasper's action makes him a negligent insider threat? He destroyed the organization's ability to track and monitor where data is stored. He intentionally violated policy. He transferred confidential information to a potential unsecure email service. All of these are reasons why he's a negligent insider.
Number 4.
Yeah, I do too. I say number 4.
Dr. Rami shaking head. Okay, no turning back. All right.
Dun, dun,
I know the heat's like.
Okay, you're working remotely from a coffee shop. Which of the following actions will help keep you and your organization secure? 1. Only connect to your organization's network after activating your VPN. 2. Avoid all conversations to stay safe from social engineers. 3. Drink, drink decaf to remain calm. 4. Only connect to websites that use HTTPS.
Use the VPN.
Only
Yeah.
connect to your organization?
Yeah,
Number 1?
VPN.
Yes.
Number one? Okay. Just double
Decaf's
check.
not a bad idea as well.
No, it's not. You gotta stay calm. Okay. Which of the following might be red flags that someone has become a malicious insider threat? Choose all that apply. 1. They often demonstrate a pessimistic attitude towards the organization and are generally unhappy with work. They constantly attempt to gain unauthorized access to systems, data, and or secure areas. They show signs of having significant personal issues, such as financial distress. They make personal backups of confidential data that doesn't belong to them.
All 4.
All of the above.
Okay, it's a consensus, and it is correct. Why is it important to report security incidents immediately? Choose all that apply. Because the longer you wait, the worse the incident could become. Number 2, because if you don't report it, chances are the incident will happen again. Number 3, because the sooner you report it, the better off our chances of mitigating damages. Lastly, it's not that important because reporting incidents won't prevent cyber criminals from attacking our organization.
1, 2, and 3.
Okay. You click on an unknown link in an email by accident, and your system seems to be running very slow. Which of the following actions will help keep you and your organization secure? Immediately notify IT, Restart your computer and hope it fixes it. Go for a quick walk and hope things are running better in a few minutes. Delete the message and hope nothing happens.
Number one.
Of the three types of insider threats, which one carries the most risk? Number one, malicious insiders since they compromise our organization on purpose. Negligent insiders since they create security incident through their carelessness. Accidental insiders since mistakes yield costly results. They all carry an equal level of risk.
Number
Do we all
4.
agree? Okay. Wow!
Dun, dun, dun.
Dun, dun, dun.
Dun, dun, dun.
Okay, all other user policy reviews.
Cheaters, they're cheaters, they all did it together.
How deep you were when you're separate?
I did 9 out of 10.
I did.
But I was done like 2 minutes before you guys, so it was worth it.
Okay, so so there are other policies. We could email it to everyone or read through them right now. Do we have a few minutes?
Let's email those to everyone,
I agree. Perfect. We would do that.
because there are state's IT policies that you have to be familiar with, or at least aware of, yes.
I think, yeah.
And you have seen it. Okay. All right. I did not. We acknowledge that we have complied with the material covered in this training, including all related policies and procedures. Do we agree?
I agree.
Excellent.
Agreed.
Submit. Yeah, we are done.
Yep, I moved
Happy,
to
happy.
Okay. And congratulations, everyone. We are done with that. Okay.
Joy.
Thank you for coming.
So I think, do you want to turn this back on and switch the mic over?
Okay. Miss Bessie, I turned on, I'll switch the camera, the voice.
There we go. Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me now? Oh, good, okay. So what I think we should do, our board action person is supposed to be here at noon, because that's when I told her that we would have our lunch and sort of start a working lunch with that, so we didn't have to be here forever. And our lunch is coming at noon. And then she'll be here shortly thereafter, and then we can eat a little bit and then start with that process. I know the times are off on here, but you can see there's a big time difference between the new business proposal in there. So she should be here soon. And our lunch is coming at noon, and that's about 20 minutes from now.
Well, since we're doing a working lunch, can we do like a quick break?
That's what I was thinking, maybe even a 20-minute break
Yeah.
till noon.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then since we could do a working lunch from there, and that way those
Yeah,
at home can have lunch too. So.
exactly.
Dr. Raleigh can.
Does that sound amenable to everyone?
Yes.
You first. Could I get someone to make a motion?
I move to have a break until noon.
There's not. It's your moment. All in favor?
I must not have done it right.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Let's break until noon.
Thank you.
You want to mute us, Kathy? Thank you.
This conference will now be recorded.
Okay, welcome back.
I'll take the hours on
Do we have everybody here? Rami,
Dr. Rami, are you on?
are you back?
Please stay by these, these cameras.
Hi, Carol.
That's turned on.
Did anybody message?
Well,
We did.
Kate sent an email.
Okay. Okay, we are back for our, wrong glasses. Our board action plan. And what do we need to do from here? We need some guidance.
Yeah, so would you like me to introduce you? Or are you going to introduce yourself?
Whichever way. And
I'll
I
let
got
you
an
introduce yourself.
agenda.
I mean,
Yeah.
so I will say this, though, that a couple of board action plans ago, Chris did help the board develop the action plan. And so she did a wonderful job. It happened to have been in Hood River at that time, so it's kind of full circle here, right? Chris is a facilitator. I'll let her talk about her resume or whatever however she introduces herself. But we really appreciate you being here. The purpose of this part of the meeting is we're going to review our current board action plan, and then we're going to develop a new one.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll leave it to you from there. So.
All right, thanks, Bob. Well, hi, everyone. And the first activity we're going to do, I'm going to get to know you all a little bit better. So I won't have like a quick introduction since that works for the moment. But I have, let's see, it goes back to 2013 or 2012. The first work I did with OBMT was in Eugene. At the library there, I think, and did a meeting there, and then done some work with the staff. So really glad to be here. I think I got connected and recommended perhaps by David Frederickson back in the day, because he's a close friend of mine from years ago. Our kids were in preschool together. But it's really wonderful to be here. So my role here today is really to help serve as a facilitator to get you all to where you want to be, and have a plan, high level plan for the next number of years. So I work with groups like you, to large public agencies and nonprofits. Do a lot of work with the City of Portland, city bureaus, OHSU. Other statewide regulatory agencies, the Oregon Landscape Contractors Board, and so kind of a host of other different organizations. A lot in this region because I just love working here, but of course it's possible to work outside, especially virtually, so I do work across the U.S. And have, just so you all know, a small team, 3 employees, and a number of folks that we contract with as well to do, bring in as partners on projects, doing deeper evaluation work or survey or community engagement, that kind of thing. So we do a broader array of services. The goals that I understand for today are that, this is a great opportunity. You all, know each other probably fairly well. But it's also a good opportunity to better understand what you each bring to this process, like what kinds of perspectives you bring, and get a better sense of the different roles that you have as board members and staff members. So the first thing we're going to do today is actually something for you all to get to know each other a little bit from that professional setting, like what's the expertise and particular skills that you all bring, because you can tap into that throughout, the next few years. From there, we're going to go into thinking a little bit about what do you want to be different in the next 3 years. So if we dive right in to saying, okay, what do we need to do? We're going to create that list you create when you start creating a task list. What's everything I need to get done? And we want to start to say, where is it that we want to go before we create that list? So we'll do that visioning work, as a first step, and then that's kind of a ideation process. So we take all those ideas and we start saying, okay, if we want to get to those places, what must we do, and start brainstorming on some of those. Before we start on that, I do have a question for you, and that is, to what extent do you want to review the previous strategic action plan that you have, or just have that as a reference? So we can do it a number of different ways, but I'd love to get that input from the group before we get started.
I'll start if you don't mind. So I think that board action plan was a long time ago, before COVID, and I think half the board has changed since then, and so has I think the board's goals, and the direction the board is taking, the direction the profession is taking. I mean, there's been a lot of change in the last 3 or 4 or 5 years. So it's not, that plan, I think, was a solid plan at the time. I don't think it's necessarily a guide anymore to where we need to go in the future. I think using it as a reference while we build our plan is a better way to do it. But that's just my opinion based on my experience with what's happened in the last several years.
We achieved a lot of them too.
A lot of those have been achieved, and a lot of those.
Despite COVID and all.
Yeah. So.
No, I think I remember the last 2 meetings was very much like in that vein of, this is what we did right before, and it's more of a skeletal framework now.
Yeah.
I don't know that it merits, I don't know that we'd be served by going too deeply into it.
I agree.
It's more like a history project.
And do you all have a copy of it? I brought some copies in case, but you have it in your packet.
It should be in the packet, maybe.
I do.
Excellent.
Let me look.
Yes.
All right.
It is in the packet here.
Any comments on that from the people in the online space about the previous plan, and do you have access to it?
So I want everybody to know, it says 2019 board action plan, but we built it, I think, in 18, I believe. And I think it's on here.
And is this is what I have?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, great.
You're not at that.
It's in the packet.
It's in the
It's in
link
the
as well.
online.
I have copies if anyone wants paper.
I do.
Okay.
I love paper.
Then I
That way you
didn't
don't have to
waste
take it back.
Why don't you just
Yes.
pass those around?
Thank you.
Old school. Yeah.
I know, I hate to do it.
We're old
but
eyes.
I'm old school. I'm old and old school. I'm both of those things.
It's always that balance of how much to make copies of things, but then you hate to be without it.
When the computers go
So
down, they
for
come.
those board members who are online, it is 6.7.3 on the
Online agenda.
on the agenda.
Okay, well, I don't want to get us deep into that now, and you know what, we don't have to answer that definitively. Everyone has copies of it now, so we can also refer back to it as we need, if we want to kind of touch in on like some progress. But it's good reference for you if you want to look back and see where you were, maybe if there's some things that were completed, but you want to take them to another level, or things that I identify that, yeah, that's ongoing, we need to continue to work on. So we'll have a chance to talk about that more. But first, what I want to do as a way of introductions is have you do a little bit of sharing and a bit of an approach to how you can share your professional expertise. So we're going to do that in just a moment. Before we do, just one logistics question. Who is our main liaison to the folks that are online? Like, is there someone that can be chatting them if we have, is that on you? Okay. And we have 2 folks online, is that right? Okay, great. I think I can see. So when we do this activity, we may have the 2 of you work together to share, because we're going to be doing some pair conversation about this. So I'll make sure you have the questions for those of you that are in that virtual space. All right. So the first thing we're going to do, and I don't know if I can see this, is I'm going to be giving you some paper and pens, and you're going to we're going to take a few minutes, you're going to create a quick personal shield that you're going to be sharing with a pair, and then you're going to be introducing your pair partner to the rest of the group. And these all have a purpose, so we can get to know a little bit more of what people bring. So it doesn't have to look like this, but you get the idea. You got a shield, you got some 4 major areas. You got it on your tattoo. Okay, yeah, so you can just show your arm. All right, that's cool. So the first one is your professional expertise. You may have multiple areas of expertise, but kind of what's your main core expertise? that you're bringing to OBMT. An accomplishment that you are proud of, that you want to share. A goal for the coming year. These could be, you know, it's hard to like draw a hard line between professional and personal, but, you know, choose which ones are important to you, right? So something that you're proud of, a goal for the coming year, and then a secret superpower. Secret superpower, those are the kinds of things that the people who know you really well are like, yeah, Bob is always good at this one thing, you know? So we call my husband temporal man because, you know, you can ask him what time it is and without looking at the clock, he kind of knows like really close. Like he's just really accurate. And that applies to like things he can do. So when he used to be running marathons, he had family members who would say, can you pace me, Greg? Because I want to finish at a certain time. And he was good at that pacing. His internal clock is really good. Like, when my kids were young, they used to call me the finder and Dad the loser because I could find everything, right? I know where everything is in the house, right? So what is that superpower that you have? So I'm going to hand out some paper and some pens and for you to do this. For those online, if you could grab a blank piece of paper and a pen, you're going to do this. And I can't quite see the names. Who are the folks online? What are your names?
And Dr. Rami.
Dr. Rami and Carol, okay. You're going to when we get to the pair sharing, are you going to take a few minutes, don't spend a lot of time on this, draw your personal shield. The two of you are going to share with each other in that virtual space. And then when we do introductions, what we're going to do is you're going to introduce your partner, right? You're going to say, this is Jeff, and this is his, you know, shield, this is his expertise.
Got it.
All right. So I'm going to hand out, if you would pass around some pens, and start this way, put some paper, whatever color you want.
Whatever colors he
Grape. Grape. Yeah, it's kind of a grape color.
Orange is good.
Just in case.
No green.
I think that's your superpower.
Oh,
I don't know myself.
yeah, no worries. There we go.
We're going to use paper like this. You're not going to do that in that point.
No, not at all.
I thought I had white, but I don't. Sorry about that. But, and if you could use the Sharpie, because it'll be easier for us to see it.
Did you grab a Sharpie?
No.
Oh.
You have to use a Sharpie.
You're just a rebel. Okay.
We're
We'll get
trouble.
you a Sharpie.
Who's got the Sharpie?
Trouble with it. It's fine.
I don't.
We can share it.
No, it's good. I can use Maria's.
There's fun.
It's fine.
It's actually great because I can, I have a hard time reading both. So I'll keep
No
that.
problem.
This is the first we knew that they were required.
Okay, well,
You're gonna help.
no, I'm gonna use hers.
Are we doing this now?
We're sustainable.
I guess so.
You can share them.
Okay.
Do we?
All right, okay.
We're good.
Wow.
Is there pink?
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Bob, for not leaving me alone. Thank you. You are the best. All of them. You are the best. I'll come to you.
I have to be careful.
Please don't.
17 years.
I don't understand that, like, she said, like, trying to follow along, she actually didn't roll.
I like it.
Jeff, stand up and let me see your tattoo. I need a
That's-
model.
I mean, I don't know what else. LT for 17 years and.
I've
Has
not had
nothing
that.
to do with that list.
That looks like it would hurt like heck.
It felt great.
All right, so we'll take about 5 minutes to do this on your own, and then you're gonna get together with a partner to share your shield with them. Okay?
Oh, we're writing our own shield and
Oh,
then.
crap.
It's your own, yeah.
Oh.
You're gonna-
Understand
You need
how Dr.
What, right? Can you write with the
I
regular
don't
pencil?
understand how Dr. Rami and I will do our one-on-one share. Do we, is somebody going to put us in a breakout group, or how's that going to work?
We'll put you in a breakout room.
You'll be in a breakout.
We don't
So you
have.
have 5 minutes on your own, and then we'll put you in a breakout.
Want me to help you?
Oh, you don't, thank you.
It's
We
not
can chat,
Zoom.
maybe.
But I think they
Well,
could
there are
probably
breakouts
try
in other ones.
We've never used one,
Oh, okay.
so they could do it in the chat.
Yeah, you know,
Just do it in the
the
chat feature.
chat box is open.
Did you need more paper
Where-
here?
Yes.
Sure.
I don't see a chat box.
It's up, it should be at the very top.
And
It
I
looks
added
like
the questions in them, but I'm
top
starting.
right.
Top right.
Do you see the little dialogue? There's two dialogue boxes on top of one.
Oh, I see.
That's-
Got it. Okay. So we can do it via chat. Got it. I didn't see that. Now I do. I'm there.
Those mirrors freak me out. I think there's multiple people walking in. Every time I'm like, oh, there's new people.
Oh.
It's like Bob's duplicate.
You know, if we can't do a breakout, we'll just have you share your own shields when we do the introductions.
Oh, okay. I was just writing my answers to the questions in the chat to Dr. Rami.
Way to be flexible.
That works.
It helps with that this breakout business sometimes.
That's a new to-do list. We have to pass the test. It's on this. Maybe that should be your goal for the year, is to look at the breakout room.
I don't think we can have the same secret.
Well, you have the same shirt on, so.
Yeah, there we go. We're twinsies.
I'm hoping you can read my writing.
Sure, I'll be great.
Oh, that's not a secret. Call you, because you're gonna.
All right, so if you're finished, you could go ahead and pair up. I think we kind of have pairs forming here.
Yes, I'm gonna do a little bit of that.
Okay.
Well, this is mine, I already.
And remember, you're going to learn about each other's shields so that you can introduce them to the rest of the group.
Right.
Okay, you can take my seat off. Just a minute.
And then.
Yes, please.
Please. All right. Yeah. people want to come south. Yeah. I've tried or we help people with housing, roommate situations, those are always available. It's a 10-month. No. Yeah.
That's not bad. That's doable.
Of course.
That's perfect.
All right, I think everyone's at that sharing phase, so make sure you get a chance to finalize sharing and then be ready to introduce your partner. And then for my benefit, if you might introduce your partner's role on the board, that would be great too.
Start here.
Say that again?
You're going to introduce your partner and their shields, but for my benefit, maybe you could both let me know your role on the board, since this will serve as your introduction to me too, and I'll get everyone's names locked in here.
I will start, I guess.
Well, let's see. Everyone, you're ready? You need a couple minutes?
No.
You're good? You're good? Yep. We're going to start with our folks online. And we're going to try really hard to not forget you at any point. So we're going to always kind of give priority to you. So Carol and Dr. Rami, were you able to get information from each other? You want to introduce your partner, or is it easier to introduce yourself?
Yeah, we got the information.
Okay, why don't you introduce each other?
Sure, I'll start. So my partner is Carol Gray. Her professional expertise is 32 years experience as a body worker. Her proud accomplishment, becoming a yoga teacher in her 60s. That's pretty impressive. And her goal for coming year to end war, super secret power. I know where babies come from. She is a home birth midwife for 40 years and doula for 30 years.
And the goal was that end war, did I hear that?
Yes.
Okay, great. And Carol, you are a board member, vice chair, is that right?
That's correct.
All right. Thanks.
All right.
And let's hear about Dr. Rami.
All right, introducing Dr. Rami, our newest board member. I believe you're the public health member. I hope I got that title correct. Dr. Rami's professional expertise is knowledge of the human body and holistic care. His accomplishment is starting his own company. The goal for the coming year is to hire 2 associates, and the superpowers are management and leadership.
All right, thank you. All right, let's come into the room then.
Make them go first.
Thanks for volunteering this.
You're most welcome, Jeff.
I'll introduce Mr. Mitch Breedlove, formerly the License and Application Coordinator, now the Compliance Specialist in Training. His professional expertise includes 9 years' experience with our board. And what is that? Writing?
Right.
I can't read your writing. No, he is a good writer and a great proofer. His his accomplishment that he's proud of is his education. He has a master's in education and a master's in business administration. His goal for the coming year is becoming proficient in his new position and not messing up. I've given him permission to mess up, though. And fourth is, and I can vouch for this, his secret superpower is he has a uncanny memory for oddball history facts.
Sweet. Are we gonna get a demo?
Many of which are military based.
Sweet, I can't control them.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
They just come out at random.
And so are you a staff member then?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, I'd like to introduce Mr. Jeff Van Lanner. He is our licensing and compliance manager. His professional expertise is, well, being former law enforcement. He has done many investigations. He also contracted with the board before becoming part of the staff. So he is very familiar with how the board operates. Accomplishment was increasing awareness and efforts against human trafficking. He's been doing a lot working towards that effort. The goal is to revamp compliance process and to increase efficiency. And his secret power is he's a directional savant. He knows where he's going, knows how to get everywhere.
That's unusual for a man.
And my wife has that power. He's also retained a lot of useless pop trivia and especially information from the, was it late 70s to the 90s?
All right.
Thanks. Great. Other volunteers?
Oh, unless you want to volunteer them.
I think we should save the best for last because you're going to wow us.
All right. We're happy to go.
Just go in order.
Yeah.
Go for it.
All right. Well, then I will introduce Beckett Rowan, the current board chair. And professional expertise, L&T for 8 years, teacher and business owner. Accomplishments they're proud of, let's see, supervised.
I supervise.
Yes, yes, yes. That you have supervised 3,000 plus hours of clinic time for students, right? That is amazing, 3,000. Whew. Goal for the incoming years to increase client base, so I assume that's for massage. And then secret superpower is calming babies.
Oh,
Nice.
That's a good one.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Very neat.
I need you around when my daughter was around.
You could call me, I'll show up. It's Krista Rodriguez, our soon to be not a board member, you're our next one out. And former chair. So professional expertise, 17 years as an L&T and 10 plus years as an instructor. Proud of being a board member for almost 8 years. Goal to exit the board in good standing and bolster my role as a school admin. And superpower is diplomacy, able to consider all perspectives.
I love hearing these. So nice.
So you've only got a couple months to stay in good standing then?
Yeah, I could go.
Yeah, rein it in.
We can investigate her at any time.
Good point.
Come on down.
Good point. I'm going to introduce my partner, who is Lori Lindy. She's the board's attorney, as well as for other attorneys for small boards like us. Dentistry, do you do the funeral?
Chiropractic, massage, optometry, nursing.
She does a lot. She's a busy lady.
Yeah.
And I know she raised a wonderful son who works at my agency. So
that's cool.
Her professional expertise is in negotiating. Her accomplishment that she's proud of is the client relationship she has with us. Her goal for the year is to be more patient. I should put that down too. Her secret superpower, she's got a photographic memory. Isn't that dangerous though?
It is. It's a curse.
It's very good for an attorney.
Yeah.
That's true. Comes in handy when you don't like reading. I'm going to introduce Maria Odell. She is our public member, currently our only public member. We're looking for another one. Her professional expertise is that she loves massage and would rather see an LNT than any other doctor or any other medical professional. Her accomplishment is she worked on a chair regarding Social Security disability in her agency and pushed through a telecommuting policy, which was one of the first in Oregon. Her goal for the year is to grow her watermelon and cantaloupes to full fruit.
Nice.
And her secret superpower is staying calm when she loses her keys.
Did that spectacularly.
Say
That's
witnessed,
nice.
personally witnessed.
Yes, I would not have been that calm.
All right, I would
Great.
like to introduce Bob Rourke, Executive Director for the Oregon Board of Massage Therapy. He's the manager and mentor, and accomplishment, his military service. And he would like to stay healthy and get healthier. That's his goal for the coming year. And secret superpower, he has no idea. He should probably ask his wife.
Let's put this on your goal.
I would like to introduce Akaite. She is our business analyst. That's her title now, right? Policy and business analyst. She does a lot, especially for me at the board, so I really appreciate everything she does. Her professional expertise, she has a master's in public safety administration, a master's in something else, 2 masters, Bill masters. She's been a procurement specialist and a contract administrator. She's got a lot of accomplishments, professional expertise, I mean. Her accomplishment, I am alive.
I know my life.
That's a
She just loves life. So, goal for the coming year, get our IT sorted out. And the compliance section of the database all locked down. I like that too, so that's a lofty goal. Her superpower is she's too kind and she gives too much. That's a good superpower though, but, and she says too kind in giving, but I think she gives too much, I think, but we're happy for her. Thank you.
All right, thanks. All right, thanks everyone. Okay. That's a great example because often that superpower is kind of a, it's like also weakness, right? It's that way with strengths. And so when we think about like you working as a team and you think about, we really rely on Beckett for this, on Mitch for that, sometimes we can rely on that because, they're so willing to give those particular kinds of expertise. So that could happen, for anybody. So I think it's a pretty impressive array of accomplishments on this team. So it's something to like really celebrate. And I'd like to keep those and add them to the notes from the meeting. So if y'all can hand them to me. And for those of you online, since you chatted the stuff back and forth, if you could send those chats to Ekate as well, and then I can have those. If you want to make a prettier picture and send it in, you can do that. Thanks. Yeah. Right.
20 pounds.
Okay, so we want to, like, as we do this work today, think about just tapping back into that, sense of what you all bring, that there's different expertise in this room, and it's really all so important to the work that you do. And that will also help contribute to a vision of where you want to go and what you really want to see advance over the next few years. So this, as I mentioned when we first started, the reason I like to start with this visioning is that my experience over the years of doing this kind of work with organizations is that we just ask the question and we start with, what do you want your goals to be for the next 3 years? It just becomes a bit of an exercise in just trying to think of the things that need to get done. And they don't necessarily put you in a different place. So when I work with organizations in developing a strategic plan, to me, the most important thing to ask is, what do you want to be different? What do you want to change? And having that sense can get you closer to having a common destination that you're headed toward. And by building this at the high level, you then can empower the staff to take those high level goals and say, okay, we can now put some teeth on this. How's the best way we can put that into action? So when we think about our work today, my hope is that you don't walk away with a sense of like you have a laundry list and you don't even know where to start, but you have some higher level framework that then the staff can take that away and really make that real. So we want to start this with this visioning exercise, and I have to admit a little bit, I didn't know we'd have people online, so I'm going to think about how we can include you best in that. But it also may be that as you're listening to what the other folks in the room produce, you're contributing to that. So Dr. Rami and Carol, make sure we include you that way. But what I'd like to do is break you into two groups. We've got two sides of the table. There's a couple of ways we can do this. I have a hard kind of poster board, flip chart thing that you're going to be writing on. So it might be easiest to take your chairs and sort of make a circle away from the table since the tables are so narrow. And you're going to answer this question. What I want you to do is to put together, and again, I try to start with a sort of more creative approach. We're going to get down to real brass tacks, but what do you want to be different in 3 years' time with the Oregon Board of Massage Therapists? So you're going to be thinking more outcome related. And I want you to put this in sort of a poster form so you can kind of sell it to the rest of your colleagues. So you're going to spend a little time just brainstorming, what do we want it to look like? What do we want to be different? What do we want to change, right? So it's like that destination, you'll brainstorm that, and then you're going to create a poster to capture that for us. We'll use that to identify what are some of the big common themes that you have. And I put in the agenda, if you want to reference that, there are a couple of questions there that'll guide you. And so the questions here are, what does it look like if we are successful? What does it look like if we prioritize equity, diversity, and inclusion? And to me, that big essence question is what is different? What has changed at the end of this 3-year period? All right? Any questions on that? So let's make sure we mix up the groups a little bit. So if you are paired together, let's not just like do our clumps here. So let's try to mix you up. So we're going to have, you can go wherever you want. If you want to get into a little more light out there and take 4 chairs out there, I'll bring some markers and the little flip charts for you over to you.
So Dr. Rami and Carol will work together again. Like
yeah, if you're able to work together and have a conversation about this via chat, you could also, if we set a couple of groups and you get more into the light, you could have a conversation out loud with each other. You're not going to interrupt the groups that are meeting here in the room, and that way you don't have to just do it over chat. And see if you can just capture it. I'm not going to put the burden to create a poster for the two of you, but just capture what are some of the major things you want to be different. So, if one group's right over there, then maybe another group's right over here in this spot. We pull some of these. I think we can use these chairs, right? If public come, all right, we'll quickly find a place for public.
Nobody, I don't think we're going to have anybody come.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's
Not at this time?
No, not this time of day. In the morning, but not this time of day so much.
I'm gonna.
So, Dr. Rami, do we just talk and other people have moved away from the speakers? And
Should be fine doing that.
am I
I
disturbing,
mean,
are we
you,
disturbing people if we're talking out loud?
No, I don't think so at all.
In fact, we could probably turn your volume down
Okay,
just a little.
great.
That's it.
So, Dr. Rami, what are your grand plans for the next 3 years? You have put you on the spot, brand new on the board, right?
Yeah, exactly. So I'm not going to be able to contribute to that because I don't know much about it. So I will let you go
Well,
ahead.
I have a couple of pet projects. One of them is to tackle this issue of the illicit massage businesses. You know, these the essentially the brothels posing as massage therapy um, establishments, and I can't remember what she said. We have to say, like, how would it look if we accomplished the goal? I don't think we're going to get there in 3 years, but uh, I, I think it's important for us to assume a leadership role. Um, and and I guess that evidence that we're making some progress would be that we would spend less time dealing with these types of businesses in executive session. We have less
One second,
disciplinary
Carol.
action. Yeah.
Katrin,
Huh?
can because the noise from or the sound from where you guys at is like I can't hear Carol that much. Is it okay if
Oh,
you mute your microphone just for that duration while she's talking to me?
oh,
Perfect. All right.
I
Thank
think
you.
it worked. Wow, that's
I th-
great. Oh, I'll
yeah.
start over.
All right.
So I think I'd like the board to take a leadership role in kind of curbing the proliferation of these illicit massage businesses. Um,
Mhm.
and I, I, I guess that we would know that we're getting somewhere if we're spending less time in executive session dealing with disciplinary actions from these types of businesses. They make up the bulk of what we're doing these days, really. It's sort of unusual. And you've seen at least two go rounds with this from the materials we reviewed for this meeting and last meeting that mostly we're dealing with these uh, basically brothels that are masquerading as massage businesses,
Mhm.
and you know very few of our complaints revolve around I guess legitimate practitioners um, accused of harming people or things like that. Um, so I'd like to see some change there. I recognize that there are only certain things that we can do as a board. We can't really regulate these businesses out of business, but I think that a leadership role could make a difference. So that's one thing. The other issue that I'm really hot to do something about is to have massage therapists added to the list of mandatory reporters of child abuse. We're not on the list. It was an oversight many years ago. We didn't get added. I brought this up in a board meeting before you joined the board, and I think that there's general consensus among board members that this is an important issue. But we were too late to get a legislative concept together in time for the 2023 legislative session, and it turned out to be a disaster anyhow. I approached a number of legislators as a private citizen trying to get somebody to carry the water on a bill to add massage therapists. There are also a variety of other professions that have been left out, such as medical interpreters and lactation consultants. Those are newly established licensed professions in this state. Licensed midwives are not included on that list. So anyway, I forget what the other ones are, and we can't do something about that from a board perspective, but we can push our own legislative concept, and I think it's really important. You know, 32 years ago when I was in massage school, nobody imagined that a massage therapist would have a pediatric practice. I treat mostly infants. I only do craniosacral therapy, and I have seen a couple of times in my clinics that I host, and in one case with a student I was mentoring, a blazing issue of where we needed to report suspected child abuse, and in the case of my student, she didn't know where to start because we're not mandatory reporters, and we haven't had the training that mandatory reporters get. So I'd like to push that as a legislative concept, and I think that's doable in 3 years if the board pushes it. So that's all I got.
Yeah, I mean, I would add to that domestic abuse in general, because
Yes.
most massage therapists, they see adults, and it's, I mean, the majority of the body is exposed to see bruises or any sort of domestic abuse happening, which is unfortunately it's not uncommon out there.
Right. Yeah, often it's on the back too, which is easy for us to see. And well, not for me. I mean, my clients all wear their clothes; they don't undress. But we massage therapists spend a fair amount of time in an intimate one-on-one relationship with people with the door closed, and they may be more likely to disclose things to us that they might not tell other healthcare providers because they spend less time with them. So there's that.
I agree.
Yeah. Yeah, awesome.
So what's your suggestions for the leadership role that the board can take to curb the illicit massage therapy?
Well, I think well, one thing that we're already working on is to is a model, sort of, a landlord, information for landlords. I think that we could also promote model ordinances. We, as a board, we've I think come to the conclusion that local ordinances are a really great way to push these businesses at least out of our local communities. I mean, in some ways it's sort of like unhoused people. They're still out there, and you could push them out into the next block or the next town, but they still exist. I think these businesses are going to continue to exist, but it would be really I think it would be really useful to I don't even know. I don't know, but I think that because it affects our profession, I it 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 can confuse the public about what massage is, for example.
Mhm.
For decades we've fought that confusion among people that massage is a sexual service. I mean, that's something that we've long fought hard against and seemed like we were winning, and now all of a sudden we've got essentially organized crime. That's what
Mm.
they're doing. They have they have these so-called massage businesses, but they also are trafficking. The human trafficking part is the real issue, and they'll just move those workers from an illicit massage business to a cannabis grow operation or household domestic workers. Sometimes, so they've got they just keep shuffling people around from state to state, from what I understand.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's a really super complicated issue. I talked to somebody from a large, the big biodynamic craniosacral organization, and what they're finding is that in states that previously have not had statewide licensing for massage, two states in particular, Massachusetts and Ohio, they're starting to uh, include every possible touch modality like Feldenkrais and craniosacral therapy that have not necessarily been considered uh, in the massage scope of practice or considered exempt from that. They're starting to kind of like corral the herd and then maybe thin the herd too. So there are professional interests involved too. I think everybody's just kind of casting about trying to figure out how to deal with this human trafficking issue and
Yeah,
and and these just the nature of the businesses. So
exactly. Yeah, it is a big issue for sure.
yeah, I know that we can't legislate it away. I don't think we can regulate it away, and I don't think that we can criminalize it away in the sense of law enforcement. Law enforcement needs to, get more. aggressive about arresting the customers. That would help. That
Mm.
always is helpful, is to do a perp walk. But I mean, because it's essentially it's prostitution. But this doesn't even address the issue of the people of the, essentially slavery. So I don't know.
Yeah, but I
Um,
mean, arresting the public is a little bit of a over because they may not know. As you said, some people
mhm.
may be confused about what such service is, and they may not know, and they may go in there and get just a regular massage or something like this, and or if anything else
Mhm.
happened, they would leave, and if that
Right.
can lead to their arrest, I mean, that doesn't seem fair to the customer, to the client.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know if I buy that, but I understand what you're saying. Um, I think that there's a danger to massage therapists too, that when there is more widespread sexual services being offered in establishments that call themselves massage businesses,
Hmm.
that I think particularly female practitioners, female massage therapists, and frankly, it's a female dominated profession, at least in this state.
Hmm.
Um, that they're at risk of assault from male customers who also
Hmm.
might not understand. So
Hmm.
there's a risk to practitioners.
No, definitely. No, in that
Um,
case, absolutely, arrest will be warranted big time. I will be, but I'm talking about people who don't know where they're going to. They see a massage place that they don't know whether it's a real massage place or not. And imagine like somebody walking in first time to that place or something like that, and the same day, law enforcement show up and he get arrested or she get arrested. That's a little bit.
mhm.
It's not. Yeah, I don't think it's a right approach. I think it's the right approach to arrest the people who are eliciting those services,
Mhm.
providing these services, but not the clients who may or may
Uh-huh.
not know where they're walking into.
I would respectfully disagree with that. I think somebody who's compelled to provide those services, um, uh, against their will, essentially, should not be arrested. I think that the business owners could be arrested, but the women who are working in those establishments, I think, should not be arrested. That has, even prostitutes who are or sex workers who are self-employed and who are in the business, uh, by their own will, essentially. Um, it's been shown that doesn't curb the practice of prostitution. That the only thing that is at all helpful is arresting the customers. So as long as it remains illegal. I mean, if it's decriminalized, then it's a whole other thing. So.
But how does that help if you're arresting the customer and not the service provider?
Um, it, it's reduced blatant prostitution in a lot of places. I mean, the numbers back that up.
Okay. Well, all right. I would never guess that. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say that even for people who are, who are sex workers, working for themselves and, keeping the money that they earn, but for other opportunities, they might not choose that line of work. That, it's there's that.
Mm, I see. I see.
But I'm not sure. I mean, I think that as a board, that obviously we can't. Uh, we only can impose civil penalties, not we can refer to law enforcement,
Hmm.
and we can uh, have model ordinances that we can show to local municipalities that can help them um, prevent these businesses. Um, what's the group? Let me do the report. Can you organize your thoughts into some major themes? Um, okay. Well, I think that given that the board is um, really just in the last few months started to really kind of dig into this issue of the illicit massage businesses. I think that the great work that Jeff is doing is kind of moving that along. But I think ultimately we would see fewer complaints about those types of businesses, and that they would represent a smaller percentage of what we're doing in executive session when we're looking at compliance. And I think that would be the best way to measure the results that we're getting.
I see.
Yeah. And the how we get from here to there is probably something that's going to be evolving over time, actually. And and the other thing, mandatory reporters of all kinds of abuse, could be elder abuse, all kinds of things. Um, I think that's a no-brainer. I think that we just that we're going to have staff um, uh, prepare a legislative concept
I
and
agree.
then push it.
Yeah,
So
I agree.
I don't know. So I guess I I can't think. Can you think of any other things that are important? Well, actually, there's a third thing too, and I think that we probably need to clarify some scope of practice issues around somatic therapies.
Hmm. You're cutting off a little bit at the end. Um, Scope of practice for what? Sorry. Can you hear me, Carol?
I think that clarifying, and there may be other modalities too that we should
I think you're cutting off and freezing. I think your connection is a little bit bad.
clarify scope of practice around. Oh, oh, yeah. Well, we continuing ed. Um, yeah, I can. Can you hear me? Let me.
I mean, you're in and out. Your voice is going in and
Yeah,
out and stuff. Yeah. So, but I think I get the gist of what you're saying.
yeah.
So,
Can you hear me, Dr. Rami, now?
yeah, I can hear a little bit. Yes.
Okay, good. Yeah, my internet just died on me overnight. I have a long history of living in a rural area where I've had Starlink for 2 weeks. I've got a dish 130 feet up in the top of a tree. I've had it for 10 days and the thing just crapped out on me overnight. So I'm back to using my phone as a hotspot. So I'm sorry for the
Yeah,
latency.
yeah, no, it's all right.
So it looks like the other groups, well, I'll just talk I think that there are maybe some named modalities that people want to get continuing education for, and apparently it's burning a bunch of staff time trying to figure out what's appropriate continuing ed and what isn't. I think they want clarity from I should address that too.
Mhm.
There are probably some other important things that I can't even think of at the moment that we need to put on this strategic plan but that's why we've got two other groups going. They'll figure it out.
Yeah. I think they went to sit outside, I believe.
Yeah,
Okay.
they may be reluctant to come back in. It's a nice day, huh?
It was windy. It was very windy. I went there yesterday.
Mhm.
I got there like around 5 or something, but I had to head back home for an
Mhm.
emergency. So, but it was windy, very windy.
Yeah. Yeah, that's Hood River. That's
Yeah.
I'm sorry you had an emergency. I hope things are okay now.
Well,
Or
I mean, yeah, I'm not. Hopefully, still, like my wife, it's my wife's niece. She was admitted to a hospital on her way back to. So they visited uh, Syria, and
oh.
on their way back, she was admitted to a hospital in Paris. She's 7 years old, and
Mhm.
she wasn't able to continue the trip, and she's been in the hospital for about 4 days now. And yesterday, I mean, my wife just left like an hour ago. She's flying in there to be with her sister and her niece over there. So it's
Wow.
a bit of everybody is just not on their their right headspace.
I hear you. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. It must be hard for your wife to just have all those hours to, in transit and not know and yeah. So,
Yeah.
break if you need before we come back together.
All right.
So,
I'll do that.
okay. Um, yeah, I guess I think I'm going to take a little break and I'll come back when we're all together.
Yeah, sounds good.
I think there's a lot of passion for topics.
Yeah.
And I think that's good. I think that's really good. I think it was our discussion was very productive. I wasn't there for the entire discussion, but it was, while I was there, it was pretty productive. And we focused on big things, just a couple of them. A couple of big things that would mean a lot to the industry and to our licensees, and so I thought it was pretty productive. And there was definitely no tension, and there was a discussion. I think there was definitely some passion about topics.
Yeah.
But no tension.
We had the same experience, and we may have added more topics than we can manage, but we thought presenting them all and then whittling them down into priorities would be better than to leave them off at all.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, we think at different levels. Some of us are really comfortable at that 30,000 foot level, and some people get frustrated with that and like, no, I'm boots on the ground, want to think about what my next step is. And we actually need both kinds of thinking. So in this kind of discussion, if you ever get into that's perfectly natural, and it's actually great to have both. Sometimes the details we'll have to find a place for, but they also inform the bigger pieces. So that makes sense. And I observed a lot of passion too. There's a lot at stake. There's some, this is all about humans, and there's some, pretty serious issues that you all face as well. So trying to think about how to advance those. I don't think Dr. Rami's quite back yet.
I can remember when to go.
Okay, maybe stuff.
Probably around there somewhere.
All right. Good, and it also can be hard to narrow things down, and that's part of the purpose today. And so we'll try to make sure we capture everyone's ideas. This is why I do want you to write things down. So when you present, we're going to put the little posters up here, and we'll take a break right after that, and then we're going to spend some time thinking about how we organize that. And are there things that you need to narrow down? Because we want to give you some things that feel like you can, they're aspirational, but they also need to be achievable, right? We don't want it to be such a big list or big vision that you can't take that first step. So I'm going to give the opportunity to present to the folks online. So Dr. Rami and Carol, I have a poster that I'm going to try to write down what you share. And if you have anything you might be able to put in the chat. What we want to hear from you are what were some of the big thoughts from your discussion that you think are important to include in a future vision for OBMT? And I know, Carol, you were having some challenges with your internet, but let's see how this goes.
Okay. Do you want me? Shall I? We discussed three topics. The first one is something that's already been identified, and that's the shape of our leadership role in curbing the illicit massage businesses, and in particular due to the human trafficking aspect. And I suppose the way we'll know we're getting somewhere is that we'll see fewer cases for disciplinary action around those types of businesses when we're in executive session, that they'll take a smaller slice of the pie. I mean, that's how we'll know we're getting something, right?
All right, so that's great. So I wrote down our leadership role in curbing illicit massage and human trafficking.
Next item.
Yeah.
One of my pet projects is getting massage therapists included in the list of mandatory reporters of child abuse is where we started with this. We were accidentally left off that list to begin with, and I identified it as an issue a little too late to get it pushed as a legislative concept for the 2023 legislative session. I pursued it as a private individual and got nobody to carry the water for me, but although I tried. So I want to push it back to the board. And Dr. Rami also mentioned that it's really not just child abuse too. I mean, we could be mandatory reporters of domestic abuse, elder abuse, you name it. That we are in a position to see the evidence of abuse on people's bodies, and we spend a lot of time with people behind a closed door in an intimate relationship where they may, in fact, share things with us that we need to be required to report and need to have the training to know how to do it. And when you're ready for the third one.
Yeah, go ahead. I gotcha.
Third idea is something that came up in our public comment that I know that people want to talk about is, in particular, somatic therapies and how they fit into our scope of practice. That LMTs need to know what's going to fly for continuing ed in advance, and staff shouldn't have to spend a lot of time wringing their hands trying to figure it out.
Great.
And unless Dr. Rami, you want to chime in and say I got that all wrong, I think that's
No, you got it all correct. Thank you, Carol.
Great. Well, thank you both so much. I know you had a robust discussion, and appreciate you doing that in the virtual way that you did. So excellent. All right, any questions for Carol and Dr. Rami, though, before we move on? Just any clarifying questions on these three big ideas, or any follow-up from the group or reactions?
I think they're all valuable.
Absolutely. I love them.
Good. And can you hear, just checking, can you hear when, like, that Krista said that she thinks they're all valuable? These owls
Yes.
are pretty good.
Yes, I can hear everyone. Great. Thank you.
In some settings, I know this isn't Zoom, but we call the Zoomies and the Roomies. So, how about the Roomie?
Oh, Lori.
Where's ours at? Is it right there?
I tried to save it.
It's my purse. It's too heavy.
It's those keys from the state.
It's those damn keys for 100% right. So you want me to put on a different one?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay. So we have a lot. And I don't know that they're listed in importance.
No.
Yeah, so improve compliance process for inefficiency and improvement, including data information, like the data coming in needs to be good data so that we can have accuracy was one. The IMB issue, unlicensed businesses, prioritize the approach for compliance. There's lots of options: educate, enforce, ignore, refer to law enforcement, landlord engagement. Those are kind of the ideas that we were talking about or surrounding that one.
And remind, what's IMB stand for?
IMB is illicit massage practices.
It's kind of the same as the Zoomies had it there with the human trafficking.
Yeah, the human trafficking. I call them unlicensed practice, but he calls them IMB, so it's code language.
What's B? What's B?
Business.
Business.
And that's what the national groups call it.
Oh, okay.
So I'm trying to bring that into the vernacular.
Facility permit review and improvement. We have some ideas on how that can be improved. It's kind of a newer thing to the board. They didn't have that originally in their statutes, and they added it in the last 10 years, I think.
2013.
2013. Okay, I was right on the money. Okay. Explore limited duration customer service representative position to become permanent. That's someone that's a staff position. Improve massage association relations. That was mine. I just feel like we're out of touch sometimes with the relationships that we have with the other folks, and a lot of them used to come to all of our meetings, and now they're not really as active. Board member recruitment, improve that process, get more numbers, et cetera. That's a hard one, but it's something we always need to work on. Database improvements generally, put picture ID on all licenses and facility permits. We love that idea. And scope of practice for CE, that was, Carol had that in her grouping as well, not knowing what is within the CE and what's not in the scope for CE. So those are ours.
Great. Good, any additions from other group members before we ask questions? Any feedback from the rest of the group or clarifying thoughts? Thumbs up.
I mean, at this point, like, are we comprehending?
We're just spitballing.
Like, that's, yeah.
Good, okay.
Processing.
Yes.
Yep. Great, all right, let's go with the third group.
Unless you want.
I think you were gonna chat about it.
I wanted.
I was just kidding. Oh.
Okay, that's the hotel's out to get me.
Yeah, I was just.
Oh my God.
Watch out for
I
the
mean, to
stairs.
grab you up, I was like.
Yes, watch out for the stairs.
Watch out for the stairs.
I stepped on a big piece of glass in my room last night.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, like this hotel thing.
Did it cut your foot?
It did.
Oh,
Part of it's still in my foot.
You're kidding,
He
right?
took a
know.
picture.
Sorry, I gotta go on this side. Okay, so our first was to update and better define the scope of practice, which does dovetail into the CE and standards of practice stuff that the other groups had. We were taking a very macro view of everything, so there's a lot under each of these. Total review of the evaluation of the continuing ed process. We did want to break out the scope of practice issues we're having, which are based on the very vintage 1951 definition of massage versus the practical CE approval process. Sound like I'm representing that right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. And then there are a lot of individual processes that people wanted to talk about, so we just put it under there as like a macro full process review of the systems. So like IT would be a process. The way we're, like how we're doing minutes would be a process. Like anything could fall under that umbrella that we feel like is due for a review. And then specific DEI implementation. I know we need to overlay DEI goals on everything we put in there. But more specifically, how can we have a proactive DEI agenda so that we're getting stuff done before people are asking or before we're having to react to things? What can we start looking particularly from like issues of ableism and things like that, but little things that we can just do before there's the need. So those were the big ones we came up with. I thought of one that I meant to put down, and maybe this could be a process thing, but tell me if it fits anywhere. Evaluating how our communications are being received, like finding some kind of metric for efficacy of messages delivered. So I don't know, would it feel like just a process issue, or just like a communication?
You know, I think the reason I put down full board process review is because, you know, there were a lot of ideas that this board and myself and staff came up with prior to COVID. I got hired as the executive director just right before COVID. And all of that was going to be, you know, reaching out to the stakeholders, having meetings, you know, all these things that were going to happen. And for the last 3 years, we've just been in survival mode, you know, so none of that got accomplished, those goals and that we really wanted to do. And I think adding all of those, absolutely. I mean, I put down full process review because I think everything that we do, including reaching out to stakeholders and communicating with our licensees, all of that needs to be reviewed and see if we can do it better. There's always room for improvement, and I think we can do it better. Certainly after the last 3 years when we haven't had an opportunity to do as much as we wanted to anyway. So.
Questions?
Good. Well, the good news is you didn't go on to extra sheets of paper on these, so that's helpful. And we see this, there's a mix of already, like these are headed down road for a good set of goals. It's like some are gonna nestle under other ones. So what we wanna do right now is give you a 10-minute break. I know folks online, you just took a short break because you finished a little early, but we're gonna do a 10-minute break, and when we come back, we're gonna see if we can make some sense of how do we organize these, and then start working on them, kind of, if we can come up with some big buckets that make sense, we'll put that up here. And then we'll, in those big buckets, think, okay, what must we do in each one of these buckets? So you're really making, yeah, this is right on track. So I think you're in great shape. So let's come back, it's right at 2, we'll do 2:10, come back.
Okay.
Take two.
Take two.
Round two.
Hold on.
They're not back yet.
Wait, Carol's not even on.
Yes.
And
She's got water in her garden.
and Dr. Rami said.
Shannon's gonna be
back.
upset she missed
Hold
it.
back.
Well, no,
she
we're
wanted
home.
to-
Oh. I'm like, what is this?
But we have a recording.
Good hummus, huh?
Yes.
Oh, Carol is here. Hi, Carol.
Hi,
We
Carol.
missed you.
Sorry, I'm having some technological drama today.
You're in good company.
Can relate.
All right, so we're just missing Dr. Rami, should be back. I know he has family things going on.
Yeah, let's just press
Share a
on.
little bit.
Yeah,
Okay.
it'll be okay.
So I will say, if you look at the agenda, it'll look like we're a little bit behind, but you all did, I think, a really great job of coming up with some high-level ideas that I think we're gonna be in good shape. What I wanna do with this, I wanna do two things. I wanna start here on the DEI piece and flesh this out a little bit more at this stage. And then we're gonna look at the overall list and say, can we, out of this list, come up with, the magic number is 5. It doesn't have to be 5 major goals, but in that range, can we come up with approximately 5 major areas that we want to say, these are important buckets to work on? We'll worry about how you phrase them later. We'll just come up with some shorthand names for them. You might, I can work with Bob and the team on like fleshing that out. But we'll take those broad areas and then we're gonna do some work on each one of them. And then some of the things that maybe are a smaller grain size will fit into those buckets. But before we do that, I thought, let's take this because this is an important thing for all of you in terms of your work, is thinking about how you're applying equity to the work. And I don't want it to just be the shorthand here. What is it related to? And I know there's some things from your previous strategic actions, but what are the important things in DEI that need to be considered? Because if we identify these here, where we have our major buckets, those pieces may not just end up in a clump, they may go into some of the buckets separate, into different buckets, okay? So when you talk about, and I'm just gonna move this here, when you talk about DEI, what are some of the sub-bullets that you would put there? You started to list some of them, Becky, but let's get everyone to contribute to this. What are some of the pieces in there that you need to pay attention to?
I really like the approach that Becca was talking about to be proactive in DEI. So that means when we write a rule to apply, that lens to that rule. So how is it going to impact? Is the wording proper? That type of thing. So being proactive, I think, is a big part of that, not just reactive when somebody calls and says, your rules have pronouns, you got to fix that. We should have already seen that. So being proactive.
Okay, who had to bring up The Shining earlier?
Who originated it?
Jeff.
You or him?
I blame Jeff. 100%.
That was a good sentence.
Because I thought it, but I just didn't bring it up.
Okay.
I think one part of it, it feels like there's an organizational component where it's like when we write the rules, how do we plan ahead? Or if we're going to resubmit the rules each year, could we just literally change the font to be visually accessible? Like things like that organizationally to me, so that would be one category. And then there would be like dealing with the constituents to how do we make the profession accessible? Like those feel very different.
They are different.
I talked about having a student that was visually impaired, and a hearing impaired student. Like instead of waiting for someone to have that need and doing it as an LMT, how are they supposed to learn the rules if we can't give them good information? So having both of those internal and external offerings feel different to me.
Can I chime in? You mentioned that and it just dawned on me, a memory came back. My first massage was from a woman who had half bottle, and it was amazing. And I was like, how does she know that stuff? So I can definitely see where we would need to help out.
I think we have to include this in our compliance section especially because predominantly our IMBs and our unlicensed practice are ethnically Chinese, and there's defenses being raised about how they're being
Very much.
targeted or persecuted.
Very much.
So we definitely need to apply that.
And currently,
Targeted.
Yeah, currently the way that the rules that is set up now, it's a requirement. We have to, in fact, it's a question on there that you have to explain how we use the DEI lens to make that rule. So it's always there. So it's like there's no avoiding it in that capacity. So.
and I think, you know, in terms of these all probably have equal weight here. Like, that the proactive and approach is going to be a way you approach the work, and then there's thinking about at these different levels that you're applying things. Do you currently have criteria or an equity lens that you would use to apply to decisions or looking at processes or rules or anything that like can help guide you?
So we have an affirmative action plan that's separate from our DEI plan. Our DEI plans, we're hoping to incorporate it into our strategic plan here.
Okay.
So that's kind of, our governor wants to make sure that let me go back. Previously, our DEI plan and our affirmative action plan were the same. You know, we built one together and sort of included them together. And, you know, this governor has said, no, you know, DEI is very important to me and to the people of the state of Oregon, as it should be. And so I want to separate those. You have an affirmative action plan and you have a DEI plan. You may incorporate it into your strategic plan. So do we have a guide? We have an affirmative action plan that sort of guides that. With regards to a DEI plan, you know, that's kind of, I guess, why we're here. We'd like to, how are we going to include that in everything we do every day?
Right.
Incorporate that. So.
And that might take more time to develop than what we've got today. But for example, we work with organizations where we're working with one organization right now where they have an equity lens that they apply, and it has 6 areas. Each 6 areas have questions that you would ask, and that is all really important. And one of the things that we're running into is that it's also a lot to apply. So we're working with them on maybe that there's times when they can sit and go through the full plan, and there's times when they need to adapt it or maybe have a short form version of questions to ask that fundamental ones. Who's being impacted by this decision? Are there missing perspectives? What are the unintended consequences? What are strategies we can use to mitigate those consequences? And so something like that could be something that could apply to all these things, like a review of compliance or a review of processes and rules, or that you're putting into place thinking about students. But that probably is going to take more time and thinking about weaving it in today, but it sounds like a really important thing and a great step to take.
Absolutely, and I think just talking about DEI and brainstorming about ways that we can be more inclusive is the first step in being more inclusive, right? Talking about it, brainstorming, coming up with ideas, and then policies we can write, procedures I can write and bring back to the board, and we can do those type of things. Higher level things like this where we say, we want to be inclusive. We need to be inclusive. It's important, especially in these particular areas, maybe 5 areas. This is that's really important that we make sure we do it this way, but we always should be. I think that's what I hope to accomplish by this. Strategic plan is not necessarily have a checklist. Because checklists can be written. I can write a checklist of, how to make sure we're inclusive when we hire or whatever. And there's a lot of personnel policies that we have to make sure we do that. This is kind of a bullet point. We want to remember that we need to be proactive. We want to remember that when we do compliance, that we look at it from the standpoint of the people that the board is disciplining. What is it, a cultural factor? Is it a handicap? Is it a veteran that's having PTSD? There's several different parts of that. So I think we can develop this into a bullet point thing and then say, you know what? Maybe we should write some procedures, have Bob write some procedures or Kaite write some procedures that we implement in support of this.
What about adding it into our rule on mitigating circumstances to consider about the licensee, adding in a DEI piece?
I've always thought that was a great idea.
Yeah.
I mean, it just came into my brain
That
right
keeps it
now.
in compliance all the time.
That's what I mean. That way you'd have a document to say, look, our board is always looking at this. It's number 9.
Yep.
But I think we also need to look at it before we conduct the investigation.
Yes.
Yeah.
So not just post, because
Yeah,
I mean,
or
and
during, yeah.
this has nothing to do with this, but I mean, one possible avenue that could be gone down is that the standard ULP practitioner that we run across in the IMB settings, they're victims, and we're charging them $1,000. I don't even know if we should be including them. I mean, that's a higher level decision than myself, but I'm just saying that's one lens. When you look at it with that lens, is that really how we want to target the problem?
Sure, because
Now,
of
of course,
issue
we always
morality.
target the owner and try to get, somebody who's more responsible and knows better, but honestly, there are oftentimes that the ULP practitioner is completely unaware that they're in violation.
They're victims.
Well, I think if we look at in a targeted way of saying the lens needs to be proactive, that can maybe include having these conversations, fleshing out like a mission statement for our, that type of thing, and then it feels like there could be a lot of these action steps to come under it.
Yeah.
I think if we're gonna do anything in a way of talking about DEI, remember when it was just all diversity stuff?
Mm-hmm.
If you were in a part of a marginalized group, that was incredibly insulting and awful, right? Because it's basically like, well, I can be tolerated at your convenience and I won't, it felt really crappy. And the equity and inclusivity part, I think the only way for them to be effective as a concept is to be proactive, because otherwise you're constantly just basically, well, what do I have to do to have you not complain?
Lip service.
Right, like to keep you from complaining or suing us, like this has to be about, what do I do to really make space where people who before couldn't function in here? Like how do we really make space for people to have accessibility? Like, can we get somebody in here who has mobility issues? Like literally, can they get down those steps? Thinking about that stuff when we get a space, or like all these little things that aren't about who's actually showing up, but how do we make a space where anyone could? And I will commit to doing the DEI stuff, but only if we do not do it in a lip service kind of way. Like it feels so disingenuous, and it's worse to do it in that kind of way because the people in those groups know.
Hypocritical.
So yeah, if we're going to make that one of our focus areas, I think we will do ourselves harm if we do it lip service, like truly.
I love what you're saying about that, because it ties into what you were bringing up, Bob, which is not to have a checklist, but to have a more, like I just wrote it down, more conversations. So you're normalizing that, we're talking about it. You may not get it right, but you wrestle with it, you talk about it, you kind of build it into the heart of what you're doing. And you get better at asking yourself those questions. Where we're having our meeting, gosh, it turns out it's not accessible. And all of those start to become more part of it, but you can game a checklist. You can game those things. And so you might need some guidance and guiding questions and things that you want to do each time. But if you only do that, then that's where you start doing that risk that it's just a process that's doesn't have meaning. So I love that you're talking about it that way, And I think it's also why we have to recognize today, we probably can't do it justice in the work we're doing today. And so this is part of your ongoing work. And, you might think about working with someone who can help you develop a lens and a way of working together and talking together, as well as how you might audit and look at your policies and rules and things like that. Cool. Okay, thank you for taking that time, because I think putting this in here, we'll now think about how we put them in with the other categories. And so all folks can kind of read these. I'm going to use some big stickies so that we can move them around and maybe change them. There they are. If you could look at this list of things, what kind of rises to the top as some broad categories that you need to look?
Scope of practice. Scope of practice for CE.
Scope of
We're
practice.
talking like big bucket.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, scope of practice.
That's a big one.
It's a swimming pool.
It feels like the ocean right now. It's the gorge.
Yeah.
No, it's the Pacific.
Our biggest bucket then apparently is scope of practice.
Yes, it is.
Major.
Yes. Yeah.
And I'm just gonna have a shorthand here, but just what is it about scope of practice that you want to do?
So the definition of massage, which is basically the scope of practice, was written in 1951. So it includes things that, like gymnastics that aren't necessarily a common used terminology. Yeah, it's not the proper vernacular, and it's very general. Not that it needs to be more specific, but it certainly needs to be looked at and reviewed. It requires a statute change. So if that work is to be done, then it certainly can be. We're already looking at making some statute changes for the next legislative session, so it's a good time to do it.
Good. All right.
Right.
Yes. What else? What's another one? And so if you had to tell me, like we kind of quickly, we'll check them off, what things are covered in the scope of practice?
The bottom one.
Here?
Yep.
And there might be things that fit under it, but we make sure we got that.
It would help me if you read the things that are on those big sheets of paper, because I can't see them from where I sit. The bottom one was less information than I need.
Couldn't you move the owl that way?
Why don't we, Kathy, why don't you take a picture and send it to them? We're gonna take a picture of those, Carol, and send them to you.
Good idea, Bob.
I think from Carol and Louise, somatic therapies and how to fit in the standards of practice falls under that. Yeah.
Is that its own?
It goes under
It goes in scope of practice.
Okay.
The bottom blue one in the middle, the bottom blue. Yeah. And then it's the top.
Look at her, one thumb in it. She's a pro. Oh, she's got kids. You're a pro.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the first one, I think, on
Yep.
the
The
next
first one on the right.
Yep.
Yeah.
that one.
Yep.
You're so excited. It is.
Well, it's good. Number 2 on the far one kind of falls under the
Scope of practice.
The scope of practice. It will, because once that's more properly defined, then that's when because the CEs fall under scope of practice.
Yeah, because scope of practice is the big umbrella.
It's in the bucket.
And then the CE review is part, goes under that umbrella.
I'm not disagreeing with that, but does that go most neatly under scope of practice or process?
Well, I think we got
Maybe
two things.
Yeah, it fits well under both, because that's how a lot of it is defined, is that does this fall under your scope of practice? Does the CE actually fall under your scope of practice? And that's how it's defended and how it needs to be defended. So if they're getting outside of their scope of practice, like by doing counseling, then the CE would be denied. And of course, we know where that's gone, especially in the way.
No, it's helpful from like the hands-on and you know how it's playing out for you, the functionality of it.
So definitely, we would want to start with defining the new scope of practice and then applying that to the CE
That into that bucket.
Okay.
part of that bucket.
Yeah, however, does that also mean in the meantime, do we need to figure out a way to still make the CE process smoother for y'all? Because, I mean, getting to the news.
Because this
scope of
affects
practice
years
is
too, so yes.
Yes,
More
I
Band-Aids.
think you could have a Band-Aid in there that might get us, you know, better.
So could we have like could that go in under the process bucket?
I think so, a full board process revision. And so I think you can make minor changes, I think, in the process of how you do it. The problem I have is that if you make some changes in the CE process while we're already working on the scope of practice, I think you're gonna there's gonna be a lot of pushback and confusion. I think we have a system that, does it work?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, it needs to be improved, absolutely. Is it secondary to doing our scope of practice? I really think it is.
I agree. I think that was a part of the conversation that you weren't there for.
Oh, okay.
So like maybe it could be something under the process part of how do we just have some conversations together to help the staff smooth it out right now?
Yeah.
Like not a rule change necessarily.
No,
but
it
just
doesn't even
some
have to be a policy.
smoothing support.
It could almost be, just a statement from the board saying, you know, this is
These
where we
types of
are
classes.
in the interim while we're working on redefining scope of practice. That these are outside scope of practice. And we really only need to identify the ones that are trending right now because those are the ones that are getting turned in. And it's the somatic experiences and the traumatic touch and the trauma. I like trauma informed. I'm okay with that. It's part of
the trauma inducing.
It's the trauma inducing that I have problems with, and then the subsequent counseling that occurs. And then we could throw in things like, you know, do we want to define that herbalism and things like that are separate outside of scope and don't count?
And I think that falls under our full board process review.
Yeah.
I mean,
So maybe, so this would
because-
involve some short-term or like stopgap kind of
Yeah,
things and
yeah.
long-term?
Because you can make policy, you can provide board direction, you know, regarding certain things, to sort of Band-Aid these things, but, you know, short of rewriting rules. You can also do that, but that's the process that I don't think you should do simultaneously with us trying to rewrite the scope of practice.
And I think we were all like, that's kind of where we were starting.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't think the rules even need to be rewritten right now.
Agreed.
It's more of a
Yep.
confirmation to staff.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's not redo this.
Yeah, no, I feel like that's capturing.
I will
what we
quit
were-
if you do that.
At least by April of
And I have to say
2024.
that, when I took over as the executive director, I had Chris do all staff got together, we had an all-staff meeting, she did a staff plan for us, and some goals and priorities and things like that. And one of the biggest things that I wanted to do, and all the staff wanted to do, was do a full board process review, and I'm talking everything, you know, from finances to, I mean, every process we have, and to try to be more efficient. And, you know, I hate to blame COVID, but COVID hit and we got in this sort of defensive mode where we were just trying to stay afloat. And, you know, we didn't get to be proactive and sort of tick those things off the list. And I think it's important that now that we're on the backside of that, you know,
To do it.
that we start that process and we already have. I mean, I've already started rewriting some of the processes for financial stuff. And we've done, you know, licenses where we now issue online, things like that. Some of those processes have been worked out. But I think we really need to do a full review of everything and part of that would be the CE.
Yeah.
So we've got, let me just see, Facility permit review and approve, that would be separate to something
No,
different.
that'd be a process.
That's a process.
That would be a process.
So isn't picture ID on licenses a process?
I think so.
That would be part of
Yeah.
it. That would be a change in the process.
Changing, adding a process.
Same with board member recruitment.
So that's 5,000.
Database is definitely a
Let me just pause on that board member recruitment one, just because there's the process that you have to actually implement the regulations, right, that you are all here to, but the board member recruitment feels like, from the outside, maybe a different kind of, a thing that takes a different sort of focus.
Yeah, I'll give you a little background, unless you understand. I've been going to different meetings with health professional regulatory boards and SEBA boards, and all of us have been really working on the process of board member recruitment. Not necessarily the process. The process is set, if they're appointed by the governor, they have to apply, things like that. The recruitment is what we're talking about.
Yeah.
And so we put out several recruitment, we built flyers, we've sent them to trade organizations, we've sent them to hospitals and doctors' offices and schools and things like that as a team, and then individually we've also sent those out. So that's something we've been working on for quite some time. I think there's always room for improvement, but I think it's more on the recruitment side than it is the process side.
Yeah.
Because the process is set, it's by going out there and recruiting people,
That's actually what I think we meant.
yeah, and how can you do that? I mean, as a board, what I try to do is make it forefront, like earlier in my report, I said, if you want to apply to be a board member, please, reach out to me and we'll do that.
I try and network wherever I can.
Yeah.
And I kind of explained, even if we don't have an open position now, we are going to. So you could, attend a meeting and just see how our board process goes. But I think it would be nice to have a bucket to choose from instead of always grappling with this stuff, but.
Could I ask Chris, so when you kind of let's put a pin in this one, when I'm just looking at them, the recruitment part, which is separate from the process part, could that maybe tie in with our improving association relations or communication stuff? And
Absolutely.
So I think that's part of it.
It's sort of
That
like
makes
a
sense.
leadership development, right? Your leadership on the board, your leadership within the professional associations, community, the relationship. It seems like there might be something around that, or like developing board leadership.
Like a community interfacing type
or
thing, like,
I
there's
absolutely
something,
love that idea.
like there's some flair that maybe those can go together.
Development
I mean,
or
there's-
enrichment, I don't know.
There's 4 or 5 different, maybe 3 that I can see different leadership type things. I mean,
Yeah.
leadership role in the massage, illicit massage and human trafficking. And those are things that Jeff and I have been really working on. We actually presented at the last FSMT conference on topics related to that.
But that also goes in a lot of your public facing, it's about your networking
It is.
and your it's about the communicating reputationally, networking, like it
Networking.
has, I can see where these things are having some commonalities.
Yeah.
Even though the topics are very divergent.
But it's all in that
Same
bucket.
drive.
Absolutely.
But the one thing that I was really happy to see was improve our massage association relations. That's something that I really want to do.
Yeah.
It was fractured. It got fractured from COVID. And I think that would be a great
Top one on
thing.
that list actually says compliance process for efficiency. You put that under process.
Because I feel like compliance
So
is
I'm
separate.
just trying to capture this under leadership development. I mean, how are you worded? And then it involve like board recruitment, networking, associations. Maybe it's outreach to.
Absolutely.
So if we say that's a category, that would be here. Leadership, this one above it.
Yeah, the database below it goes into process, so that one's covered too.
Database improvement.
Okay, that would be process.
Yep.
Look at you all clicking this on. Any other leadership?
The IMB prioritized approach for compliance. What do you think?
Do we think that needs its own bucket, or do we think that goes into?
Well, and then increase our leadership role in
Right.
curbing illicit massage, human trafficking on the next one.
Oh, that's leadership.
I think that's leadership. I think the other one's more process.
And that's, there's no one right answer on this, so it kind of comes down to, are there things, and we could go ahead and put it on here, and you could say we want to merge some things. It's helpful to think of it from a couple of standpoints. One is, how can you organize the work so that we're kind of focused on, are we making progress on, like in this case, IMB, are we making progress there? Does it need to be pulled out higher than just underneath a process review? The other is, who's championing it? So do you have a board member who's going to champion a certain goal area, or a staff member in a certain goal area? But like I said, there's no one right way to do it. You can break it out into finer points, or you can combine, but it helps give emphasis on what you want to focus on. And so if you feel like something might get lost if it's combined, don't combine it. Any thoughts from Carol, Dr. Rami, on ideas here that we're developing? You have the photos so far. Anything you want to call out as a major goal area?
I have not yet received the photos.
Well, we started to put a number of things in process. The things that we haven't put anywhere yet are IMB, prioritize approach for compliance, then explore
Limited duration.
Explore limited duration customer service rep as permanent. Getting massage therapists in lists of mandatory reports. And all the DEI stuff, we're still finding places for
Yes,
that.
the page for legislative concepts are.
Yeah, so the.
Both require legislature.
Yeah, so the mandatory reporter list, that's something that I have on my list. I'm trying to get some sponsorship with regards to that. Let me look here. The illegal massage businesses, so a lot of what we do, outside of writing the rules and policies and things like that, is compliance, right? And we've been working on the illicit massage businesses since I got here in 2012. And, we've done a lot. Education, the board has even commissioned a study with Portland State University, did a study on the illicit massage businesses. I think it's definitely a priority. I think educating and referring to law enforcement, landlord engagement, I think all those things are important. I don't know how to put it. Everything under that bottom of that list down there, educate, outreach, is real important because we have an explosion of illegal massage facilities nationwide. Oregon is 17th in the nation for growth with regards to illegal massage businesses. Think about that, right? And those are just the businesses that the people that track it kind of know of.
Second for a question on this whole topic. Is there a way to zoom out a little bit to where we can incorporate like a DEI lens on it to, we're doing all this compliance work, which I think is great, and I love the progress we're making. And the things like that we never talk about are, like you said, so many of the people providing the services that we're giving $1,000 fines are victims. And there's also a layer of, they might not see themselves as victims because they're trying to earn money in a world where, like, women who are brand new immigrants have no vocational options.
Or it's part of their culture.
Or it's part of their culture, so they don't see it as something bad. Like, there are all of these bigger overlays.
Part of
And
what that study was about.
Well,
was it not?
we have done a lot. I mean, basically, when we first started investigating these businesses, we didn't cite anybody. We would go there and, or we didn't provide any fines. We went there and educated. We had everything written in Mandarin or several different languages, but mostly Mandarin. And we would hand them the rules and the laws. We would work with them to try to get licensed.
But
We had interpreters and
I'm
things like
actually just wondering, I want to see, is there a way to pull out like a whole, like, 3 levels out and say, like, essentially, this is basically a law about sex trafficking and sex work and how it intersects with massage.
Not just sex.
Not just sex work. There's labor trafficking.
Labor trafficking, like,
Human trafficking.
right, like
Tied
there
to
are all
organized
these
crime.
other things that are,
Money
and we're
laundering.
at this, like, we're in this technical enforcement place. I mean, I'm wondering what other agencies within the state are prioritizing this problem?
FBI,
Law enforcement.
Homeland Security, law enforcement,
There's-
prosecutors.
Law
There's
enforcement.
no
Right.
other, there's absolutely no other profession that has the amount of unlicensed practice that we do, that this board, that LFTs have. I mean, it is, when we were building, I was on the committee to build the interstate compact. And as we were building that, we were talking about unlicensed practice and the facilitators didn't get it, they didn't understand. And several of us directors from different states said, you don't understand, there's an explosion of unlicensed practice. We have a lot of unlicensed practice, not just, massage parlors that use human trafficking. We're talking just people at home, using Craigslist and different things like that. And just, it's prevalent. And so it's not just, to one category of individuals. It's huge. So no other agency has that. And everybody is floundering. I mean, the big state, California, the big states with the big populations, we meet on a regular basis and we sit down and all of us are going, okay, let's try this. Let's try this. Let's try this. We have the FBI at the table. We have, the last one we were at, we had a lady who was trafficked.
No, that's what I was just trying to figure out, like the other state of Oregon stakeholders who like specifically would have this on the radar in their goal setting.
We're completely engaged with them.
Yep.
And the federal ones too.
Yeah, that was just clarifying.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, tons of them, yeah.
It overwhelms me sometimes.
It
So,
does.
and there's
Curious
a,
for such a small staff
And
to deal with
advocacy
such a
groups.
Right.
massive problem.
Right.
So we really kind of need to, we can't go too macro on it beyond our scope as well.
Yeah, like, I'm just wondering.
I
like,
would
where
rather just be a small piece in this
orienting.
solution than this.
how you are addressing and finding solutions, it sounds like you want to take an approach that's more equity centered in
Absolutely.
that, and thinking where in that do you have the ability to do that? It feels like it's big enough for its own thing, and maybe you
Yes.
combine it, but how would you just describe it as IMB approach, or?
I think that would cover
Yeah.
everything else if it was IMB.
Because I think if we're looking at.
I think it's well
who's
written there.
gonna
IMB
champion it.
prioritized the approach for compliance. Because ultimately, we have some success stories where we have went to places where we have unlicensed people providing massage and they're human trafficked for that matter, and have been able to pull them out, not just us, but able to help them get licensed, which is the ultimate goal, right? If they want to do massage and they have the skills and the abilities, get them an education, and get them licensed and do it properly. And that's been the goal of this board since I started. That was the goal of the facility permit.
You're gonna have a case tomorrow that deals with this to some
Yeah.
extent.
Really?
She was here this morning.
Oh, okay.
So the goal of
She thought she needed to appear.
Aw.
the goal of the facility permit was to go after the owners. Previous to that, we didn't have the ability to do that. So.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, no, I don't want to in any way suggest I'm questioning the work. I'm just
No,
thinking about like,
no,
how do
no.
we,
I didn't take it like that.
okay,
No.
like, how do we,
It's just, I don't know how much
Champion.
higher view we can get
Yeah.
than what we are at
Yeah,
without
that's
being
what I was-
like the governor's attaché to the Human Trafficking Task
Yep.
Force of America or something, and I don't want to do that. Maybe maybe
we
after I
wouldn't
retire,
succeed at
I'll get a sword and a shield and go.
Sword and fall on.
Carol had a comment.
Go ahead, Carol.
Oh, no, I just said we wouldn't succeed at that anyway. It's really important to consider how narrow our real uh, teeth are in this thing and work from that place.
I'll just throw it out, just Bob mentioned it and Carol kind of just now alluded to it. In Oregon, as far as I know, the illicit massage industry is the #1 human trafficking and labor trafficking situation that we're facing. And the second most common is nannies. Nannies and
Migrant help.
migrant workers.
Oh.
Those are the top 3.
Yep. Nail salons, which nails I don't even think falls under cosmetology.
Nails,
Do they have?
they are
And
regulated.
often run by the same people, the same organized crime organizations, shifting the workers from industry to industry, if you will.
Yes, they do. That's very true.
They do.
Well, there are 2 that we haven't really captured whether or not they go here and, or where they fit. The one is getting the massage therapists on the list of mandatory reporters. The other is more staffing, right? It's the LD customer service rep, making that permanent. So we don't have anything that's, so there's 2 questions for you. One is where the mandatory report might fit, if you need something that's around legislative changes or if that kind of fits within something. The second question is, do we need are there other things around staff and building staff capacity or anything that would warrant its own goal area, that are things around staffing?
Could the mandatory reporter be lumped into the long-term process review with legislative concept?
Yes. It's going to take legislation to add us to the list. Although it could also sort of tangentially be related to fostering stronger relationships with the professional organizations. They might not even know that we're not included on that list.
Oh, a lot of them don't. I actually got a question yesterday from another agency to ask if we were.
So on that mandatory report piece, where would you like to put that? In process and make sure it gets included in there?
I think so. I mean, the fact of the matter is that it's on my goal list.
And it sounds like there's agreement in the room
Yeah.
that this needs to happen, so.
Exactly.
It's not like a separate.
The only reason I pick long-term is because I know we gotta wait till the next legislative session, but we do need to start now to get it.
In.
That's kind of more first step, is that it's a process, and then once it's hopefully implemented, then moves to leadership development, is how I'm seeing it in my brain.
Exactly. So.
And it's a new CE category.
Exactly. I'm gonna address the limited duration customer service person that we had. So during COVID, we had to bring, our board has always answered the phones. Our board has always had customer service. You come to our office, you're going to get somebody there. If you call our office, somebody's going to answer the phone. And I think that's been huge for our licensees. You're going to get some help if you call our office. You're not going to get a recording and get transferred somewhere. We just switched our phone system over because we had to. Our other person retired. And they asked me if you wanted to have, automatic answering. I said, no, I don't. I want that. I think that's important. Having said that, when COVID hit, we needed to have somebody to answer the phones and be at the office. So I brought on Christian, a guy to be our customer service representative. Over the course of the last couple of years, we have found that with the growth of compliance and the growth of the amount of calls that we receive, I mean, maybe it's time to go to having our phones answered, but the amount of calls I received is just astronomical.
Mhm.
And it's disruptive in a day for any of us to get any work done. So we've kept Christian on to be our phone answerer and do the small stuff, like do the mailings and help out with compliance and help out with, and he's been very valuable. And we have found a need for Christian to be brought from LD to a permanent position.
I think we should take Christian's name out of it though, just to be.
Oh, sorry.
fair here. Just that position
Needs
has evolved.
That's what I meant.
as
Sorry, I'm
essential.
tired.
No, you're right.
So that position is integral, and I think it's important. What I'm waiting for is the ability to show that we can afford it.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's important.
COVID sort of messed up that a little bit because our personnel costs are more than we had budgeted for.
Yep.
And that's because of Christmas, but it's also because we had some big overtime right at the beginning of COVID.
Sure.
That really sucked the money up. And so I think it's an important position. The staff thinks it's an important position to attempt to bring in a permanent, but I just need to I need to see another year, like half of the next biennium, to see if it's something the board can afford. And so I think that's why it's there. It's important.
I just want to keep that ball in the air. I don't want it to
Well,
slip
can
through the
staff,
cracks.
can that be a bucket of like
I
staff
think so.
stuff that keeps it in the strategic plan, so we get a year out and then we can take action?
Absolutely. Yep. And the really nice thing about a semi-independent board like this is that, so if I were to increase staffing as a not CEBA agency, I would have to get legislative approval, okay? The board can approve this, but of course, as a director, I would never bring it to the board unless I could show you, okay, we've been able to afford it over the several months. And COVID kind of messed up the ability to show that because we got a deficit, right? We've had to spend some of our reserve. But I think looking at the trends that we're going to this next half of this budget cycle show that we're growing and improving and can afford it. So yeah, I think it's important that we put on its own bucket.
Yeah.
Or maybe it develops into a 32-hour position.
Yeah,
or something.
Right.
Yeah, 3/4.
But the limited duration, well, prior to that, it was temp, which is like the lowest
Yeah,
level.
no benefits.
No benefits, and you can get terminated at any time. The LD position follows the biennium, and it's limited duration for that 2-year period.
Right.
And it's the way of the state kind of saying, okay, agency, you can try it out for a little while and see if the shoe fits. And I've seen some agencies that finally get final approval for a full-time position through the legislative process, where the LD's been renewed 3 times over 6 years. They've been LD
Right.
before they get permanency. I don't think we should wait for that. I think we should evaluate this and the budget. And I just want to keep it up there because I honestly, and this may also reflect on Christian as an individual. I don't know how, we would be so worse off right now without him. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate how much he has helped us. And I mean, because he's in a unique position where he knows 25 to 50% of everybody's responsibilities at the low level. He can slip in there when someone's on 2-3 days off or a week on vacation, and he can keep everything floating and functioning until the person comes back and they can catch up a little bit. And you're not spending an entire week to catch up for an entire week. And,
So that's a great point though, like, did I see you making a staffing one?
I am, but I'm also I've got staff growth and I got CSR rep permanent, but then are there other things to support staff, right? The staff, so
That's what I just wondered, is there a way of like doing some process for staff redundancies?
yes, and we do have that in place, but I think we should put it in there, but cross-training and having, what do we call the little workbooks that everybody's.
Oh, desk manuals.
The desk manuals, so that you can step in and at least read a menu.
And we are going to change the process. We've been talking about this for quite some time. There's going to be shifting of work and things like that, and
It's already happening.
it already is, yeah.
Right.
Oh, yeah, exactly. You know,
Slow
they
down,
call it
Barry.
succession planning, right?
But I
Well, I mean, it's an
think I like
opportunity
that
to look at what
bucket
we've
of
been
staff.
doing and the division of responsibilities and duties, and then evaluate whether they should be better off in another. Like, facility permits were done by compliance. Well, facility permits is a license. It should be in licensure. I mean,
And collections was done.
Collections was in
licensing,
licensing and
but
collections
it-
should be in compliance.
Exactly, because it directly relates to.
Those were some obvious ones, but I think we'll dig up some more as Mitch gets trained and he's like, why are we doing that? You know,
Bob,
like,
on
oh, that's a good point. I don't
on
know.
staff, should we add succession planning for when people leave?
Well, that's what I was just gonna say. That's what I was gonna say,
Yeah.
that bullet point succession
I'm
planning.
good at reading your mind.
Yeah, you are, yeah. I was just gonna say that.
Yeah, how are we gonna replace Lori next year?
Shh.
We won't. That's impossible. We won't be able to replace Lori. Might get somebody to try.
Just a number. No, not right now.
Okay. But there is no replacement.
As long as all three of us don't leave at the same time, we're good.
So we have.
As long as I'm not the last one standing, I'm good.
Remember, we're recording here, everybody.
Well, if we say, because I think this, this DEI category that we fleshed out a little bit, I think that would be important to kind of write up the essence of what you're thinking about DEI, but that's going to be in all of these.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you're going to find specific things that have some concreteness so that it's not just, just words. But then you've got 5 areas right now that capture everything that we're on these sheets.
Yep.
So for Dr. Rami and Carol, I know you may not be able to read this, so I'm going to read it out. We've got scope of practice. Next, we have full board process review, which includes short-term, long-term, and equity implications. Third, we have leadership development, which encompasses board recruitment, networking, association relationships, and outreach. Fourth, we have IMD, prioritized approach for compliance, and also building an equity-centered approach. And then the 5th bucket is staff growth, which includes considering the customer service rep as changed or permanent, cross-training, and succession planning. Any comments from you online, just to give you an opportunity here? Is there anything that you feel like we might be missing? Or how is this sounding to you?
Sounds good.
I have no comments.
Great. All right.
I have one.
Yes.
What about overall staff training? Leadership or staff growth? It's something that we do now, but I think we need to keep it in that needs to continue and be ongoing. We need to be sure that when an opportunity comes up, that we look and say, who would best benefit and how do we improve the agency?
The leadership bucket's feeling a little more external stakeholders and the staff feels more internal.
Got it.
Yeah. Because it was a process that has now been implemented, so that's why I'm seeing that.
I know it's a big deal for Bob as well, to keep our staff trained and improved.
That's what we have in the last action point.
Yep.
All right. Nice. I think this is feeling right. Feeling matters, right? And it's kind of feeling right. It may not be perfect because there's no way of organizing a plan that's perfect, but does it give you something to focus on? That's what we want. So we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we're going to, I'm going to think about doing this in a couple ways, but you're going to get a chance to write some specific ideas you can pull from here that you think go in each of these 5 buckets, and we'll contribute to those. That's where it gets a little messy. It's okay, but you'll be free to like, hey, I got a really specific idea. I don't want to get lost. We'll be able to include that. Yeah, we'll dig deeper into those. Then for the break, let's see, let me just check my schedule. Yeah, we got time for a 15-minute break, but I'm going to give you something if you feel like trying to do. This is not crucial. This is a little getting to know you bingo. And so at some point in this break, see how many of these that you can find among the people in the room.
So put names by them?
Yeah, put someone's name down and.
If we already know, do we have to?
I know, can we just fill these in if we?
No, you just got to go ask them, confirm, put their name down, and there's no prize. So,
I just want everyone to know I'm not being.
but we'll start up again at 3:30. And I'm sorry, there's no bingo cards for you in the, online, but we'll take a 15-minute break.
Fantastic. Okay.
Okay, so we have to go around and ask people. All right.
At some point in this break.
I like pineapple. I'll have to determine whether she likes pineapple first.
I do. When's your birthday, Bob?
September.
September, okay.
And yours, Lonnie?
Just to get it out of the way, I can change a tire.
All right.
Can we just discuss who can't change a tire? Can we just go with that?
Which list is?
Lori.
Hey, can
I have
we,
no upper body strength.
let me mute this, hold on.
And I broke my wrist.
Hold on one second.
Fair.
Let me mute this.
Stop. Otherwise, we have to caption all this. No, you're fine.
Does anyone love karaoke?
Don't answer that, the owl's off.
Can I ask a question? Do we have to, you guys have to do a motion to take a break? If we're gonna turn this
Session?
volume on?
We didn't before.
I don't think there's a law that technically
Okay.
requires it.
We've been taking breaks without doing that.
I know, we should probably do that this time.
We should.
Let's take a motion.
So I move we take, how long of a break are we
Let's see,
taking?
do we have 4 people?
We don't have 4 people in here.
We don't have enough.
Where did Maria go?
Can't take a break.
She's already on her break.
Yeah.
Maria?
What about the people online? Are they gone?
They're gone.
Except we don't have Dr. Rami,
We have 2 of us.
Carol,
They all disappeared.
hello?
They're in my
Well,
head.
remember, I want everybody to remember that this is being recorded.
Okay.
It's
Right.
going to be put online,
Okay.
Check.
okay?
Got it.
So,
That shut down, got the speaker.
Yeah, that shut down the conversation.
Yeah, I think so.
You could do the bingo up.
Try.
And we could do more than one, right? Okay. Pretty good.
easy.
You heard this one.
Yes.
Is there a prize involved?
No, there's not.
Okay.
Will that change your motivation?
Somewhat.
Next time I
I just always like to know what's at stake.
what am I gonna get?
Exactly. It's all about me.
Okay, I gotta step outside.
Get some fresh air.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. Yep. You can see them.
It's right here. Come on.
So we don't have any left-handers.
I also
That seems
muted your
surprising.
microphone on there. Okay, I think.
I cannot change a tire, I will admit to my fault.
They are hard to change now.
I have
can,
no
but
upper
they-
body strength.
The way they do the lug nuts with the.
Well, with the socket, the
Yeah,
the
it's
hydraulic.
like, you can't get them on.
It's once removed, but my partner is wrong-handed if you want to use that.
Wrong.
They're the only
Right-handed,
ones in their
wrong-handed,
right
isn't it?
mind.
Correct.
Do you have a left-handed partner?
Yeah, lefties are the only ones in their right mind.
It's true.
Doesn't somebody here play guitar? No?
I
Really?
Not
tried.
very well.
Okay,
I
we do
tried,
not need
but-
to ever have a talent show.
We would lose horribly.
We got
It would
nothing
be
for
ugly.
I can play 2 chords. That's what I've gotten to at this point.
Well, then you do just about
I
every
can
country
play
music
about
song.
4 or 5 chords, but
Or
they're terrible.
We have no talent.
Krista has a bird eye.
Krista, do you
Yeah.
still have your birds?
Yeah, birds and the hedgehog.
Oh, so you really knock it
Hedgehog.
off on this.
We got two, we got
I got
two.
a full bingo with Krista's name in it.
Who's an only child?
I am.
Too.
So is Krista. That's why we like each other.
That's right. We understand each other.
We do, we get our vibe.
Carol, can you hear
Is
us?
Carol still frozen? Oh, we got you. Good,
She's got us.
all right.
Is Carol left-handed?
I'm here.
Are you left-handed? No?
Vegan?
No.
Well,
Are you-
vegan,
I
vegetarian.
hit your mute on the mic. on
Let's
that
find
too.
something.
See down there?
Carol, we're gonna find something
it's
on
on
this
you.
bingo
It's on
card
now?
for you. Do you grow vegetables?
Is yours on?
I'm not signing.
Oh, okay.
Do
no, it's
I?
fine.
Carol, do you grow vegetables?
No, fruits.
Fruits.
I know somebody who grows vegetables.
I do.
Do you read 10 plus books a year?
Do I what?
For that,
Over 10 books a year?
I do.
I do.
I do.
Well, we got you on one. How about the celebrity? Has anyone met a celebrity? Look at all these people. Who were the celebrities?
Jason Momoa, Jason Mewes, and George Takei.
Those are
All
fun.
in Comic Con.
I live down the street from Joe Suzu. Remember those commercials?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ran into Keanu Reeves
Oh,
in the
that's-
stairwell while they were filming Chain Reaction
Yeah.
in the Chicago Museum of Natural
That's fun.
That's,
History.
That's a cool place to run into
Slam.
people.
yes.
Yeah, like full on slam.
Oh, you
music.
literally ran
Yeah.
into Keanu.
Oh,
ran
that's
into-
better. Even
Okay.
better. That's a
Now I'm
better
jealous.
story.
All right, let's go and get started. So what we want to do now, and Bob, I'm going to check in with you on if this is the right approach. My understanding is that we want to hear the board conversation around what are the most important things to do, the kind of high level goals. We've talked about some of the important things in those high level goals, and the takeaway from this is to take what's gathered here and put that together for a strategic plan. Staff will kind of fill in some of the gaps and some of the steps.
Yes.
So this is an opportunity to get your real tactical thinking, right? We don't have to go into the weeds of like how many memos need to be written or, but we also know that there's really good ideas in the room on how to accomplish these major goals. And so each of you have in front of you some small sticky notes and a Sharpie. And what we're going to do is take some individual work time. I have put the major goals around the room, so scope of practice, full board process review, IMB, leadership development, staff growth. And here's the guidelines for putting the notes in. If you could, please use the sticky. Good reminder, accommodations. If someone can't use a Sharpie because it smells too strong, you can use whatever pen you have. But the reason I like the Sharpie is for a couple of reasons. One, it's actually a little more legible for when we transcribe the notes, and it also forces you to think how to be brief in writing it. The other thing is that one idea per sticky. So what we can do is start clustering ideas, but we don't want to have a list of lots of different action items on a single sticky. So if you run out of stickies, let me know. And you can do it in any order you want. You can use this as a source material of what you've seen listed here. You could make a reference back to the previous strategic plan, things that are in there that still need to be accomplished, or any other new ideas. or it could be a question, right? We're gonna get your different ideas and you're just gonna start populating these, and then we'll take a look at what we have, we'll clean it up after the meeting so that you have a good set of ideas within each one of these goals. So is that clear? Does that make sense? So you have until, let's do 3:30. Yeah, let's do until, I'm gonna give you till, let's say 4:05. So we're gonna do 25 minutes. Yeah, 25 minutes. And then we'll just check in. So feel free to move around the room, whatever you need to do, and just start putting your ideas up on here. If you like something someone else said, you can, put a check mark on it, or just to kind of put a little boost to that. You don't have to write it out again. Yeah. Yes. Yes, I love that idea. So for Dr. Rami and Carol, what we're going to do is we're going to put the goal areas in the chat for you. And if you want to put in the chat ideas you have, if you could just indicate which goal SOP, you think this is a particular action we should take and standards of practice or scope of practice, excuse me, we'll grab your info from the chat and we'll put it on a sticky and add it to everything.
Okay, sounds good.
I appreciate that I got pictures of the lists. They're too small for me to read the size they came through. And when I enlarge them, they're so pixelated, they're still illegible for a completely different reason. And so I'm totally happy to kick back at this point and wait for the discussion to evolve around this.
Dr. Rami, did you have the same problem?
I believe I did. Let me see. I have them on my, so it's on my other computer because I went to my personal email. I don't see them here, but yeah, I read them. I'm not sure how much I can contribute to any of those, but I'll be more than happy to listen to the discussion afterwards and participate as I find whatever ideas I can come up with.
Greg, do you want me to text it to you?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, both of you. Do you want me to text it so you can see it better?
No, I got them. I mean, I can
Oh.
see them, but I'm not sure. I mean, from my kind of right now,
Okay.
I'm not sure how much I can contribute to these ideas, but I would love to listen and hear what everybody else would say and maybe contribute because this is fairly new to me. I'm not sure what the scope of practice completely is. I'm not sure what all the other aspects are. So
Yes.
I'll be listening and
Okay.
contributing.
Oh, thank you.
And then as ones come in, because you should be able to do your own contribution. I can watch that and write them down for them if they contribute, but it sounds like it'd be I'm not sure.
Kati,
Yes.
yes. Sorry, I may have to leave the meeting a bit earlier. I'm still there is a situation going on with my niece in France, and my wife is going to the airport to fly there to be with her sister, and there's something going on there in the airport booking, so I may have to recuse myself a bit early, but I'll let you know. Thus far,
No.
the communication doesn't seem too great between the family members, so we'll see what happens.
Okay, no problem at all. Just let us know how we can help. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Jeff, what is the I for the, in the IMB, massage business?
Illicit.
Thank you. So they were Leadership development and staff growth. Oh, thank you. It's behind. So I'll like send the period. Perfect. And I think it will just be kind of guessing maybe not. It's hard to participate like that, yeah, especially if everything goes.
She might move it.
Yeah.
I can't tell you how many reminders I disregard. I'm gonna move it.
You go home.
Dr. Rami says he needs to leave the meeting, so just letting everyone know that, and
Yeah,
you'll be here tomorrow.
yeah, I'll be here tomorrow. Sorry, everybody, I have to head to the airport. I'm so sorry. I'll be there tomorrow in the morning.
Thank you, doctor. Hope everything goes well.
Thank you so much. Thank you for understanding. I'm so sorry about that.
It's not in the order.
Oh, yeah. Hold on. Oh, yeah. That's true. I didn't expose her. She's because one different thing that had seizures, you know. That's what he said. His cancer cameras, that's first. And it's, I mean, my friend can't have that. So he's getting stacks. He's having 2 years. She knows about everything. She has a there you go, yeah. And she's been under stress with her. And you know, financial, she's gonna be fine. Christmas. Social Security kind of strong. He goes, yeah, students say, man, I never seen you. Or you get her. Yeah. Well, nothing else. He's been working. Get rid of stuff. And he ended up having stuff.
But I'll ask her when we go through it all, or something, I'll leave it as.
I almost brought another jacket. It's like, no, please with them, just put this on my bag.
Yeah, that's one.
Oh my God. It's nice thing then, there's something on it. Yeah. But it's usually really how I do these things. So, I think it's good. Yeah, I'm interested in that 47, so that's another day. usually you ask us for. I'll bring them here, we'll talk to each one of them. Yeah. Yes.
We're getting close, just if you have a few more things to add, I think people are wrapping up, but keep going. And some other ideas might come up.
I check marked a lot.
Good, I saw the agreement.
My smiley face.
I saw that.
Maria, are you gonna need to leave early?
No.
Okay.
I'm just fighting the urge of, getting on the line. You just don't want to do anything. So, out of sight, out of mind. That one's gonna.
How old is Willie Nelson now? Is he over 90? Is Willie Nelson over 90?
I think he is.
Yeah, so who's the headliner for him?
He's the headliner of that day.
I mean, the warm-up.
It's a festival, so there's 15
Oh, there's
other
multiple. So who else is gonna be?
acts. 15 acts a day. Cheryl Crow's gonna be there.
Oh, that would be cool.
Yeah. Jake Owen, a bunch of country folk singers.
I would love to see Cheryl Crow. She's got so many hits if you like listen to the jukebox. Take one of those washcloths and get it wet and put it in the freezer, and then take it so you have it for the back of your neck.
He's 90, he's more than 33.
Wow.
Still
It's
performing.
amazing that he's still out performing, isn't it?
Might be something to that cannabis.
He seems so timeless.
I know,
He's been around
he's
for
been
so
at cannabis
long.
forever, and look, he's a picture of health.
Well, who was it? That's Domino.
Him and Keith Richards.
What's that, Carol?
I said Willie Nelson and Keith Richards, both the picture of health.
Ew.
Keith Richards, man, that guy just keeps on plugging. I smoked a pack a day. I wonder when we'll know long-term study on what they're going to, like I said, in 20 years. And I was speaking to the cancer and stuff and all that.
You guys want a cooler down here? I can turn the AC on a little more for you.
Oh,
I think we're okay.
we're good,
Thanks,
thank
man. I
you.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. You want the best. At least I'm far enough away from her, she's not getting the breeze.
Oh, sorry.
I said, you would
No,
like it,
I
and
said-
she would hate it.
Yeah, I just said I'm far enough away from you, you're not getting the breeze, so that's a good thing.
My boss spoke, so who am I to against his will?
Yeah. He's the boss, he's the jefe.
Yes, sir.
So tomorrow, is there a dress code, Bob? No dress code? Okay.
Well,
I mean, you have to wear clothes, obviously.
yes.
I hope so.
Could you
No,
still public show tomorrow?
So, tomorrow, just a little bit of public stuff and
Right.
compliance.
Right.
Mostly compliance, so.
Okay.
And it's a travel day, so
You
casual.
can dress casual, it's good, okay. I want to make sure I've got that 411.
All right. So let's go through, we're going to go through each one of these. Carol, I'm going to read through, we're going to talk about it, but I'll leave an opportunity because it may trigger something for you, hearing each one of them. And I want to just underscore that these are not necessarily going to represent every possible action. Maybe they won't even capture every important one, but they're going to form the foundation of populating this with some things that can get you to where you need to go. It'll take some further refinement, but it's going to help us see where there is alignment and maybe where there's questions and anything that might arise. Those are the things we want to focus on that we might, not have full agreement on or need some clarity. So I'll do my best to read people's writing, but we're going to start with scope of practice. And so we've got survey LMTs after all forms of practice are identified and ask LMTs their opinion. Update with modern scientific framework for body something therapy. What is it?
Manual
therapy, thank you. Remove outdated, overly ambiguous terms. Solicit feedback from psychologists, psych board mental health professionals. Utilize communities with fresh members. Committees.
We all
I was
have
like,
committees.
Utilize committees with fresh members. Spiritual or faith regulated ? Update definitions, review CE rules, procedure to fit new definition of scope of practice. Clear, concise to reflect modern terms, science, we've got kind of that too. Address nutrition, supplements, spiritual guide with massage. So some of these we see that can kind of be grouped together, similar ideas, but first off, Carol, I'll give you an opportunity. Anything else that's missing in scope of practice or that you have questions on from what's here?
We probably should be keeping in mind previously exempted practices or modalities.
Good point.
It might be uncool to go back to people who have been practicing legally unlicensed because we've exempted either their particular modality by name or by scope of practice, to then say like, oops, sorry, you've been doing this for umpteen years, now you got to get a massage license. That would be uncool.
Anything else in here that people have questions about or concerns or jog something that you think might be missing?
I think we look at this one and we all know it's so important and we all know it's going to be so hard. It's like, this is a lot. Yeah.
But we have to tackle it.
Yeah. Is there anything related to that would be important to capture? This is a big one. So do you need to develop a timeline or a prioritization process or something?
Yes, and some of that is partially due to the timing that we could even take it to legislatively. Legislatively. So that's at minimum at this point, 2 years.
When does it have to be before it can be considered?
Like a year and a half.
Year and a half.
Okay.
So there's actual
knowing those deadlines.
Inflexible, deadlines.
What about letting committees do some of the grunt work and giving you lists?
Yes.
Yeah, you like that idea?
I do.
Yeah.
I think that's important to utilize our committees.
Yep, and we do have a scope of
Yep.
practice committee.
We do, and I think freshening it
Resurrect
is
that.
also really important.
Okay, add that to the committee one. Yeah, because sometimes those process pieces can keep you from tackling big things. So if you know you need to start with some timing and prioritization, that map is really important, because otherwise you get really frozen or you get stuck on the first step.
I mean, we can start talking about September. We can start talking about throwing together concepts and getting our committees freshened up in time to start.
Because there's gonna be some info gathering that's gonna have to happen. That'd be great use for the committees.
And over the wintertime would be a great time.
Well, that too is also gonna tie into trade associations and stuff as well. And there's gonna be comment coming in from different groups. So there's maybe even some crossover with the leadership.
I'm just gonna add input from trade associations.
Because I already know some that are gonna be like, yes, we are talking about this. It's gonna be a big one for them.
All right.
You'll be on a committee maybe then.
Yeah, I encourage it.
All right, let's put this back.
Uh-oh, got a jumper.
I'm not surprised on that one. It's like,
Everybody's trying to jump off that one.
All the jumper practice is like,
I'm out.
I also forgot in the pandemic, when I wasn't doing in-person meetings, I ordered some new stickies for like one of the first meetings I was going to do. And I just was like, oh, these are cheap.
right.
Oh, yeah, that was a bad idea.
Get what you pay
I was like,
for.
you know, and they're just like falling, like waterfalls all off the stuff. I'm like, oh, yeah.
Yeah, cascading.
Okay, let me get the next.
Confetti,
Confetti.
ticker tape parade.
There you go.
If we get that done, we can have a ticker tape parade.
Yeah, right.
No caffeine dessert.
All right. So our next big goal area is full board process review, short-term, long-term equity implications. So this is a stopgap. So right away, we've got continuing ed stopgap, meeting minutes, review, is that crossed out? Video?
Oh, I wrote that. Because we're going to the, what the heck did I mean about that? You want to look at that process?
Yes, reevaluate.
So we're going to be mandated on posting our meetings, the video of our meetings online shortly after the.
Yeah.
So do we still need to do minutes? That's the question we have to ask, the legal question we have to ask.
Okay.
So Bill 11?
That's a great question.
CEUs, clarification, too many category options, combine them. Only recording of meetings posted, so we got some duplication there, that's good. Evaluate percentage on licensed and unlicensed investigations. Staff meeting with board chair, vice, more, who wrote this?
I did more often.
More often. So right now, there's not enough staff, board and board vice chair interaction.
Right.
Or meeting time,
Yep.
I should say. We've always done this way, and it's crossed out. What does that mean here?
Don't say that.
Got it, okay?
I don't
Skip
wanna
that
hear-
one.
Yeah,
I
but
don't want to
that's,
hear, if I review and process and I hear one more per se, that's because we've always done it that way, I'm gonna strangle.
Okay.
It's on record.
So now you can hold me to it.
we can have a little jar, you know, where you have to put
Like
the
a
dollar
square jar?
in. Yeah, that's right.
We'll all be going to the
You let's
movies
not start
one
with
Friday.
threats.
Right?
Lori, what do you think about that?
Monthly check-in with Ts via 30-minute Q&A sections. Jurisprudence, harder, longer, targeted, upstream fix. Position statements, question mark. Is this like public advocacy kind of positions?
Yeah, I was wondering if we can, if there are certain things that we can make like a board statement, like this is our position statement on why we're doing something, that we can communicate kind of with one voice to answer questions that might be able to help the staff, like, well, this is the board's position. Huh?
And then,
You know, and you can send them that letter. Like, I wonder if there's some things that we could make a position letter.
Absolutely.
To stop.
The board already kind of did that on the human trafficking thing.
Yeah, so
White papers and stuff like that.
if we can identify places where, like you've said, that you cannot stop the, but why, but like.
Because
I
the
want
board,
you
because
to
mom
say
said
yes.
so. Exactly.
Yes, if we can do something like that to improve systems.
Communication, efficacy, formats, we kind of referred to that earlier, finding out what's working for folks and what are the formats, mediums that people want or would use, and anticipate DEI opportunities, groups.
Like, when I said, I meant like what groups could we provide opportunities for? Sometimes I think when we come from a diversity lens, we think about racial groups or like specific minorities that are kind of popular at the moment, but we forget about groups of particularly invisible disabilities, language barriers, like all sorts of things like that. Sometimes we just stop and think, like, who could we open it up for? It gets a little easier.
Yeah.
Than like, oh, who might have a problem?
Yeah, so really focusing on that opportunity.
More proactive.
Yeah.
That's great.
Carol, I'll give you an opportunity. Anything you would like to add to this list first? The full board process review that we were discussing.
I'm good.
All right. Any comments from the group, things that come up or concerns you have? This is also feels like a pretty big one, right?
There's a lot to it. There's a lot of nuance.
Is there anything along those lines that needs to be addressed? That this is a big one, so these both have been on your list since pre-pandemic in some form. So is there anything that's getting in your way, this might apply to both, keeps you from doing this that we need to get on here?
Did you talk of the monthly check-in with the board members with LMT?
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah.
I don't see an answer to that question, but I do see an opportunity in here that's just purely circumstantial. With our staffing changes, there'll be a lot of in-house training going on, which will provide the opportunities to review those processes now or first. So both the compliance positions duties are going to need to be evaluated and resorted, and then the training will provide opportunities to kind of review all those processes as we engage them, and then propose changes or alterations as we move forward. And then the same will be true for eventually backfilling the initial application position.
Yeah.
And we'll be able to look at it with new eyes. Somebody that hasn't looked at it and gotten stuck with this is the way we've always done it perspective. And so that's those are two that I see us doing in the next 6 months.
Right.
That we're going to be doing anyway, so we might as well put them at the top of the list.
Absolutely.
Is there, I didn't capture that second one that you mentioned, what's that, that's also?
That's, it would be.
Compliance and application.
Yeah, the second one is
Licensing,
the licensing first time applications or
Initial.
initial applications.
some ways, that does kind of start to answer the question of like, how do you tackle this? What are the current things you have going on where there's an opportunity to address? So I think that's great.
And the prior one with the Cs and the scope of practice is actually a big part of another section that we need to do as well. There's a lot more to cover, but that would be a big chunk of it.
Yeah, right. Okay. All right, let's go to the next one.
This is what they should bring their own coffee along too.
I know.
Yeah.
This is when it hits you.
Oh, yeah.
This is why I don't like to go too far past 4:30. We're gonna be close. Well, we should be able to. Done about 4:45. All right. So the next one is IMB, prioritize approach for compliance, ensuring that it's equity centered. So policy dictated by facts and circumstances, educate, proactive leadership role, ensure equal and consistent enforcement, network and cooperate, prevention, reconsider how we find practitioners that may be trafficked, unlicensed practitioners missing us. Any additions to this?
So it's good, but it's tough.
It's tough.
Well, a lot of it is, a lot of these people that are in some of these positions are trapped there. They're threatened and whatnot, so getting that education out there may help, may not help.
I mean,
You
educate
know?
the public, the rest of our LMTs. I mean, everybody needs to be aware of it.
Yeah.
Do big blanket education.
I think this is the hard one, and kind of what I was asking before, is this is the one that leans into bigger social structural problems that we have no control over.
It's, yeah.
Like that's the problem, it butts up into like social morality and structure. And
We want the
can't do
board to
anything
be
about
part
that
of the
stuff.
solution,
Right.
not either ignoring it or non-participatory, but yeah, we
Or
can't
taking
solve
full
that.
responsibility for something
Yeah, right.
we can't fix.
No, we can't.
Like, yeah, how do we find our place and like, not taking responsibility for things we can't fix.
Right, and that'll shift too, even since I've been doing it for the last 18 months, 2 years. It shifts a little bit as things develop and other agencies come on board and they take on a responsibility. You're like, oh, good, I don't have to worry about that right now. I can focus over here some more. Or like the landlord engagement thing, that's a big education. It has to do with trafficking. I got an email from Karen at AMPA and she said that she'd be happy to send out any education materials to their landlord liaison thing that they do. And so I was like, oh, absolutely.
Nice.
I think something to kind of go on all that, that's part of this is collaboration.
Yeah, I wonder.
Yeah.
And Jeff's already done a lot of that and developing a lot of these relationships that we can continue.
Yeah, and that's kind of my network and cooperate, was kind of, and collaborate. Maybe collaborate was a better word than network and cooperate.
I had my moment.
Oh, that's up here. Network and collaborate, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like that's the.
Collaboration, and part of it's maintaining relationships, right? So that just is kind of that engagement around that.
Or creating new ones that we haven't even thought about yet.
Like the landlords.
Yeah, that was great.
Founding element.
And part of that has to do with participating in the summits and and the HT seminars. And when we went to the thing in LA on, what was that one called? I don't know.
Is that the San Diego one?
No, it was,
When you went to earlier this year.
it was down in LA and it was called like the summiting or something. It was really convening. It was a convening.
It was a multidisciplinary approach, and which is what we're talking about here, basically a multidisciplinary approach to the problem. And that means bringing everybody in, and that particular one, they brought in trafficked individuals. They brought in police, therapists, lawyers, psychologists, you know, everybody you can imagine.
Cultural perspective.
Yes, and it was overwhelming. It really was. It was very helpful.
Yeah.
And I think we need to continue in that. And I think they're finding, the groups that are targeting this are finding really success with this multidisciplinary approach. And they're out there telling us, this is working for us. So I think focusing on that approach is the way to go right now.
Yeah, yeah. Great. Okay, anything else to add on this?
Carol.
Carol, anything more?
No, I'm good.
I wish I didn't have to walk so far and it's the ballroom.
Get you a big meal like that. What was that? We could get a big meal like that. Give them a sandwich right around the wall. Yeah. I want my big meal.
I saw pictures.
All right, our fourth area, our penultimate area is leadership development. So this encompasses board recruitment, networking, associations, outreach. Each board meeting spotlight an association, it's an idea. Add to board agenda featured question by LMT to staff with answer. That's great. This is part of like that ongoing development. School outreach. Give staff opportunity to gain, develop leadership skills. You're probably debating, I saw a debate on which one this went to. And yeah, I love it that it's here in leadership, actually. I mean, it is staff, but it's not thinking of it as a separate thing from developing leadership as an organization.
Oh, I'd like to throw one up there that just came to me.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's possible. Could we send like a board member and a staff member maybe to schools if they want a guest speaker? Like talk to the whole school about like.
I have done some of those.
He does it every year.
I've been going to Rogue for about 5 years. I've done that out to Bend, out to COCC. I've done an online class for basically licensing for as well as Sage.
I think, I think if we could get an LMT member to go to some of those, then for students, I think that might be.
You know what the Cairo board does? They do a new doctor orientation and they make them go. It's a requirement. And then the board comes and they do like a professional responsibility, and then they have all these different topics and they do like a 4-hour required and they give them some CE for it, but they make all the new doctors come.
How many licensees does the Cairo
They have about 2,500, but not all of them live in Oregon.
Yeah.
They're probably, I've been to it's probably about 35 doctors.
8,500,
It's 75 to 100 new persons per month.
Now.
Per month?
Per month.
Yeah, Alabama, is it Alabama? That does they have a new orientation, but it's a basically to get licensed in Alabama, you have to take their law class.
Oh, and jurisprudence class.
Yeah, but it's not like our jurisprudence exam. You have to take a class.
Right. It's a class, yeah.
And it talks about their laws and their rules and what you can't get away with, and what you can do, the scope of practice.
I like that.
I like that.
And they require it.
Yeah. Even here in Oregon, real estate board does, agency does that.
Yeah.
You have to take rules the first, like how many, 30 hours? Just.
It'd be kind of like the pain module.
Yeah.
Just a mandatory.
Mandatory CE.
So is there something you want to add here?
Maybe add mandatory CE discussion or something?
Oh, God, no more mandatory.
Or mandatory, I don't know,
CE,
not necessarily
yes,
CE.
put it in with the PK. It doesn't have to go anywhere.
It doesn't have to go anywhere. It's
I
just an
think it
idea.
needs to be just for initial licenses.
That's right.
Initial license requirements.
It should be, initial license orientation.
Yeah.
class.
Yeah.
It's interesting to me that I'm often approached by LMTs, many of whom have been in practice for years. They're not newly licensed, and they really don't know what our scope of practice is and what our rules are. I mean, I could argue they could look it up, it really is all spelled out there, but I'm surprised at the level of misconception. So
It could be something we rolled in for new licensees as a requirement, but you could get CEs if you took it at a
voluntarily.
Yeah.
Similar with
Absolutely.
like crane management.
Yeah, like I
You
take
could
the
even have
payment
a
every
video.
time because it's useful.
Like
And
create
it
a
does
video,
too.
so you don't have to
Yep.
give the class. You could do a video,
Yeah.
have it be good for a year, and then every year do a new video. And that way
Yeah,
you wouldn't have to take.
Yeah,
Mhm. I kind of like that.
we talked about something like that before, I think.
So the last
Before
one
COVID,
here
yeah.
that I didn't read was participation. What is this one right here? Participating in,
That's mine. In the
associations?
associations, the network, I mean, we
Yeah.
actually have to have people in those. It kind of, I guess it's already tied into, going to the meetings and participating at the schools, and we just need to be actively participating.
I remember
Problem is
when,
that we don't have time
Yeah.
with our staff levels to.
I
to
remember
be-
when I was at I was at an AMTA conference and they had said they sent an invitation to the board to come. Well, it's like full 2 days on the weekend. But then,
This current year?
no, it was a couple years ago.
No, we had
But
one
that's the kind of thing,
recently.
like, I wouldn't expect any of the staff to be able to go to that, and it wouldn't really be particularly valuable for the staff to go to it.
It wasn't valuable to
For
the
you.
staff at all.
Right,
Um,
but that
was
might be
this
the
year.
kind of thing where, like, I might be willing to go, sit there and get 12 CEs for a day and do a Q&A, like,
They
if
tried,
we can find a way to legally make that happen.
they tried this year, but they came a little too late,
Yes.
the invitation, I
That
remember.
was, we got it like less than a week, I think, notice, and then like we pointed out, I said, I've got a union, I can't make someone work on a Saturday.
Yeah.
But
So
it is,
you're sharing responsibility with board and staff, like.
if we
something
can
that-
legally, like, if we can find a way to do that where we don't make,
I think
stuff
having
in
an
the-
hour Q&A session at a meeting such as that is valuable.
Mhm.
I don't think an 8 hour, sitting in
Yeah.
there is valuable at all. I think, you know, there's a potential for a lot of disgruntled people to attack you for 8 hours. Not that that's gonna happen, I'm just saying that, but if you go in there with a Q&A and say, we're gonna take questions for now, we'll answer anything. We're very transparent, please ask us the question. If we don't know, we'll come back to you. I think that would be very valuable. And I would
I've been
really
doing
love
that
to
in
do that.
classes and it's CEs for 8 years
Yeah.
solid, like, I'm.
I would love that, and
comfortable.
that's something that I've been wanting to do.
Yeah,
You know, with the trade organizations who are having their
Yeah.
own conferences, I think would be wonderful. So,
like,
Yeah, I remember, I think we had that in the past.
because I think it makes sense for us to be able to do some of that where I can go sit there and sit in a 4-hour CE and get some of my CEs knocked off. You know, like that's a win for us, where you all have to just work a day off.
Hey, I'm working a day off tomorrow.
Right.
Thank you,
Right.
Lori.
Just saying.
Executive session.
Gladly though, I gladly will.
Maria, you better show your fan up there.
It's getting to me.
All right, our last one then is staff growth. Thinking about making the CSR a permanent cross-training succession planning ongoing training. So we have cross-training each staff to 3 positions or systems. Workday check-ins. Is this
That's a nasty word.
that's important, you know, we're kind of behind on that a little bit.
are you in Workday, like, or you're just talking about Workday?
No, we're in Workday.
Okay, because like, there's the whole DAS Workday, you're
There
doing
is.
that. Yeah.
Same
Yeah.
thing.
Fun, okay,
So as managers, we're required to do check-ins with our employees,
yeah.
and it's a
System.
not
that's
necessarily
replaced the
user-friendly
annual
I
process.
review.
remember when it was. I was working
Quarterly,
with
right?
ODOT when it
Quarterly
was
check-ins.
coming in.
And so that's a reminder from Jeff that him and I need to start making sure that we do our check-ins. Because we haven't, quite frankly, and it's timing, it's the convoluted way that Workday was set up, and
Yeah.
I did one on it.
but and I think it's important that we follow up with that because it's important to our governor and it goes along the lines of you know,
Ongoing
evaluating
training.
our employees and training and all that.
Identifying problems early.
It's
training
great for our
needs,
employees.
Setting goals.
Good. And that ties into workday intro for board members. Is this kind of giving board more info on workday so they can understand the
Yeah,
requirements?
because I don't think, I
Just
didn't
use
get
it.
training to
Yeah.
do.
And
No, I
board
can't
members
even
use
get,
it
I
too,
can't get
like
into
as a
mine.
board?
Lucky.
You're one step behind us because we haven't been trained in Workday.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I think
Yeah,
that's-
it's just.
So Workday rollout was a thing where they said, we're gonna roll it out, here's a link to a video to watch on how to work
Yes.
Workday. And if, when you get in there, then go to the video section and type in a topic and they'll tell you how to do it. But if you have a problem, let us know. And if you ask for a problem, you reach out to someone, they say, here's the video. They don't say, go in and do this. They'll say, well, here's the video on how to do it. I found it for you. So it's not, Workday has
Not
been,
user friendly.
There is no.
Workday has been a real problem for the state of Oregon, especially the payroll portion of it. It's been a real problem. So some of that is beyond our control, but things like you not being able to get in there, we have Workday partners that I can reach out to and say,
Give
hey,
them access.
they don't have access to this or they need to do that. And I can refer you or take care of it myself on your behalf about Workday partners. So it starts with me. You come to me and say, this, and I'll see what I can do to try to fix that for you.
well, because we're so truly removed from the day-to-day business.
Yeah.
We don't know what we don't know.
Right.
Like, we don't know what we're not doing.
That's true.
So it's like, I'm not trying to like mess up your day, but I
You're
have
not.
no idea I'm missing something.
Well, and you're not missing anything. There's not much to do in Workday for board members, really.
No,
You're-
Except to prove your pay.
Well, your responsibility is, but that's it,
That's what I tried to do and they couldn't get me in, so.
Yeah.
But things like that, so not even just work, like the onboarding for board to help so we can actually get our stuff done and know.
Absolutely.
I feel like maybe that
I
needs a
think
little better.
we've already started making strides in improving the onboarding.
Absolutely.
We'll ask Rami for feedback.
Yeah.
I think we have 15 minutes left. Just as a reminder.
Workday has this sort of effect on meetings, like, I just remember this when it was like just coming out. Anyway, so we'll move on.
There's lawsuits, that's all I have to say.
Yeah, cross training and just careful, you have a staff member, I assume who's, very engaged already, adding too many extra duties, so note about that. DI training for investigators. That's great. Update board on staff goals and challenges to get better support. Like that's really great to do that. Staff training on goal areas. So I guess, when you begin to enroll these out, and I'd say, I'm gonna add to this, there's staff training, but there's also conversations.
Yeah, we used to learn about the staff before Bob came on board. We used to learn about the new rule changes and stuff like that after you guys already voted them in. We knew nothing about them beforehand.
You weren't even prepared.
No, we get phone calls and asking about them, and we'd be like, what rule change?
So it's
Okay.
keeping the staff
Keep us in
really.
there. So Bob has been fantastic at that, in keeping us informed and asking our opinions, and that's been fantastic.
I think we got better rules for it too.
Yeah, I agree.
So it sounds like maybe bi-directional communication.
Again, I think we really have that. We just need to keep it in the forefront.
And planning for the time it takes, right? That's an investment. Opportunity for staff growth within organization and recognition of wins.
Yeah,
Good.
absolutely.
Anything else for the last category?
I'm good.
Thanks, Carol.
Yeah,
Something
I think that's why I'm starting to get the thousand.
All right, so we're doing great. You all are tired and I'm like, hey, we're good. We're gonna end on time. Like,
Oh, no,
I
you're
always,
good. You're good, we've just been.
always aim to end on time. So there's two things I want to do, three things. One, let's talk about next steps. Two, I want to talk just real briefly, what are your commitments to this process, right? Because as board members and staff, you have your personal expertise, you know, just kind of a commitment to what are you going to do to help make this real? And then we'll descend on some like, what worked well, what would you change for next time? We can do that, all three of those within 15 minutes. So first, just so you know, the next steps. I'll have notes here to take away. I'll have one of my team members, they're going to transcribe everything so I can get that all to you. Take a little bit of time, but not long. And then we'll put this in a format that's usable and you can start to put into a format of a plan. Anything else, Bob, that you would say in next steps from your standpoint?
No, I'm just excited to, these topics are wonderful and the breakout sections of it have just been great. I mean, I appreciate all the hard work to build this plan. So, and I look forward in the next steps to implementing this plan and actually working on these things. So we already have on some of them, but I think the ones that, the challenging ones are going to be fun. It'll be good for us to be able to work on those as a team. So
It'll feel really nice to get to work on a plan that it hasn't been completely derailed.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Like, I think that will feel very good to all of us.
Yes.
Yeah, so kind of continuing that theme, let's just think about just, you know, what are your commitments to make this work? And we're just gonna go around the room, kind of get everyone, just sort of top of mind. What do you know you're gonna need to muster or contribute to make this real? I'll start over here. Okay.
Keeping an open mind.
Right, that gets to that, like, not saying but we don't do it that way.
But we've always done it this way.
Or we've always done it this way, or, yeah. Lori.
I kind of am different because I take instruction from them as a client. So if Jeff or Bob want to call me and say, you know, I need advice on this, then that's my task. So I just take direction from the client.
Perfect. Yeah. Maria.
I'd like to reiterate the open mind, but also maybe listen more, take everything in before, you know, how it affects everybody before you kind of make a decision.
That kind of fits with that open mind, but more specific. Yeah. Becky.
I think I need to commit time, kind of figuring out what time commitment it looks like to make these things happen. So I guess maybe kind of clear parameters of what's expected so I can figure that out. I need a container to work in that I can commit to.
Yeah, that's great.
Like, I'm happy to commit to it, I need it to not be vague.
Yeah, so maybe that's a good way to think about, like, how can you take some things and make them a project, you know, okay, we're gonna work on this for this amount of time, or what's the, you know, expectation, but that'll be really helpful, hear you say. Krista?
I think for me, because my term is sunsetting here, that said, I still want to maintain relationships here with people on the board and staff.
We've got a
because
committee head.
It sounds like
Yep.
it.
Sure, something along those lines, but, you know, we're still, I mean, I'm still part of the massage industry in different capacities.
Experience.
Contribute in a different way.
Side of it too,
Right.
very valuable.
Thank you.
Great, thanks. Carol, you're next in line on my vision here. What's your commitment?
Yeah, I operate at a pretty fast speed. I'm willing to exercise patience.
I have to tell you, I really appreciate how you're all identifying what you need to do this, and that's really important.
I need to keep moving it forward, not let it get stale or bogged down, as the administrator. This is what I do full-time. You guys are just here, every other month. So I need to keep it fresh for you, keep focused and keep moving the plant forward and not let it die.
Enthusiasm.
That's good. We all need that.
I love enthusiasm.
I love how you said it too.
It really dryly.
It's hard at 4:30, but no, it's a big deal for me because coming on board during COVID, we've been drifting a lot. And it's nice to have some focus, some goals, and with that comes my enthusiasm.
I love it.
Yeah.
The positive attitude towards change.
Great.
A lot of people look at change and go, no, or no, that's not how I do things, or whatever. And I think that keeping that positive attitude towards change is always a big hurdle for people to jump on.
I like that. Change, that makes me enthusiastic.
One other thing we could add on the commitment thing is to have a section in the board meeting to evaluate where we're at, like a roadmap or a check-in.
Absolutely.
Like
Keep
every
moving
other
forward.
month or every other board meeting, or then that's a Bob thing.
Yep.
But add it in on the,
Executive report part or
yeah.
something.
Like every meeting.
Every other meeting or something.
Every meeting.
That way it doesn't go out of your purview.
Or even if we can, assign stakeholders to different categories,
Tasks.
who's got what bucket?
Yeah.
Can we give 2 minutes on your bucket?
Well, we can kind of throw that in during the work item review, and we can even add that as the title or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
or change the title.
That's No, I really appreciate that, because sometimes I'll ask people and, it's like, oh, I need this from everyone else, but I appreciate when people are thinking about what you need to kind of stay part of it. It also becomes what you can offer everyone, and that's real, right? You won't get all this done in your next time period, but you can make progress on it, and it's keeping that forward momentum is going to require all of those things, so.
That's one of the most
Very nice.
important ones here, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, I just find that really powerful, that you all went there. Because you're a regulatory board. You need all that. We're humans to work. We need those things to keep going. Nice. All right, just the last thing is kind of a plus delta in our last few minutes is thinking about this as a process, taking this time, these 4 hours to do strategic planning. What worked well? What would you change? So kind of a plus delta. Because it's great to capture your thoughts. This will have an impact on your next time you do it and what you want to do. So what worked well today?
I like breaking out in groups with staff. It answers a lot of questions that I feel like I have in meetings, and I don't know how to best advocate because I don't know what you need. So I thought that was helpful.
Yeah.
And you can do either one too. I don't keep the plus or minuses if it comes to mind. So yeah, that's good. What else? Worked well, or would you change?
I appreciate the way you approach this stuff. In my state career, I've been to a bunch of these where it's like they're shoving it down your throat and you're actually
Pulling it out of us.
Yeah,
Good
shove it
direction,
down your
good
throat, you tend
direction.
to want to regurgitate it
Oh,
back
yeah.
at them.
Yeah.
When you're actually doing it more on this approach,
I
it's
agree with that comment.
more engaged.
Yeah, that was very engaging.
Well, you are all the experts on this. Just need a container to put it in.
Delta for me would be initial introductions. Thinking about as someone who works in the community, just like trying to figure out how do I present myself here? Like, what do I want to share in a public way that's recorded where my peers are, it's a little different from if this was just like a closed retreat work group for us. It's-
Because this is public.
Confidentiality.
Yeah, and you're all staff, but our incomes come from the community we're regulating and stuff. So it's a little more complicated, I think, for us. To just keep that in mind for our
That's good for me to know too.
position.
I hadn't
Yeah.
really thought about that coming in, didn't quite really think about that being recorded,
There's
but
not a
yeah.
lot we can do legally though, because they have to be open to the public, so.
Right. But
It's
just
like
as we
it's like
phrase
a fine
questions.
line, you know?
This-
Yeah,
Like, what do I want to share about
Right,
my
right,
personal
right.
self
Exactly.
in like
in a public setting.
Yeah.
This project has to be public?
Yeah. Unless
Oh, yeah.
you get legal advice from me and then we could do it in exec, but the rest of it would all have to be in public.
So we can't really do a retreat.
Not
Exactly.
without it being
Not
publicly
a real
open.
board, not with all the board members discussing
No.
board business.
Correct.
Yeah, not like a staff retreat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, we can't do that kind of building
But see, if
Considered a quorum.
without it.
Unless
being
there's
the
all
recorded.
big, the bigger communications breakdown is between staff and the board, though. I mean,
I
that
know.
would be when the retreat's really truly valuable. I mean, not that
Wouldn't it be
the staff retreat wouldn't
that?
be.
Well, that's why you would meet with just like the chair and vice chair. That way you don't have.
There's
quorum,
only two at a
and then
time
you're not,
allowed.
then you're
Right.
okay.
Correct.
Well, there
So-
could be three.
Yeah.
As many as three, but
Exactly.
no. Worst
I-
of
But I
it,
guess just for your perspective, like thinking of
And that
those
would
of
keep
us
it
who are
from becoming.
in the
board
community
business.
and regulating it, we're already in kind of a weird position
yeah.
in how we interact.
With
So,
potential
so
clients.
first of all, I like that you call it a delta, not a negative. That's a nice,
Yeah.
nice way to put it, okay? But my delta is, and this is, maybe COVID related, maybe a failing on my ability to reach out, but I just kind of wish that there was more representation of our LMTs in the audience and maybe our trade organizations. I would have liked to, whether they were involved in the process or not, at least see the process that we went through and the board went through to build the plan. And I don't know what that is the product of.
I think we have trained them now through COVID to participate remotely.
Yeah.
And if I was in those shoes, I think I would choose to do the same.
And remember, we had several comments from LMTs that said, I love this process. I'm able, I live in Eastern Oregon, I'm not able to attend physically, but.
And
I think that's a positive.
I do too.
It is.
But what I'm saying is that, we come from a time, I do anyway, in the last, 11 years that I've worked here, where we would, in these type of meetings, especially these meetings where we went somewhere with the idea that the LMTs here could come. The LMTs from Hood River or,
Network.
the
Well, like we
Dalles.
did in Medford, there was quite a few people that turned
Exactly.
out from.
I just thought that was kind of the purpose.
The
of it.
traveling board meeting, and
Get
so
to those
those
areas where
LMTs can
people
come,
can't make it.
that wouldn't normally drive all the way to Salem.
Right.
So, that's a delta to me, and I don't know,
And Medford is our school.
I don't know if that's
Yes,
related
2
to
schools.
whatever, but we'll,
I have a question. Is there a way that you can do a search on how many LMTs there are in Medford?
Oh, yeah.
And then send out, or to Hood River, special invitations, or say,
We're coming to your
if the
town.
board, right, if the board were to come to your town, would you commit to coming to attend the meeting?
well, I intend on doing those type of things,
Cool.
I think that's part of the outreach that we talked about.
That was in our leadership bucket.
It is, yeah, it really is. I
It's in
think
our bucket.
I think those type of things are important, and I just wanted to put it up there because I'm not disappointed. I just don't know
How
why.
to fix it.
Yeah.
I don't know how to fix it. I don't
Yeah.
know if it's a product, what it's a product of, and I think
Yeah.
that begs some research on my part. And hopefully, if it is because we haven't had I haven't met with them, or on behalf of the board, haven't done a lot of outreach, or we're not communicating with them enough. I think with this plan, we might be able to find that out by the next time we do one of these and see what happens with our audience.
And based on my experience when I used to attend as a public member, we haven't angered them enough.
Well, I think also what happened is that AMTA was involved and sent out a notice, hey, they're meeting down in wherever. And so I think that's kind of because because it's fallen because of the leadership thing, most likely COVID, and just, you know, the hybrid situation. We don't have a lot of people coming in. I think
Summers are
now-
really hard to get LMTs to show up for stuff in volume 2.
Sure, yeah. Well, I'm trying to remember
Didn't
when
used to
we-
be, I'll tell you that. This board, out of all the 4 that I have, this board had the most public people showing up.
And I remember early, because could people get CE credit for coming to
Yes.
the meeting? I remember.
Well, and it hasn't happened for several years. I mean, I remember the one in Portland, we had a nice big audience. I remember the one in Seaside, we had 2 people. And they were compliance people that were in trouble.
Yes.
And they came and you know, that was Seaside. So we thought, it's the coast. There's so many LMTs on the coast. You know, we're gonna get a lot of people there. We didn't get anybody.
Right.
Portland, we got a lot of people, but that was focused on human trafficking. We invited the API community. We reached out to all the newspapers and had sort of a forum on that. So we got a lot of people for that. A lot of members of the API community at that time. When we came, last time we came down here, we had 3 or 4. So I mean, you know, but we've almost always had the trade organizations show up, or, you know, they've definitely called in. You know.
Schools, schools used to come regularly.
Yeah.
I think the other piece that we've talked about too is that a lot of times we ended up at schools, like Bend, remember Bend?
When we had the schools, we've always had.
And I mean, tons of students came through, like the teachers are like, you're gonna go and watch a board meeting and stuff like that, which is also another form of outreach.
We should pick our locations and along those lines as well.
We're holding the meeting itself.
Yeah.
Target rich environment.
It's free. They let you do it for free there.
I've been surprised that so few, given that we have a limitless reach with you know, an online option for attending these meetings. I'm surprised at the low numbers of participants. I mean, I've gone to board meetings off and on for like 32 years. And there were some really large groups of people at a lot of the meetings, and they weren't necessarily meetings where we were pissing people off either. I mean, some of them were just ordinary meetings with no hot controversial topics discussed at all. So I don't know.
I remember having to stand along the walls.
Yeah, I do too. I remember thinking people were staring in the back of my head all the time. Because
I would look people against the wall.
Yeah, especially at our old office.
We'll see what the future brings us, right?
Yeah, that's good, and I'm glad you brought that up, Bob. It's something to pay attention to, and having a desire, you know, and even being transparent about that desire, letting the community know, hey, we would like to see you. It's not like, here's the board meeting and it's an invitation, but how do you communicate? We'd like to see you there.
We miss seeing your face.
Which is a different kind of thing. It's
I
more
wonder
than
how
just.
much of it is this younger group's communication
Generational.
preference and generational. And, you know, a lot of people like to hide behind the Facebook thing and complain about us, but they don't want to come here and discuss anything in person. You know?
Sure.
And that's something that's generational for sure.
Yeah.
All right, well, we are
Something
little.
like that, she's been raising
Oh,
her hand
yeah,
over there.
please,
Sorry.
please.
So, I mean, I've been thinking about this too, Bob, and I'm glad you brought it up. So what I was thinking of doing is do a poll. And, you know, you make the LMTs get to choose where the next traveling board meeting is. And then the onus is on them to rally the people to bring to the place. So we have a poll, send it out, kind of like how we used to do the surveys. And whoever wins we get to.
And
host
tell them
it
that
in
on the
the-
front end.
You get to host them.
That they have to recruit to bring people to the meeting then. I like that.
Just an idea.
Thank you.
Yes. Well, anything else, plus Delta, that you would add? We'll capture this in the notes.
That
too.
Delta grew.
It's not. It's just a long
It's really
explanation.
negative.
It's
No,
not
it's,
negative.
it's one thing with more explanation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think you all should be able to relax this evening, right? This is your last thing today. You're gonna have dinner. Do you need instructions on what the absolute next steps are? I know what I'll do is I'll go around, take pictures of everything and pack up my stuff, and then I'll be in touch with Bob and Aka to give you the notes.
Sounds good. Thank you very much.
Do you have any business cards?
I do.
I'd like one.
Sure. I can give you that. Yeah, always a pleasure. Been great. You all were a great group. I'll grab all the Sharpies and all the stuff. Yeah. I'll just put
We still have,
Yeah.
these things to work on.
Yeah.
Let's
You know,
see.
I think it's going.
We're up to board member new business.
I have no excuse.
Oh my gosh, it is. But Lori wants it
We got a couple
from me,
things.
because I didn't
What'd I
know
do?
until just now.
Board members, we got a couple things left to
We're
do.
not done yet.
Yes, we do.
Oh, I know, I'm just unplugging my computer.
We have a few things left to do.
Just a
I
couple.
wasn't targeting you,
Lori's
Marie.
ready.
I
can't
unplug my computer?
I didn't want to.
Negative.
She explained why it's so cold. She's in the direct path.
I feel it.
I feel it where I'm at,
Making
too.
this light move.
Oh, I blocked it from you? Sorry, you want to switch tomorrow? I'll sit there, you sit here.
Oh, I can switch all the way over there.
Yeah.
My address is wrong on this.
Oh, thank
Don't
you.
mail me.
Okay, just email is correct.
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Do we have anything else to do in our training? Or should
No.
we keep it till
It's
tomorrow?
done. Training's done.
I know
We did the other, the
were
training
thinking-
earlier today. So the training's done, it's just public correspondence.
Tomorrow?
We don't have trainings?
We might, yeah, we'll have a training tomorrow, but the
Yeah,
one for today is done, is what I'm saying.
Since
Yeah, yeah,
Dr.
yeah.
Rami is not able to attend, they should wait and do
Well,
it.
we're tired.
Good, good, so
So I
tomorrow.
think,
Because, yeah, we might have two more people.
We just have
I
one
think
more,
you're
yeah.
at the new business proposal
tired.
on E. The way to,
Okay.
At the end of
Let
the
me come
meeting.
back.
Okay, good. Okay, because I don't want to waste your time, but.
Board member new business proposal is G. Or maybe E now.
Well, it is tomorrow morning.
Okay, rein it back in. New member board
Easy for you to say.
New business.
New business, board member proposals. Do we have anything?
Give me a moment.
Carol, do you have anything?
I don't think so.
I've got nothing, thank you.
No, I don't think we have anything specifically, because anything I'm thinking of is actually more related to the strategic plan.
yeah.
So no, I don't think we have anything.
Okay, then we can move on from that. Move to public comment and correspondence.
With the meeting work item.
Thanks. I have no class.
There you go.
Meeting work item review.
So basically, what I have for that is, I'm gonna work with Chris, regarding the strategic plan. So it's the work item review for today, and really the only work that we've done today, besides, the reports and stuff that we did, is, the strategic plan. So I'm gonna work with her to, finalize that plan and get it back to you. I don't know of any other assignments.
I think you're gonna forward sign the contracts for
Yep.
SMTV.
Yes, right.
And then, we're gonna
That's helpful.
double check a couple of contact info pieces for the COOP plan. Otherwise, that's moving forward.
All right.
And
Got it.
then, Jeff, was there anything with yours too? I don't think so.
No, I don't believe so.
Land more letter, I think we were fine there.
I thought the COOP plans that could be updated in
Yeah,
Word document.
she's just reminding me that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
We need to
that I need
make sure
to keep
things
checking
are.
on it to make sure.
Yeah.
Chris, I'd only say that I presented that memo to the board and the draft letter. And so if there's any comments or changes requested or anything in that, in the next week or so, if you just email me, then I can incorporate them, finalize that through Bob, and then we'll start using that as we start to implement the new compliance
Right.
process.
Okay,
Another bravo.
great.
Okay, so we're gonna send stuff to Jeff. Bob's gonna take care of the contracts. I think that's what we have for this one.
Yep, and then just sending out emails to the schools for the all schools meeting. You can find them day and time.
Who does that?
She does.
I'll see if I can find the LCC contact.
That'd be great, because we've not had one in some time.
I'll see if I can get a name.
Used to be Kathy.
There's a new person. I'll see if I can get a name.
Thank you. Did Kathy retire?
Yes.
Oh, I did not know that.
And I'm the person where Ashley is to install the Chesney.
Good thing we know her.
Don't worry, I got you.
We know where you live.
Right? You know where we're.
We know where to find you.
Okay. Work item review, good, so public comment and correspondence. Do we have any members of the public? Come back.
Tori.
Yeah, I just wanted, if I may, Chair Beckett, I just wanted to thank the board for an amazing 6 years, and you have given me such a training ground for my newest adventure. And I think Bob is going to be seeing me more than he has since COVID started. But I do want to thank the board. It was a pleasure working with y'all, and I wish you the best success. And I will probably be shadowing your meetings in the next few meetings so that I can figure out what to do with my own board. But I just didn't have a chance to say goodbye, so it's not goodbye, it's see you later.
Yes.
Thank you, Tori. Thank you for your wonderful service.
And good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Don't tell me.
Good luck
Don't
on
tell
the
me.
That's
adventure.
gonna be good.
I'm going to need it. This whole toe industry is a lot different than rubbing muscles, I tell you what. So, and if anyone wants to be a board member, like who's leaving, wants to be a public member, Krista, that'd be great.
Well
I can't. I have 2 terms. I think I termed out. I'm sorry, but I will be the cheerleader for towing. Woo. This is like tow trucks, right? Is this, I'm curious what the towing board is.
It must
Yeah,
be regulating. Unseen.
Yeah, it's actually, yeah, careful what you wish for, Bob. This is an industry created regulatory board, and the industry is very involved, and it's brand new, and we're starting with enacting the first rules in September. But it's regulating the towing industry in general, leaning, on tow driver specific maybe at a later date, but right now it's the tow trucks.
The fleets.
Okay.
Interesting.
Good luck, Tori. Congratulations. Thank you. And I don't see anyone else online. So we have 2 correspondence. Do we don't read those into the record?
No,
Because everyone.
you just have a discussion if you so desire. I will comment on the first one, regarding wanting a retirement license. This board went through that process for several years, trying to get an emeritus license or a retirement CE reduced license and things like that. And it hit multiple roadblocks, mostly centered around statutory issues. And the board voted just maybe right before COVID, decided to drop it, and were unable to have an emeritus or a different set of standards for someone with so many years on as a practicing massage therapist. Just wasn't able to do it based on the laws and the rules that we have in place.
And I believe that, Bob, the discussion was, because I think it was at the second meeting that I had attended, right after that maybe retire. I mean, there's a lot of, there's a lot of things that can still be done that doesn't cost. You don't have to go to college and pay $3,000 a credit.
Well, another consideration was public safety,
Yes.
Just, I think the discussion from the board was, just because you have years of experience doesn't mean that things don't change in the profession. And so you got to keep up to date on those things. And that's what CEs are for.
Exactly. And we've already removed contact versus non-contact from our CE. So that should hopefully open up more accessibility for people and low-cost options. So it's no cost.
Yep. Any other discussion about that letter? And then the next one we had was on these somatic experiencing, somatic processing.
Yes.
Letter. Any discussion on that today?
I have a lot to say, actually. Um, I was surprised actually that the LMT did not get continuing ed credit for that training. We've long allowed the somatoemotional release training taught by the Upledger Institute, which is actually very similar work. My understanding is that it's body work. It's not psychological counseling or psychotherapy or talk therapy, that it's distinguished by the fact that the body, so to speak, is the way in. Um, I was, when I read that letter, I was kind of surprised because I teach a supporting emotional release class that's very similar work, and it's approved by the NCBTMB for continuing ed credit. It's in the category of craniosacral therapy because the somatoemotional release uh, work has not been part of that type of curriculum. Um, I called NCBTMB yesterday, and I talked to somebody who's one of the people who evaluates the applications put forth by people who are continuing ed with providers, because they have a lot of classes in that somatics category, that through continuing ed through that organization. Um, and I think that it does fall within the scope of practice. She said that they look at these things really carefully, though, and really look at the course content in order to approve it. To make sure that there is that it's manual therapy, that it's a hands-on thing, regardless of the fact that the therapist may be helping the client ask appropriate questions of themselves regarding the sensations and the other experiences they have in their own physical bodies. So I I think I have not taken classes, through Peter Levine's work, the somatic experiencing, but I've read a lot about it, and my understanding is that it's very similar to the work that I practice under my massage therapy license and that I also teach. So, and that it's approved by NCBTMB for continuing ed credit. So there you have it.
Thank you, Carol. I'll just point out that just because a CE is approved by an outside organization doesn't mean it fits the definition of Oregon scope or the Ford's acceptance of CEs. I know it's confusing to practitioners, but we either have to say we're going to accept them all and let them be our CE determiners, or we have to draw the lines ourselves and tell the buyer to beware.
Right. Their standards are more rigorous, though, frankly.
Not something.
I would disagree on many of the providers that they're not as rigorous, nor do they care about comparing them to our definition of scope of practice. They're on a more national scale, so they're a little more generic.
Yeah.
I mean, there are certainly a lot of things approved by them that are absolutely not approvable in Oregon. That's.
I would love an example of things that are approved by them that would not be part of the Oregon scope of practice.
I don't have that list pulled up, Carol, but we can communicate about that.
We're gonna have a work group on this.
Yeah, definitely. Can take that into our scope of practice stuff in the future. Anybody have anything else to say on this one at this point?
I just think that once we are able to reevaluate the scope of practice, then I think we can look at these CEs and find which ones fall into compatibility and which ones don't. But I think that needs to be updated first, and until then, I think we have to go with, it has to. We do scrutinize these. We ask for their materials.
Yeah.
And I've sat there and read 20, 30 pages, and
Right, yeah.
I know Beckett did with me on that one too. And so it's not like we're just making a snap judgment on these things. We're doing our research.
And I feel like an important part to point out is no one's saying you can't take this class. I can
Absolutely.
take all the classes I want in psychology, neurobiology, trauma response. I can take all of that and I can come away with useful things to apply to my practice, my humanity, my relationships. But does it count as a CE for massage? And that's all we have the ability to discern, and you are all constrained by law. Like, it's just, it's a statute. So it's, yeah, I think that goes back to our work group, but I appreciate how much time it's taken and the communication. You know, I feel like I understand the case that's being made here, and I also understand the limitations of the board. So I think we're at an impasse with how our stuff is written at this point.
It's an example of
Yeah.
why we need to really review, yeah, our scope and all of that.
I appreciate everybody's thoughts on this, and I'm very excited to go forward and do some deep dive conversations about our scope of practice. I think this is gonna come up a lot, and we're gonna get a lot of time to talk about it.
Agreed.
The big one.
That's the big one.
The big one.
Was there any other correspondence I'm missing?
Just those two.
Okay. And we can go ahead and move on to announcements. Anyone have any plans?
Nope.
So we're back tomorrow.
Yes.
Back 9 a.m. tomorrow?
9 a.m. tomorrow, yep.
Okay. And my eyes are lost. Our training is done, so we are ready to adjourn. Do I have?
So moved.
A motion? All in favor?
Aye. You also asked for the
Aye, because we don't have enough.
Any opposed?
Any opposed?
I'm opposed, but I don't have a vote.
Oh, you are not opposed.
Motion carries, meeting adjourned at 5:11.
Thank you, everyone.
Oh,
Nice to see you, Carol.
Carol, we'll see you tomorrow.
Carol, see you tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Hopefully I
Have a
can
good
There,
evening.
I'll be here somewhere.
My goodness, I really can't see to read anymore. My eyes are.
They're done.